And welcome everybody to the Winter 2022 Relay Race. I am your host for the first race, Joseph Joestar316. I hope you're all doing wonderful today. It's the first relay race of the year. We got Team Armstrong versus Team Sears. It is going to be a great time. I hope everyone is doing well. But our first race is going to be Metal Gear Rising Revengance. Any percent new game plus hard, an absolutely fun competitive category, with our two runners, Valeria-chan and Curve. And I will now be leading you towards the two commentators for this race with Ecorn and Mecha Zoom. Apologies if I butchered your name, Mecha, but take it away.
Hello.
Hello, and welcome to the beautiful relay race that we're gonna be witnessing today. Everyone is gonna have some fun. Look at these beautiful teams, Team Armstrong and Team Sears. Both of them are going to be fine, I think. So, yeah, we'll be commentating, both of us. I run New Game Hard, New Game Plus Hard. Ecorn is... I'll let Ecorn introduce himself.
I am Acorn and I run New Game Hard, not New Game Plus Hard, but I have run New Game Plus, so.
Great. So, while both of our runners are getting ready, I'm gonna be rooting for Team Sears, because I like Curve's nickname more. That's all that I can say for now, because this run is kind of complicated in terms of mechanics and electrical stuff, so let's get going.
Okay, so to start, it would seem that, I guess we're beginning, to start you want to parry counter one guy and cut off the three men in a way in which they die instantly. Otherwise you have to wait for their explosions and it's waste time.
Yeah, the very first boss that everyone knows, the beautiful Metal Gear Ray, is basically an RNG fiesta. What we want to get here is some parries. The parries we can get are either by the... can be done either by the tail that you can see on the Curve screen, or by some headbutts that Ray can give us. We want to get as much parries as possible without Ray getting jumped or jumping around, like you can see on Valeria's screen. So far, Curve gets a very decent one, actually a very good one. So on the Valeria screen, Ray's not so behaving, not nice.
He's being a bit of a troll.
This is fine, because all of us gotta follow some rules. Rules of ketchup. Oh, yeah.
Ketchup?
Well, yeah. What? Aren't you following the rules of the ketchup? Because I can see some curvy lines, here, you see?
Oh,
So-
that is... that was bad luck.
Yeah...
It is
Either way.
possible to parry counter the bullets sometimes, and it's never intentional by the runner.
It loses a couple of seconds, because you're supposed just to get the normal parry in order to get a good fight. So Valeria's finished her Ray finally, and we are basically doing some platforming stuff. So platforming and movement in general in this game is done by these short hops that you can see on Curve's screen right now. These hops are much faster than regular ninja running, and sometimes you gotta be very careful about the timings you put your ninja runs on and your jumps, so it's very important. For the secondary fight, we're gonna manipulate his AI by reducing his HP to 80 plus a little bit of health, which makes it possible for us to skip the second phase of the boss fight. So, as you can see, both of the runners are, despite having some problems on Ray, in terms of, on Valeria's end, This run has a lot of moments where they can still get some time, lose some time, be tied, whatever. So it's gonna be a very interesting race anyway. So yeah. So on Curve screen you can see the phase skip right now being done successfully, and that allows Curve to get a very clean Ray number 2 fight. Valeria just starts her fight, and we're gonna witness the same phase skip. So
I see, so you won't notice Curve was jiggling on the rocket a little. By rapidly spinning the stick, just as you jump on the rocket, you can actually skip a majority of them and go straight to the arm.
this is pretty important, because that, let's say, movement tech alone saves a ton of time, and yeah, that's something to consider as well. So Valeria got her phase skip as well, so that's good, and a final parry that allows her to slowly but steadily get along with the curve time saves. Let's see if Valeria is gonna get the rocket stuff, and she gets it. Good. So after we killed Ray, there is a couple of things to consider. The first one is the Sam fight that we're gonna see in maybe like 10 seconds or so. Sam fight is mostly predetermined. You have to lose the fight, and there is nothing you can do about it. But there is a couple of ways you can make this fight go slightly faster, and you can do that by slightly manipulating the AI of Sam by doing a couple of things, you see. So, first of all, we gotta tank some hits and make sure that Sam lands a lot of damage on us. After our HP drops to around 50% or lower, we gotta either block the attacks or hit him. That launches the second part of the fight. Second part of the fight is mostly timer based. You can't really go to the 0% HP to make sure that your phase will transition, so you gotta wait a little bit. Sometimes you can do that by just tanking 2 hits from the Sam, but sometimes Sam just gives you bad attacks. In terms of curve, Sam gave him a very good attack, so it's good, it's good. Valeria also started her second fight with Sam, and we are just casually waiting with both of the runners get to the interesting parts of this run. So, Icorn, wanna fill our viewers in?
Riders, you landed safely, huh? First, head inland. The waypoint is marked on your SolidTony radar. Contact us on code.
So, Curve is, okay, I guess we should just, okay, this is going a bit fast. To start explaining, in New Game Plus, you have all the possible upgrades you would ever need, which is the Wig giving infinite blade mode, and therefore infinite ripper mode. You have the Fox Blade, which cuts things instantly, and the Pole Arm, which when you use with ripper mode in a specific way, allows you to gain more height than developers ever intended, and that is allowing Curve to skip all of this currently.
So, to be more exact, after you use a polearm air heavy attack, if you use Ripper mode in the very first frames, so basically at the very startup of said attack, you'll get a lot of height, because one of the, let's say, effects of having Ripper mode on is the slowdown. Slowdown is getting affected by, well, again, Reaper mode, and you can use the slowdown to prolong the duration of some moves, like the dive kicks, literally everything. Valeria got some problems on her first polar jump, but this is fine. Curve's getting to the Blade Wolf, that's the first actual boss of the game. We're gonna do some cool stuff. Goodbye, doggy.
So, the pincer blades are the most powerful weapon in the game. And they shred through bosses completely, making all of them a complete joke. So you may have noticed that Blade Wolf just instantly was evaporated.
So Valeria got her second polearm jump first try, which is very good. But the third jump wasn't that well. It's good, so yeah. Curve's basically doing a sort of a new skip. We'll explain how it works just a little bit later, because here we have Hammerhead mini-boss. By using Reaper mode with a conjunction of let's say, with the dive kick, we are able to do some cool stuff. So, Blade Wolf on Valera's Chan is pretty much always consistent, unless you do something wrong. So, instead, let's watch how Curve's gonna do something called hotel skip. One of the, let's say, unintended mechanics of this game is the fact that if you use Reaper mode with conjunction of the Blade mode, you'll get a huge slowdown. And that huge slowdown can be used to just skip the enemies that are going, well, like this. Yes. So, Valeria is Sean going for the skip. So, this skip is relatively new. This skip saves like maybe 6 seconds or so. There is a second part of the cutscene here where both of the runners have ran earlier, and we're just skipping it. That's basically all that the skip is gonna do. So yeah, same hammer fight, same stuff's gonna happen on Valeria Chan's screen. So Curve's gonna make a huge decision here, because right now, let's say there's a very important skip that you can perform. That's called a factory skip.
Oh, he's going for it.
Oh, good.
This is a very risky thing to do, because this particular skip is the hardest in the game. You have only a couple of frames to make it work. And he's taking out the machete. I believe he was saying that machete made this easier to do. And, oh, okay. There is a small little ledge. He is attempting to get into. And he is really trying.
Oh no, that's very bad. Well, you can see that the skip is well, it's pretty hard. Oh, he got it. Good, good, perfect. So yeah, it's good. So this is a Mistral fight. We're gonna do some cool stuff. Basically, we're gonna hit Mistral with charged pincer 1 3 times in a row, and she's gonna die. That's all. She's a very, let's say, straightforward boss. You don't do anything else besides that, so ain't that a problem. So Valeria Chan's gonna attempt to do the factory skip. Let's see if she gets it faster than Icar did, because oh no, that was so close. Come on, you can't do this to me. So yeah,
she can get it, I believe.
Oh, yep.
There we go.
Got him. That's a huge time save. So, before the race, I said that I'm gonna root for a person that's not gonna do the skip, but because both of the runners kind of did the skip,
Can't root for either.
I think I know who I'm gonna root for. You know, like the person that has his memes soon. So yeah, this guy is gonna be good. So, Kerr finally finished her Mistral fight. That's good. So, that's a very solid time for both of the runners, quite honestly. And Valeria is closing up the gap that was created by a, let's say, not good raid fight. It's gonna be fine, I think.
That's right. I'm in the sewer system.
So, after this, we're gonna equip some sombreros and get into the sewers sometimes. In sewers, we're gonna do a lot of interesting stuff. So, first of all, we're gonna equip Psy and the EMP grenades. We need both of these because either being unequipped or having Psy in your hand, or pincers, anything that's not polyarm, on your secondary allows you to do something called lightning strikes. Lightning strikes are very fast, probably the fastest way to travel in this game in a specific direction. I mean, in forward direction. And we're gonna do that a lot in this run. Basically, that's the primary way you can travel through the game.
The Sai is also very good for just closing distance and electrocuting enemies. So you see there he took to the Donkey Kong with the Sai and it died instantly.
Yep. So this section in particular offers some stealth moments here and there. So Curve got it first try, that's good. And we'll see if anything's gonna be fine on Valeria's end right now, because Curve is gonna have to fight a couple of enemies right now, and due to how MGR works in general, it's very important to cut specific enemies with specific angles of attack. So we're gonna use an ability called Sky High to make sure that everything dies as fast as possible, like this. And on Curve screen, we can easily see that everything went just fine.
Yeah, the sewers can be a bit of a meme, specifically for the stealth parts. You just may or may not be caught for some reason. It's never fun when you are.
Okay.
There we go.
Curve triggers a fight. This is a little bit unusual, but whatever. So yeah, if you trigger a fight, you gotta kill all these enemies here. It's fine, because Valeria is about to hit her fight in sewers, another one. So,
Very
let's
quickly
see.
eking out that time to catch up.
That's unusual angle that I can see on her screen, but let's see if she can get a faster despawns. And I don't think she got it. Oh, actually she did. Okay.
We did. Excellent.
Cool. Yeah, like, I am focusing so much on despawns in this location because it takes a lot of time for a game to despawn an enemy that's being caught in the wrong way. So Curve is about to do something cool. So there are 6 enemies. You gotta kill them in a very specific way to make sure that the next 2 enemies spawn, and these 2 enemies spawn when you kill 3 enemies. By cutting them in a specific way, as I said earlier, you can make them spawn a little bit faster. It's very important. So, Valeria is about to catch up here, slowly but steadily, and you might have noticed something interesting, that Curve used an EMP grenade before cutting the enemies and falling down. We use that so the enemies will be aggro to the grenade, let's say sound, and that allows us to skip a fight here, which, well, saves time. A lot of time, in fact.
You see that in my disc? They keep only them. What about
Oh.
right?
Right now, there's a very long fight that we're gonna see on Curve screen. You gotta cut all the enemies in a very precise manner to not get either a very slow despawns or, well, some memes that can happen. So, we're cutting all the enemies in the zone, and then we're cutting the last guy again, from the left side, so we can get this segment much easier. So, we're gonna see another mini-boss here, the Grad mini-boss, and Grad mini-boss has a couple of interesting details about him, one of which are directly related to how Grad is locking onto you. And we're gonna be using that time, while Grad is still trying to lock us down, to skip let's say, a phase of the fight. So by using some quick dashes here and there, landing 4 attacks and using jumping air pincers, we are able to skip a long section of the game. So then, we're gonna land 2 charged pincer attacks under the Reaper mode that allows us to quickly dismantle Grad. So then we're just gonna try to do something like this, and we're gonna be fine.
We're not
Very easy boss if you manage to get him safely. Valeria got a very slow despawn on her end. That's a little bit of problem, but again, they're pretty close, both of them. So it's not like either of them should be well, I think like they have problems anyway. So yeah. A little bit slow fight at the Curve side, so let's see how Valeria is going to catch up to her. Because Curve's grad was flawless. So Valeria got the very good start, that's good. And while Curve is still transitioning from R02 to R03, which is gonna start with a very nasty skip, let's see how Valeria is gonna handle grad. So CP1, that's good. Now let's do CP2, that's perfect. And then one, and another one, good. So on the curve screen you can easily see that he's going to do a double polar arm jump right now, and then following up with a very long dive kick prolonged by the Reaper mode. That allows us to skip a fight, and that fight in particular can be, well, a little bit difficult here and there, but again, you got to skip first try, and Valeria is not having a good fight either, so that's another problem. That's a small time loss here, but again, she still can catch up while Curve is going to get 2 fights and then a very interesting skip. That's going to be absolutely ridiculous in terms of viewing experience, you see. So, Curve is gonna start with cutting the cows and then just casually run through with the ninja run. So, yep, just cutting all that he sees. So, let's see how Valeria is gonna handle her skip. So she's coming straight to the angle, canceling her jump and getting, not getting.
Got the lock on. For some reason, that was strange. She didn't appear to be going that slowly.
Oh, that's another one. That's... So yeah, the problem here is if you do the skip slightly slower than usual, you'll get something, well, memed. Because lock-on in this game, in terms of, let's say, polar arm jumps, it heavily reduces the height that you can get. That's a problem. And that's a huge time loss. In runs, that's pretty much an instant reset. So, you don't want to be doing that at all. So, Curve is going to be setting up a skip here. And Valeria finally managed to get her skip. Good. Lap. So, Curve, he's setting up a polar arm jump here. It's very risky jump sometimes, because sometimes, well, height is just not enough. And then we're gonna do something called subway skip. Do you wanna talk about it?
Yeah, so subway skip, essentially you are going to fall all the way down past the elevator, and then you're going to land on top of the subway. And then from there you can progress to the next area without having to do all the very boring in the dark stealth section. It's very nice. And on the way there you can just do a bunch of stinger moves and progress much more quickly than if you had to actually do that stealth section.
There is a maintenance shaft up ahead. Use it to return to the surface.
So, Valeria is cleaning up slightly differently. That's actually slightly faster as far as I know. And on the curve screen, we're gonna make sure we restart to make sure that we get spawned back in bounds. This is the fastest way to get in bounds, but, well, whatever. So, this fight is rather important because we gotta make sure that we kill the ground enemies first before moving to the grad above. Because ground enemies are despawning much slower than the mechanical ones, so that's another thing to consider. So, Valeria, she's slowly moving up through the cool stuff that, well, exists. That's good. So, on curve screen we're gonna see a very interesting skip sometimes, so yep, he's gonna set it up right now. So as you can see, oh, that's very dangerous for Valeria. Okay, fine. So since they're both doing a very hard skips right now, so Curve got it first try. Oh, I think we'll explain it while Valeria's gonna handle it. So let's see if Valeria gets subway skip first try. Got him
Ooh,
first.
That was scary.
That was very risky. It's good. You can see like two runners are good gaming, really. Shoutouts to Zephy. So, moving segments from Valeria-chan, and Curve is gonna do a very specific combat section over here, aimed to make the spawn slightly faster than usual, and to transition through the level a little bit faster, let's say. Because right now, Curve's gonna casually try to not get hit by anything, especially rockets, because rockets makes you go fast, and we don't want Curve to go fast, so yeah. As far as I know, there is... I mean, it's not this. There was a way to... Oh, what am I saying? There was a theory to make somehow Raiden not go into this emotional damage state, but as far as I know, nobody has uncovered the secret behind it, so we're gonna enjoy these walking sections just a little bit. So Valeria enters her good fight here and there. It's good on her end. She misses a couple of side throws, this is fine. Overall, it's a good fight for both of the runners. So Valeria is gonna set up her Sam skip, while Curve is gonna probably get a damage boost. So let's explain what Valeria does here. So Valeria is gonna do two quick polearm jumps onto this ledge, onto the platform above, and then she's gonna do a very long dive kick. So that dive kick allows us to skip over the long section where Sam casually talks to us, and that can be used to, well, save time. That's all we do. Save time.
You may have noticed Sam isn't actually there, but he's speaking to us.
No, that's
Hologram's not there.
Yeah. But again, non-machines. That's all there is. So yeah, Valeria is gonna do probably the very same combat section over here. And if you do the section fast enough, you can easily just save time all the time. So both of them are gonna casually sweep through the cutscene, and while they are doing this, we can easily say some cool words about the game, shall we?
Oh wow, the game is so cool. Many memes. Oh my.
What's your favorite meme?
Oh, my favorite one is you're making me choose?
Well, sure. If you put it that way.
There's too many good ones. I think it's gotta be when he pulls up the web browser.
Oh, the web browser one. It's good one. Myself, let's say, I don't know. I don't have a preferred meme from this game. But what I do have is some Driggletters videos about how he's playing with this game a lot. I mean, the interesting stuff that exists in the game. So yeah, this monsoon, I'm sorry, this meme soon cutscene cannot be skipped because we like memes. And well, meme soon is basically a turning point in every single one's runs. You can get either a good monsoon or you can get some memes soon, so that depends.
So Curve
So
is
Curve-
going to start off doing a charged pincer. He's going to whiff the first hit, so it does more damage. And then he's going to try to reduce to 63.3. Every hit in this fight is necessary. Missing even one could be detrimental to skipping the phases.
What's also important is that you don't even have to dodge these beautiful things. You can sit in the pincer blades, because pincer blades gives you something called super armor. Those who have played something else like DMC games, you probably know what this means. This means that Curve is basically... Okay, PG-13, sorry. Oh, Curve is getting memed! Oh no! Well, that's a meme soon. That's me. Oh, okay, fine. Oh,
Wow,
that's a time lock.
Look at that meme.
Well, meme soon.
And look
Well-
at that cat. That's a
Oh.
good cat right there.
Oh no, please, I don't like cats, please. I have allergy. Oh, that's so bad. Impy hit him. Good. Curve.
Only for Curve.
Boy. My boy Curve is getting memed all the time. Oh no. Spin to win, but nobody cares. So yeah. Because Curve got memes soon, that gives Valeria a huge opportunity to catch up. What's your favorite ketchup, by the way?
Oh, I don't eat ketchup.
Oh no, that's good. That's because you don't catch up to anybody. OP. Well, these runners do catch up.
I'm gonna cry.
Well, devils never cry. So, Valeria got her start very good. We're gonna see how Valeria is gonna handle this fight right now, because Curve is gonna just casually dodge this pillar and then perform some violence against all the memes that went bad in this world. So, let's see if Valeria got her memes soon cycle ready to go. That's an interesting one. Let's see. Perfect. That's yes, that's a solid one. So double slide, it's good. Let's see if, come on, that's good. Double hit, come on. Charge splitter 2, perfect. Then we do a dodge to make sure that everything goes fine. And damn, perfect. Valeria Chan got a perfect meme soon. That's a huge time save. Curve, please throw more. Throw more, Curve. Come on.
He did not
So, yeah.
throw, he got memed. There's the difference.
Oh, yeah. So, for RO4, you wanna equip Polyarm, because Polyarm gives you a power to hit a lot of enemies at the same time, and the very first fight is very, let's say... It's very technical in terms of manipulating the spawns of the enemies, because if you kill the enemies rather fast, you can make sure that one of the polyarm attacks that you do will hit the dog that just spawns. Hitting the enemies while they are spawning sometimes kills them. Well, usually it kills them. 99% of the time, I think. So yeah, we're gonna be using that throughout this entire segment, because this segment has a lot of auto-scrollers, like the one we're gonna see on Curve's screen right now. It's a 55-second auto-scroller starting from now, and as you might have noticed already, but this game is pretty good. So, because we're waiting for this auto-scroller to pass, can you kind of explain for our viewers on the relay race, what's the main difference between New Game and New Game Plus? What runs easier to pick up? What resources do we have? Something along this line.
So it's very obvious that New Game Plus versus New Game is New Game Plus. You start with all the upgrades you ever would possibly need. New Game, you start with nothing. And I would say the easiest category to pick up is New Game Plus. Just for the reason that New Game is incredibly unforgiving. If you screw up a fight, that's probably minutes gone. You have to manage your resources much better. It's just much more punishing, on top of not being able to just slice through enemies whenever you want. Stealth sections are an absolute requirement. You cannot back them up with just pure raw violence.
Violence. It's good. So, as you can see, Curve's gonna do a couple of interesting things here and there, but violence is an interesting thing, you see. Because Curve's about to show us the absolute meaning of violence in a couple of seconds. I mean, in like a minute and a half. While Valeria is waiting on the elevator. That's good overall. So, because we said earlier that all the scorers in this particular sections are, well, they're everywhere. The outscore curves and right now is kind of mostly related to the movement section here. We gotta run as fast as possible, and we cannot really do the lightning strike movement here because the gaps between the jumps are so minuscule and so low that it's basically impossible to navigate with the lightning strikes, even if you wanted to. The regular jumps here and there are just much faster and much more reliable way to not get thrown outside somehow. So, yep. So on Valeria's screen, we are clearing the stealth section here. It's not really a stealth section here. We call this section sections A violence sections, where we cut through the panels here, and we're just trying to get a fast despawn of this Metal Gear here. Well, just killing some enemies in the meantime. So. Curve is coming to the one of the most, let's say, technical sections in the game. I mean, not the one he's gonna be running right now, because this auto-scroller here is kind of weird. Even if you jump and dodge all the projectiles or the rockets that are aimed at you, you're gonna have a lot of problems here and there. That's a big problem overall. But Curve got it first try, so that's good. So, Ecorn, do you know what's gonna happen right now?
Well, there's many things going on right now, considering all the explosions that just occurred, but as Valeria makes her way up, catching up very, very quickly, Curve is... I actually don't know what he's going to do. Oh, he's going to perform the first fight. And he's going to kill the enemies in such a way they despawn slowly, and this is going to be important once we get to that point.
Despawns here are slightly weird, because if you get a specific despawn, let's say the last enemy that we're gonna fight here... Oh no, that's not good. Okay, Curve throws sometimes. So yeah, we're gonna slide under this ninja, and we're gonna cut his legs. Cutting his legs puts the state of the enemy to a disabled one, let's say. And disabled enemies, let's say, if they don't have either the arms or some legs, they're gonna despawn much slower, and we're gonna use that to make sure that the enemies in the zone Curve just run through will not spawn until that enemy finishes his despawn. That allows us to skip this entire section and, well, not get memed. So Curve got the first try, and, well, clap? Why not? Clap. Clap, everyone. So, Valeria is gonna do the same stuff, maybe slightly faster, because Curve is about to do a couple of cool stuff. Most notably, Curve's gonna fight the elevator auto-scroller here and there. So this score is in particular very interesting because there's a lot of enemies that will spawn, and the order you kill enemies is very important as well. So let's see if Valera's gonna get her fight. That's okay. That's good. That's a good cut. Oh no, that's risky. That is very risky on Valeria's end. She might not be able to get there in time.
I believe.
Oh, that was so lucky. Oh, good. So, Curve. Second fight, he's gonna throw an RP grenade to make sure that the Metal Gear is gonna be sort of like blinded. To make sure the lineup for a Sky High despawn is gonna be perfect, pretty much. So then we're gonna do a very interesting skip here with a very precisely timed polar jump. We can skip fighting the geckos and a couple of other enemies. So by jumping to the adjacent platform right after the enemies are gonna be dead. We're gonna use that to set up another fight here, and Valeria is gonna, well, she's gonna have some fun with the very first fight. So as you can see, Valeria somewhat catched up to Curve because Curve didn't have some good fights here and there. So yeah, that's good overall. So we're gonna charge some pincer here and pincer there to make sure that all of these enemies will despawn as fast as possible, to make sure that we can stop these beautiful lightning strikes, so Raiden can just clip like this. So yeah, Valeria's setting up her RP grenade just fine. And we're coming to the very important section of this run, which is called body doubles. Do you want to explain these fights, Acorn?
Yeah, so the body doubles are basically you have to refight Mistral and Monsoon, and they're quite easy. They have, I'm not gonna say less health, maybe you're just stronger at this point in the game or something, but Curve can easily just tear through the Monsoon body double with just the pincer blades. The Monsoon body double, however, requires a bit of timing using the AM grenade. Had to wait those 13 seconds.
Why is this important? Because both of these fights here and there are, well, I won't say they are heavily scripted, but you can easily fail those fights if you do a couple of things wrong. So let's see if Curve's gonna get it. Oh no, Curve, my boy.
Memed once again.
Oh no, Curve, my boy. Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. So, Curve got memed 2 times in a row. You can easily see how much memes there is, my comrades. So, Valeria, catching up to Curve. We might see a good tie over here. Very close race. They are very close to each other. So let's see who's... Oh no, that's bad. Valeria just missed her RP grenade, which is a huge requirement for a Mistral body double fight. By missing a grenade, well, it's gonna be much harder to fight Mistral, so that's one. And then setting up a CP3. Perfect, that's a good CP3, that's good, very good. So let's see if Valeria is gonna have a very good Monsoon fight, because well, you never know, like, memes are eternal. That's what I can say. So let's see. Okay, that's a good start. So that's a... Okay, that's a solid follow-up. So, let's see. Valeria is about to demolish Monsoon. That's some blocking done. It's good, it's good, it's good. Hit him. Nice. Then CP2, please. Good Monsoon on Valeria's end. While Curve is about to witness some person going absolutely invincible. Oh yeah, you hate to see it. a person that's wholeheartedly invincible, well, he can't resist it, so...
He's just a child.
Yeah. When the wind is cold, when the fire is hot, the vulture waits to see what rots. Oh, how pretty, all the scenery, this is nature's sacrifice. You're not gonna... Oh no.
I don't sing. I don't dance.
Oh, that's bad. Well, either way, Valeria is about to get her Sundowner fight, and Curve is about to finish his fight as well.
Very nice last auto-scroller for the auto-scroller level.
Yeah, because the following sections of the game have no other scholars, well, besides the Excelsis, but whatever. Excelsis have something interesting. Do you know the lyrics for Collective Consciousness?
Wait, let me just play the song in my head real quick.
Do 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 do. Alright, Valeria is about to fight and get a very good fight on Mr. Absolutely Invincible. So invincible that a couple of pincer blade attacks can easily demolish his defenses and send him flying. Like Curve. Curve just played the...
Continue.
Curve just, well, played a Sundowner baseball.
Right.
Or, well, like, Sundowner slide ball, whatever that is.
Soccer,
These gifts.
as they would say.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Alright. So, Curve and Valeria are very close to each other, maybe like in a 40 seconds apart of each other. So that's actually a very close race. So Curve is going to have
Glad to see that you are all right.
well, a couple of fights planned for him. Let's see if he can get these fights faster than Valeria is about to do them in the future. So, it's very important to cut these enemies as fast as possible while making these despawns time as, let's say, as fast as possible. Because if you don't manage the despawns fast enough, you're gonna have some problems. So, Curve got the first fight done very quickly, and let's see if the second fight is going to be as fast. So in this particular fight, it's very important to cut the enemies in a very specific order to make sure that these enemies will fall down much faster and much closer to you. We can use this to make sure that these enemies will be around the center zone or somewhere else. Either way, we're cutting them all down, and we're just gonna casually wait until the barrier falls down. It's good. So here we're gonna do a very specific movement section that allows us to skip a fight. It's, well, it's mostly based on the visual cues, so Curve got it first right. So then what we're gonna do is that we're gonna equip a cardboard box, wait until one of the sliders goes off, and then we're gonna do some Karopka gaming PC. Oh no, Curve, it's not good. So because Curve walked slightly less than it's needed, he has to fight the enemies and he has to wait. No, Curve, my boy. Okay, it's good. Okay, so Curve just lost like solid 15 seconds, while Valeria is cutting these enemies much faster than Curve does. So that's another thing to consider. Another thing you can do here is cutting this gear down, or like Mastiff, I don't quite recall the name, like the Curve did, and that allows us to skip to the section much faster. RO6 is a fight with Sam. It's very technical, there is nothing much about, well, you can do about this particular fight, so let's just enjoy some bloodshed. Shed! The Man in a mirror, not his head, the only one left. We'll ride up on the dragon's back because the mountains don't give back what they take. Oh no, there will be blood shed. It's the only thing I've ever known. Oh, what?
Yeah, he's dead.
Well, yep.
That happened so quickly.
So yeah, Valeria got the stealth section just fine, so no fight for her, that's good. Let's see if she will get the good Sam, because Curve just got a insanely good Sam, my dudes. So yeah, that's a good cut. Good. Everything's good. So, Valeria, show us some good stuff, because Curve is about to get some Excelsior stuff going. So, we're gonna do a couple of quick polyarm jumps here on Curve's end, and make sure that everything goes fine. So, Valeria Chan's starting her Sam fight with a charged pincer 2, that's good. Sam started with a very bad attack, but Valeria doesn't really give any problems to Sam. Hitting it with a very precise pincer 2, that's good, that's another slide, then P1. And then there will be blood. Shit, that's another P2. God damn, that was very good Sam fight. Actually faster than Curve, so whatever. Curve started his Excelsior fight. So, technically this is the point where I should have been seeing the unenlightened masses. Well, they can't make the judgment come. But we're not gonna do that because, let's say, reasons.
So, we should probably explain the Excelsior fight, even though it seems like an auto-scroller. It is possible to go slowly. To begin, Curve is attacking the left leg, so that is the easiest way to deal damage in the first phase. Cut off the first leg.
Right. So, Valeria isn't having too much success with her Stinger movement, but this is fine. Let's see if she'll get perfect polyarm jumps, and that's a success. It's good, perfect. So, it's very important that during the Excelsior fight, you're gonna drop your HP to 50% or lower, because we're gonna need that to make sure that we're gonna skip one of the Armstrong, leg weak phases. So, that's why we're taking some needed damage here to skip a fight, basically. It's very important. So, Curve is about to hit his CP2 straight now, and that allows Curve to get a very solid Excelsior fight. There is nothing too much to explain about the first Armstrong fight, but there is gonna be a lot of things going through the second part of the fight, so let me kind of explain something very quick. Besides the fact that Newton's laws are being demolished right now, but that's... let's just casually ignore this. But Newton... goodbye, yes. So, yeah. So, Armstrong fight is kind of technical, because the first fight is pretty much an auto-scroller. The second fight is, let's say, get hit and lose. And the third fight with Armstrong is actually very, let's say, APM dependent. You gotta be very fast, and you gotta land a lot of hits in a very timed manner, let's say. There is a specific rhythm that you have to maintain in order to get the third, the last Armstrong fight going. To make sure that this rhythm will go on, we're gonna be repeating the set string called Sky High, Jump, and Blade Mode. Oh no, that's Curve, my boy, through another time that you hate to see it. So yeah, Curve got hit, that's slightly not good, but whatever, slight time loss, whatever. So yeah, we're gonna be doing Sky High, then we're gonna be doing a Jump and Blade Mode as much as possible. We need to hit Armstrong at least 8 times during the very first phase, before any of his attacks will connect, if you want to get a good fight. There's a couple of other setups you can do, but in this particular game, there is nothing more, let's say, DPS dependent. Let's say there's nothing else as efficient as Sky High cancels in this game. But because you can't really do these Sky High cancels on the your daily basis, because again, a lot of inputs, CTS is bad, and that's a problem. Well, we just prefer to doing some pincer attacks instead. So let's see if Curve is going to have some Armstrong stuff going on right now. So get ready for it. So let's count it down. That's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, Curve, my boy, he missed 2 Sky Highs. That's, you hate to see it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, cancel, good, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 12, oh my god, 21, 22, 23, good, that's very good on Curve's side, that's a lot of Sky cancels, you hate to see it. But that's not end. We're gonna skip a cutscene right now. Let's see. Oh no, Curve missed this cutscene skip. That's another chance for Valeria to catch up. Probably. I'm not sure. Maybe. So, if Armstrong kind of wants you to throw some lemons, just slide under the lemons, do some lemonade. So, Curve is gonna do some final QTEs, so this QTE lasts 50 seconds. That means that Valeria pretty much lost. Valeria is doing the older strat that's requires a slightly slower setup here and there. But again, a lot of Sky Highs, a lot of cancels. Some of these Sky Highs, as you can see, are slightly slower, but that's perfect. So, yep. It's good, it's good, good. If you land all of Sky Highs here and there, you can skip both of the healing phases. And Valeria got the Armstrong phase skip. If only Curve could have thrown this run a little bit further, that could have been a tie. But, well, that's victory for Team Sears in Metal Gear Rising: Revengance. Because we're gonna cut the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we're done here. Time 56:35. It's good. It's good. It's good. Congratulations, Curve. You're the best, my man. So yeah,
That was incredibly close.
good. Good. So Valerie is about to close her fight as well. It's good too. Oh. And we are done here. 57, 16. It's good.
GG's.
Can we unmute? Oh yes, unmute.
Okay. I can hear you now.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just unmuted you all, but man, what a race!
Yeah, that was crazy. Oh,
Your
that was very
memes
close.
die with you.
That was very close.
You both did very well.
Yeah. Good props to Val.
Uh,
You did it great.
I was so like I have a thing at the beginning. I have sometimes a thing at the beginning of Data RO3. That is when I want to make my polearm jump there, Raiden just gets lagged back to the ground, or he's just lagging on the
I used to
wall.
have issues with that too, but now I can get it fairly consistently because I got it first try, I think, here. But either way, GG's. That was very fun.
Yeah, like the thing is, I don't know why it's happening, and Ray was kinda a problem, not that much. Yeah, I don't know what else happened. Like I had to reset on some other places. The beach thing at the beginning of RO1 was
Beach
also a
skip
thing.
sometimes gives me a lot of trouble, but I got it first try too. I think.
Yeah, and factory skip, of course. Like
Factory skip took me quite a few tries. Quite a few.
yeah, same.
But yeah,
I mean, despite the amount of like hurdles both of you had to go through to get this run under an hour for both, I mean, it was some back and forth. I mean, you know, Curve had a rough time with Monsoon. Valeria got it through relatively decently, and then you know there was bursts of momentum to try to close the gap. But you know, like I said, I loved watching the race. I ran the category. But never ever got my time to either one that I'm looking at right now. So it was really absolutely a thriller to watch. And, you know, of course, you know, I definitely enjoyed the chorus at the end with Mecha singing some of the songs. It was awesome.
Do you want me to sing Collective Consciousness right now? I mean, we can do it all tomorrow. I mean, we can do it all together.
I think we're good, but you know that was a really nice touch though.
So
but
wait, so we're doing it?
no, we're gonna wrap this up so we can get the next race rolling.
yeah,
But
I have a Mardi Gras parade to attend to very soon, so I have to leave.
yeah. So I guess any last words from you, Curve?
Yeah, thank you for having me here. It was awesome. Uh, Monsoon can go rot in hell, and that's it.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. And then Valeria.
Thanks for having me as well. Play Metal Gear Rising. Don't play Metal Gear Solid.
Man, that's some
Yeah.
fighting words right there. I
And
respect that.
as usual, GG's Val played well.
Yeah, she played well.
Stay safe, everyone, and
Great.
enjoy the rest of the day
Goodbye.
or
I will be watching
evening.
during the parade the rest
Bye.
of my fellow teammates.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
for sure.
All right, and
Bye.
thank you, Mecca and Acorn, for the commentary. It was definitely a lot of fun. So I will wrap up my duties here for hosting and hand it off to the next run, along with House Test, who will be taking over. So thanks for having me here. I will be back shortly in my race in Metal Gear MSX. But for now, just sit for a bit and we'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the winter relay race of MGSR for the year 2022. My name is NTSC here, hosting for you the second race of the day, which is SolidTony versus Plywood in Metal Gear Babel. Easy difficulty. And for you, we also brought the best commentators I know of, that is NickRPGreen and Bad Humans. Take it over.
Thank you very much, House. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back in another relay.
Yes, this is Bad Humans, by the way. I am not a great commentator, but I'll take it anyway.
So, Ghost Babel, famously the only Metal Gear game to be released on the Game Boy Color. It's absolutely fantastic game. It really pushed the Game Boy Color to the extents of what it could do, utilizing everything available and creating what some consider to be like the successor to Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. It is the last 2D Metal Gear game we had in this style, and the runners are now off.
Oh, right. So here we go. The first stage is simple enough. You won't see much deviation from both runners at this point. You'll probably see it on stage 2 when they cause some alerts and some guards start acting randomly and hit them, and then you'll start seeing some time between the two runners. But this first stage is what you see is what you get. These codec screens do not eat up any of the in-game time, luckily. The only time that any speech dialogue eats up the IGT is towards the end, stage 13. This is why the Japanese versions are the fastest versions of this game, only for that sole reason. Both of them are making themselves up north to the goal. The stage should be done in a few seconds, and then we're going to get a real cool title screen. It's worth pointing out that these two runners are neck and neck on the verified world record easy Ghost Babel runs, just by a few seconds. That's what differentiates between the two of them. And you get the 35 for both runners. Simple enough.
That is indeed world record pace for stage 1, but that's because every their mothers has the world record in stage 1.
Yeah, that's right. There's about like 35 world record holders. I am not one of them.
I'm not one of them either.
Stage 2 is going to be the introduction to the camera, and also the introduction to one of the longest codec screens of the game. That's going to be mid-stage. You'll recognize it. It's much longer in every other language but Japanese. They're both going to be heading off east, and then they'll find their entry point north right about now, as soon as this guard walks away. It takes about 20 steps before we're allowed to move. This is a real-time demo now.
Mm-hmm. And just like that, doors open. They're gonna enter the base. Great, fantastic security.
Right. We do a little punch buffer there so we can time our running so we don't run into that guy. But we will cause an alert now.
Plywood just getting caught there with the guards.
See, when you get hit by a guard, obviously it slows you down. The point, you can do things to avoid getting hit by running diagonally up against the wall because that confuses the AI. And both runners have met up at the longest codec screen of the game. It seems to be neck and neck right now. They'll be going west to get the key card, which will enable them to finish this stage.
On your first casual playthrough, stage 2 is a bit of a maze. There's a lot going on. There's lots of different rooms, but the speedrunner shows that there's not actually that much you need to do. Just run to this truck, get the ID card, run to the door, and you're done. They're off heading west.
They're gonna hit this truck right here and find the key card waiting for them. And now they're gonna head back out. Now there's two ways, two routes you can take. Usually everybody takes the left route, which is through the fence, the cutout hole through the fence. You can also take a route to the right. It's slightly slower, it can be, it depends how optimized your crawling is. Crawling sucks in this game. It doesn't really suck, but it's very slow. And you'll see that when we get to the one vent in stage 8, and hopefully we'll only see one vent and one crawl through this game. I'll explain more once we get to stage 8 and 9, which is the same map, by the way.
And just like that, stage 2 comes to an end. Really just came down to that one little knockdown. 127 for Tony and a 130 for Plywood. So Plywood only 3 seconds behind.
We're coming up with the first major thing about this run, which is the wave skip. Shortly you'll see large waves coming at the player that they'll need to avoid by climbing up the ladder. We'll only be using the ladder once, hopefully, to escape the first wave, and then after that, we're going to use a screen transition and a save point to avoid the next 2 wave skips. If you only skip 1 wave, that's quite alright, but the goal is to skip 2 waves. So once they...
Ply just getting caught by that guard again.
Yeah, that's a tricky route. It's very risky. It's cutting it very close. If that guy sees you, it's automatic alert. It's a very tight squeeze. They'll be holding down right to get past the... You'll see Tony, he's holding down right to get past this other screen. They'll go down this ladder and they'll meet up with 2 guards that are having a talk amongst themselves about how the floods are coming in. All this brown matter is just trash and maybe even poo, but who's to tell?
There's a few different methods of doing the wave skip, and I think we're going to see Tony use the fogger method, and Plywood is probably going to use the just looking at the map method.
Right, if you look at the map now, the wave is represented by a yellow bar. Once that yellow bar passes the map, once it exited south, you'll be able to get off that ladder and it's safe for you to transition. Go through the transition without getting caught with the flood. There's other ways. You can punch buffer. Jaguar likes to use the radar, or you can just in and out and just time it using sound.
Oh, Tony just got caught on the second one.
Which is quite alright. You're not really losing that much time with it.
And Plywood playing it safe, using that second ladder.
What if Tony wanted to, he could stay in that green structure that he got caught earlier. Just go a little up north and he would still be safe. And then that will allow you to just not grab any ladders and go on as you normally would. Now we're above ground. This is the second half of this stage. We're gonna have to locate Chris Jenner, who is wearing a red cap and has long blonde hair.
Luckily, there's no RNG to her location or anything. It's the same every time. So just make our way through. Again, another very maze-like area, but when you know which way you're going, it's not too bad. Ply's really struggling a little bit with getting here, although he made that room look a bit nicer than Tony. Got caught out by that one guard at the end. They go into the gas room.
The gas room, by the way, which reset the alert. And once they exit the gas room, because there'll be another alert here, that will also clear the alert. And you'll also be getting the key card that will open the door that's north over there.
And there's lots of different times and different rooms where you're fine getting alert, and other times where you're not fine getting alert. Going back through this room now, this is a time where you don't want to get an alert, and it's there's a very tight route here to get past before that guard turns and looks, and both runners got it. Really nice. You can play that safer just by knocking that guard out instead, but as long as you don't make any movement errors, getting through that room without getting caught like that is relatively safe.
you have to pick your. That's correct. You have to pick your spots on which alerts you want to take and which you don't. 'Cause sometimes alerts won't let you open doors that you normally could, or let you access elevators. But on the other hand, alerts open doors for you, so you don't have to sit there and wait for the doors to open. Also, just discovered recently by Plywood is that, in fact, if you spam, or I shouldn't say spam, but if you repeatedly punch the elevator door comes faster to you, arrives faster. It's not executed as well as MGS1 or MGS2, but there is a marginal difference that helps with the run. And here, if anyone's played any of the MSX2 Metal Gears, this sort of pattern will look familiar to you, because this game does pay tribute to games that came before it, the MSX2 games and MGS1. And we're closing up this the stage now. We're going to pass through some lasers. Intentional alert here. Who wants to wait for lasers? Am I right? We use a punch buffer to open that door, because otherwise we put our back against it and it'd slow us down, and we found Kris Jenner.
That's the end of stage 3.
Pretty close. Pretty close race so far.
335, 331 for Plywood. Plywood pulls ahead just a little bit there.
He made up some of that time that he lost on stage 2.
It is worth noting that the game is recorded in IGT for speedrunning purposes, so we add up all of the different levels, and that produces our final time. Though there is a final score screen which also does the same thing.
Here we're getting introduction to the bosses. Slasher Hawk, Marionette Owl, who has a lip ring, but you can't see because this is on a Game Boy Color. Pyro Bison, and of course, Black Art Viper, who is scarred and really put together with strings and bolts and all this. But again, you can't really tell, you can't really see the details because this is a Game Boy Color, and it's a very very big game for a Game Boy Color game. This was developed by Konami and Ghost developer Tosei. Although we'll see Tosei's developers later in the credits list, they're not listed really anywhere else. They prefer not to be credited and stuff. That's why they're called a Ghost developer. No pun intended. And here we're just following Kris Jenner out of the fortress, basically.
Not that we're gonna.
Go ahead.
Not that we're gonna stick with following her at all times.
That's right. As we'll see in the next screen, we're gonna take a detour which is much faster, or slightly faster. Excuse me. So now it's Snake's turn, and Snake does not care about alerts. And there he goes. Now, Kris is going through this door, but we won't be going through this door because the door right below is going to get us to where she is much faster. And we'll be what? Go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, as you'll see, this stage it's set in the same location as the previous stage, so it's just backtracking through most of the stage that we've already seen.
Which is what you'll see in Ghost Babel. Much of the bigger stages, or I should say, much of the bigger maps are cut or divided with 2 stages. So, what stage is this? This is
stage 4. So say stage 3 and 4 share them. Stage 8 and 9 share them. Stage 7 is then repeated later in stage 10.
That's right. The elevator door button is not restricted to the sprite. You're allowed a little bit of the left door, so that's why you might see the runners punch the left door as if it were a button. Also, in the elevator, when the doors open, that's a great way to menu, because you're not wasting time while you wait for the door to open. So best time to menu is when the doors open or close on an elevator.
You've caught up with Kris again. Simple room, don't worry too much about the camera. Luckily, the alert resets there. No worries about the alert in here. As soon as we move into the next room, alert resets. And Chris is going to escort us out of the base.
Coming up is our very first puzzle, which is the puzzles in this game and the pillars, which will play a big part on stages 9 and when you look for them in stage 8, all depend on how much time you spend on the logo screen and every screen following that. Right now we're trying to find a way to manipulate these screens to find better RNG for the pillars, but this door also is affected by the amount of time you spend on the opening screens of the game. Now Tony's got the better puzzle because he's got the last button to press, which is right by the it's number 4. So the guard has less time walking, whereas Plywood would have to wait for the guy to walk from the number 2 button all the way out up north.
And the combination of buttons that you have to press here always changes depending on where that guard started. So the button that the guard started on is always the last button you're going to push.
It's important that once you solve the puzzle, you don't go into the truck and you don't exit left, or else the puzzle will reset and you'll have to do it again.
Yeah, as House is saying in there, thankfully there's only 4 combinations, so it's pretty easy. Plywood's going to punch that dog. Tony's going to punch that dog.
You'll now see a boomerang that gets thrown at that will enter the screen. That's a hint of the boss coming up, which is a Slasher Hawk, who uses 2 gooseneck boomerangs to attack the player. But unfortunately, we can't access it at this point. This button unlocks the door to the left, so now we have to go all the way around and back up to meet the boss.
Ooh. Tony trying to dodge the dogs. I only took the 1 hit.
If the dogs are running diagonally, they do not. There's no cause of concern there. They can't harm you when they run diagonally. It's when they run perpendicular that they can really screw you over.
It is also worth noting that the boomerang that you're seeing fly onto screen can't actually hurt Snake. It has no hitbox. It's just a visual. All right, we're going to see the first boss.
A pretty close race so far.
Certainly is. This is Slasher Hawk. And the mechanics of this boss, it's pretty simple. The runners are just going to throw grenades up onto the ledge where he's at. And it's just a matter of timing. As soon as a grenade lands, you want to wait about 3 seconds, throw the next grenade, and hit him as soon as his iframes disappear.
If for some reason you've run out of grenades, don't worry. The game is pretty good in spawning ammo that you might need for bosses. And those grenades usually spawn on the lower end of this screen.
Going into phase 2.
This fight is much harder and very hard because of this bird. This bird it kills many big boss rank 1 runs. This bird gets a name in Acid 2. It's called Bungle after some Egyptian, I think Egyptian god. And here we are, 338, 341, still a very tight and close race.
Yeah, it looked like Plywood bungled his timing a little bit on a couple of grenades there, which just allowed Tony to take a slight lead in that fight. I do believe also Plywood's now got no grenades left. I think Tony may have had 1, maybe 2 remaining, which not that kind of difference isn't overly important, but now the runners are going to be trying to hold on to as many grenades as they can in preparation for the for a boss later on.
Plaid might be picking up the grenades that are right by the elevator that starts off stage 5, right?
I think so, yeah.
It's been so long, I apologize. So he might be picking those up because you need those grenades to deplete your health for a skip, the thermal goggle skip that's coming up soon enough. But we'll be sitting through a bunch of conveyor belts before that happens.
Indeed, this is the infamous stage 5. This is, in a casual playthrough, this is a very, very long level of going through conveyors, equipping different boxes, just trying to work out which way to go next.
Funny enough, Ply
Tony has left the elevator to grab the grenades. Ply choosing not to is probably going to pick those up at another point.
Also, if you wanted to pick up the yellow box beforehand, you could pick up the yellow box during the wave skip. There's an elevator all the way towards the far right that has a location where you can pick it up.
First conveyor route, you've only got the one box, so it's just following the yellow route all the way around. It's going to put them into another room that's going to allow them to pick up the red box.
Only 3 boxes to worry about.
Actually, we were talking earlier about levels being reused. This level is actually reused in stage 6 as well, though a lot quicker.
With a slight twist, yeah. As you will see when we get done with this, the power goes out and it'll allow us to run on the conveyor belt instead of getting on a box and going through it. There's the red box for Ply, and the red box for Tony. And that's where Ply is going to pick up the grenades. That's a much better location since it's right outside from the red box.
Nice little movement here to avoid this guard. And this guard's pretty interesting. You just run up next to him, wait for him to turn, and then keep moving. Really nice little bit of movement. So here, if you look at Plywood's positioning, you can see what Bad Humans was saying earlier about the positioning on the elevator. You don't have to be in front of the button. Oh.
And that's why you need those grenades, because when you get to the thermal goggle skip, you'll go into a dark room with lasers. You want to kill yourself in it for a checkpoint, and it's much quicker than just letting the laser room kill you itself. But we still have a bunch of conveyor belts to get through before then, so. Now we'll be picking up the next key card, and then we'll be picking up the blue box. The key card is in a... excuse me, the key card's in a fine position. The blue box, you have to go through a really shitty location, unfortunately. But we're going to be killing some guards, and you'll see that in a little bit. But first the key card, which is a gas room. We won't be picking up the gas mask. It's completely worthless. Don't even bother. The gas rooms are very small. You get by without any worries whatsoever. And there's the key card for Ply.
Now, you notice here that Ply's just shot and then ran past that camera. For some reason, taking a shot like that will disable the short and long range detection on the cameras. It is a bug, but it's very useful to exploit.
This bug will not work if your 5.7 has the suppressor on. It only works, so far as we know, it only works for firearms, so that's just the R5 assault rifle and the 5.7 firearm. But if with the suppressor on it, your 5.7 won't do the trick for that glitch. And here we go, back on the conveyor belt. This time for the blue box. Ply is going to be entering my least favorite room of the game, especially for Big Boss. It's really not so bad here whatsoever, but I really hate this box. Excuse me, box. I really hate this room quite a bit. So here we go with the red box. Yeah, this room just stinks because you have 2 guards to worry about on harder difficulties. Picking up some stuns, and right back on the conveyor belt to pick up the blue box.
There it is. Alright, so now that both runners have got the blue box, yep, you guessed it, it's back up to the second floor and to start the conveyor again.
The good thing about speedrunning Ghost Babel is it cuts as much fat as it can out of your run. So for example, stages 8 and 9, which we'll see, we never have to set foot on the second floor. For this, it helps us with some of the backtracking. This is why speedrunning Ghost Babel is a lot more fun than maybe playing casually, because you can avoid some of the more boring stuff. It looks like Ply got into the elevator first, and Tony is right behind. From here, it's simple: yellow, blue, yellow, blue, yellow, blue. That's the combination of boxes you'll use on the conveyor belt to get to the northern room, which will then lead into the dark room, and thus begins the thermal goggles skip. So yellow, blue, yellow, blue. Once you know where to go, it's not so bad. It is still tedious, but obviously knowing where you're going in this game helps quite a bit. So here's yellow for Ply, and Tony following right behind him. Ply setting up the grenade already because he's going to kill himself in this room. Due to the fact he has a checkpoint now in this room, which will enable him to use the thermal goggle skip. There's a few ways to do the thermal goggle skip. Musical cues is what Ply is going to use, and I think Tony's going to use that too. You can also do some punch buffering to space out the time between the lasers.
Oh, we got caught.
This was found by a Final Fantasy... I forgot which Final Fantasy, but a Final Fantasy speedrunner. I forget the name, I apologize. But it's helped us cut some fat off of this run and avoids us from backtracking, because you'd have to go pick up the thermal goggles, which you'll see in a little bit where they are. And incidentally, it's the same room you have to be to blow up the wall. It's important you don't meet up with Jimmy in this section whatsoever. If you meet up with Jimmy, your checkpoint now will be where Jimmy is. And you might softlock yourself.
Oh, Ply.
Tony's going to pick up the C4 here, the closest one by the door.
Those guards on the way down can be a little scary because you have put yourself down to only enough health to die to one grenade. So, you know, if you get caught in a lock being punched by the guards, then it's very easy to just die in this section.
Also, I apologize. Jimmy is the fat kid wearing the red jacket for anyone who doesn't know. Casually, you'll have to meet up with him. But you want to kill yourself in the dark room. That way, the checkpoint is not at Jimmy's. It's in this dark room, thus enabling you, again, with music cues or punch buffering, to get past the laser room without thermal goggles.
Now, Plywood getting caught again, but Tony's through. This is a big time loss for Ply. That's 2 attempts on both laser skips. Come on, Ply. No! Oh, he's just struggling. Tony's just about to come to the very end. That was the very last conveyor belt section. He's just going to plant some C4 here, move out of the way, and we're now into Jimmy's room.
If you saw that little item box before Tony blew up the wall, that's where the thermal goggles are. So you'd see you'd have to go to this room, get the thermal goggles, go back into the laser room, go meet up with Jimmy, come back out, and go back into this room to blow it up. To speedrun, you only visit this room once. And you don't need to pick up the thermal goggles, because Jimmy's nice enough to give you the thermal goggles once you finish the stage anyway. Now Plywood's still struggling here.
$7.22 for Tony. Did it.
Ply's going to equip the blue box and then the red box. Use the alphabet to help you remember which boxes you have to click here. And you'll see now in Ply's screen, he's going to avoid picking up the thermal goggles because he doesn't need to. He'll be given it to him by Jimmy the Wizard. That's his nickname. He's also the engineer of Metal Gear Gander, the young scientist who's helped create this Metal Gear. It's not called Gander at all within the game, but within the booklet and any supplementary information, it's labeled as Gander. Also, a reject concept art for Metal Gear Rex for MGS1.
Now that we're in stage 6, we're going to see both runners run back through the previous stage, but this time, because the power's out, the conveyor belts are switched off and they're free to just run onto the conveyor belts instead. And we're also going to see the next boss fight. Tony throws a stun grenade there that just like despawns the guards and their routes, so we can just run straight through there. Because the power's out, the elevator's not working, so we now have to use all of the different rooms that have been opened up to use ladders and stairs to get back up to the top floor.
It's not important for this run, but for rank 1 runs, or rank 1 runs for their the difficulty that correlates with them, if you cause an alert by throwing a stun and you're not seen by any guards, it doesn't count. You're safe to go. Same with firearms, grenades, and what. As long as you're not caught by the guard, if you're not seen, that alert will not go against you at the end of the game screen results.
Yeah, it's very unique because it's not like any other game, where any other game the ranking tracks your alerts, whereas in Ghost Babel it tracks your being found status, which is strange. It's weird that this game did it so differently. I don't think there's any other games in the series that do it that way when it comes to rank. Tony gets a nice little codec here from Chris and Jimmy. Basically, Jimmy just having a bit of a bitch and moan that Chris isn't very good at babysitting him.
Another thing that Ghost Babel does not count, it's your continues. Now, I don't know if it's because it's a portable device or a game on a portable device, but it's nice to have that little thing if you're going for Big Boss or anything else and you're afraid of deaths and whatnot. Those will not go against you unless your checkpoint was after you got caught. If you got an alert after dying, that is. I mean, before you died, sorry.
There we see Plywood grabbing the grenades that he didn't grab at the very start of stage 5, so he did have a plan for it.
And Tony is reaching Marionette Owl. Now, in this difficulty, Marionette Owl is pretty unpredictable. He's less predictable on any other difficulty but this one. So this should be a fun fight to watch, even though it might be a short fight.
Basic premise of the fight. Marionette Owl is the one in the middle, and he has 2 dolls. Only shoot Marionette Owl, don't shoot the dolls. But of course he transforms to look like one of the dolls, so you've got to make sure you're paying attention and keeping an eye on which one's which. And pretty fast fight from Tony, well done. 2:05 for stage 6.
Good time. Good timer for stage 6. And Ply's heading there himself now. If you pick the night vision goggles instead of the thermal goggles, you'd be able to see Marionette Owl's face, and you won't be looking it through Virtual Boy lenses here. But if you use the night vision goggles, first of all, the fight would start with you having night vision goggles, which you don't want, because the Marionette Owl will throw flashbangs at you, stun grenades, and making the fight much more difficult. Tony's at the impossible door puzzle, as labeled by the director Shinto Nojiri. It's impossible because there is no solution to this door puzzle. You just go straight up. It's a big troll, and one that catches many people. I've watched one streamer battle with that puzzle for 3 days. That's true. That's such a true story.
Oh, Plywood got a little trolled by Owl there, but he did well to recover from it. 2-11.
Now, Tony was in the minefield. He didn't pick up the mines because he knows where the mines are. And he went through a route that only has him picking up 2 mines. This is why he crawled in certain locations, thus picking up the mines and thus getting to this little cutscene with the hind D of this game called Havoc.
There is Gander firing off a nuke.
It should be noted that 80% of the sprites in this game were done by the sprite artist of Kojima Productions and also the vibration or rumble director Ikuya Nakamura, also the director for Baktai, the whole series, and co-director for Ground Zeroes as well. Now Tony's gonna come back the way, come down the way he came in, so we can start stage 8, which is Nikita skips and pillar. Well, pillars are stage 9, but you want to be looking out for pillars now, so you know how to plan out your route. So as you can see, Ply is going into this while Tony is exiting out this stage, picking up that mine, avoiding the splash damage from the AA guns. And 44 seconds. It's a pretty good time.
Now, Tony is watching a broadcast from the General, who is the leader, the big bad behind it.
The General would be considered the big boss of this game, while Blackheart Viper would most likely be considered the Liquid Snake of this game. As mentioned before, this game takes honors the games before it, almost mirrors some story beats from earlier games. And there's also a nice little section after you complete the game called Special Missions, where it elaborates more behind the motives and and more story beats that you otherwise couldn't get from the main storyline.
Right, so Tony enters the power plant, and as Bad Humans has been alluding to, there's a really interesting RNG mechanic with stage 8 and 9 that makes this a really unique puzzle and a really unique speedrunning strat. So you're going to see there that Tony just moved over to the left, and that's because there was a pillar, and he's checking that pillar to see if it has a break in it, like one of the corners is missing. Because in stage 9, they're gonna have to find all 4 pillars that have that break in them and plant a C4, and it's completely random as to which 4 pillars and exactly where on those pillars those breaks are. So paying attention in stage 8 is really, really important.
Here you get 2 guards. On Tony's screen you get 2 guards talking again, telling you that some of the puddles will cause damage if they're running over generators. The way you solve this is either by destroying the generators with grenades or Nikitas, or just simply going around the electrical puddles.
Just gets caught in the second one. And
Now-
here is hopefully the only long vent section. Depends on the RNG of the pillars.
Right. I'd just like to point out that Snake's butt looks like a little blue heart. And take that with you.
I've never noticed that before, and now I'm never going to unsee it.
We're going to pick up a key card here, which is also a checkpoint. When you hit key items, you're also hitting checkpoints. So past the noisy grates, picking up the key cards, Tony will now blow up one of the generators to get through this section with a grenade.
There is a break. Is that pillar that he's just run past, where it had like the top right hand corner missing? Tony will be making a note of that because he knows he's going to have to return to that point in stage 9.
If Tony wanted to, he could have blown up that green generator by that pillar to make his transversing much easier. So he goes down a straight line instead of going around and over to get to it. So Tony is now at the Nikita skip section. You want to place a C4 in a. I like to put in that little cross that's straight down the middle of the electrical field, and then you have to position Snake in a certain position to damage boost yourself past the electrical current. It's the way. That's why it's called Nikita skip. Otherwise, you need a Nikita and Nikita missiles to break the generator that's right by the left of the C2 label that's on the wall over there. Tony got it.
First try. Very nice.
He's going to use cam shot to get past the gunner cam.
Some grenades.
And if you look at this wall, it'll say C4. That's a hint that the next wall he's gonna meet is a blow-up wall. There's nothing in the game, no strategy guides, not a single strategy guide that tells you that that wall can be blown up. It's a pretty big secret, and we use it to our advantage because stage 9 is a lot easier that way. And then we damage boost ourselves past the electrical current, so that way we can avoid one of the vents that was by the blow-up wall, so we'd have to crawl through that position.
No.
Oh, yes. Well, go ahead, Nick. Tell him.
Yeah. So you just saw Tony lean against that wall because he was going down to look at that pillar. You saw there was a break in that pillar. Unfortunately, that's one of the worst pillars in stage 9 to go and find. So he's going to lose quite a bit of time just because of RNG. Unfortunately.
Either it's one or the worst pillar location. It's a long trip in the vents.
In the meantime, this is third boss, Pyro Bison. You can see there is a pillar on the right of Pyro Bison. That one could also have a break in it, so whilst fighting him, it's important to keep an eye on that. You see, just throw a grenade, get behind him, wait for his little animation to finish, shoot, and fight is done. It's a really clean fight.
A very good fight. You can stun lock Pyro Bison. When you stun lock him, it prevents him from going through his other two phases. The best time to shoot Pyro Bison is when you see his elbow stick out while he's reloading his flamethrower. His elbow is represented by one square pixel, and it's pretty noticeable, but you'll have to get really close to the screen, and it's probably why my vision is trash now.
And that was a really clean Nikita skip from Plywood there. Much faster execution. But he's now going to set up for Pyro Bison as well. Hasn't checked that pillar.
Right, there's a chance Ply can make up some good time here because Tony's got a really bad pillar. Also, if you notice Pyro Bison's stage, underneath him is the generator that the kernel tells you to blow up. Pyro Bison's stage, the floor is glass, and you can see what's in the basement underneath him. So you'll be seeing that same graphic in a little bit once Tony and Ply take the elevator down. Ply's got a great pillar right here. By the way, if you see it to the right of Pirate Bison.
Both runners have to run back through this room anyway. So yeah, that's a really good one to have.
254 by play.
It's a really, really good time. It's helped him catch up a little bit. And yeah, now depending on the RNG of the other pillars, so we're gonna determine where. Oh, that's another really bad pillar you just saw in the bottom right-hand corner of Tony's screen. Yeah, that's this is a real chance for Plywood to overtake now. I think, does that mean we've now seen all 4 of Tony's or just 3?
I've only seen 3, but my eyes have been bouncing back between 2 screens.
So Tony can't go and start blowing them up just yet. First, he actually has to get the instruction to do so, because Snake's original plan is to blow up the generator that we were just fighting on top of, which is here. But there is electrical flaws on both sides of it, so we can't get to it. So Campbell calls him and says, all right, if you can't get to it, instead, you're just going to have to blow up the whole power plant instead. And this is where we get the instruction to go and find the 4 corners and blow them all up.
Tony's going to take a peek now to see if there's another one. Or I guess he doesn't need to. I guess there was no pillar down in that basement. But otherwise, if you're curious, you'd go down to that little section to see if there was a pillar down there in order for you to take the elevator all the way on the other side of the building to get to. Tony's looking for that sweet spot for the elevator door. So Tony must already have found his 4 pillars for him not to be looking for anything else.
Plywood confirms in chat that he's only seen 2 of his so far.
Tony calls an alert, but he'll be safe in this room full of gun cams. No one's going to be coming in. He'll use the cam shot glitch to get past the gunner cams without a problem and get to this pillar that's all the way up here. And this is what Nick was saying. Even though he did the cam shot glitch, he was still in the mid-range of that camera, the gunner cam, and that's why he got shot.
There we go, there's the first long one. Now he has to make his way all the way back through again. Because the door that's there, we never get the key card to go through it.
Right. That one and the one from the entrance, which has a door right to the south of it, are just always locked. And now you'll be seeing Tony go through this long vent to get to what might be considered the worst pillar of the game. How many pillars has Ply got to yet?
Ply's just planted his... I think that was he planted his first one.
Okay.
I've just seen Jay say, ooh, bad one for Ply, so I think Ply's got one of these bad ones as well. If he's running up here... Okay, he's got this one. This is one of the only ones you have to come into this room and look in that exact location. There's no other way of spotting that location. So that's one of the ones that you can easily skip if you know where the rest of them are, or you can take the chance. If you're just doing a normal run, you're not in a race, then you might just take the chance and go, if it is there and I completely screw it up, then I'll just reset. Yeah, already here you can see Ply now ploughing forwards whilst Tony is still stuck in vents.
I think Ply senses that he can make up so much time here and be back in this race due to Tony's unfortunate luck with these pillars.
It is worth noting this is at the moment completely down to RNG. We've not found any manipulation of this, and there is a heavy bounty if any sort of manipulation, so that we can always determine exactly which pillars it are. It is found. So if you're interested, if you're a glitch hunter, if you like finding those kind of things, we could really do with it.
There's also a bounty for it, so you get paid if you found a way to get always get good pillars.
Have a look at the old bounty boards. There is $150 for pillar RNG manipulation.
And Ply just did what I thought maybe Tony could do to speed up his pillar by blowing up that generator, so that way it's a straight line back to the elevator. So yeah, Ply's done. Now he has to exit.
Well, that's one. So it's worth mentioning that you want to make sure that you put your C4 on the closest one to the exit, because it's going to make the final transition a bit easier. Ply's getting a phone call here from Campbell saying it's too late, blow it now. So Snake's going to detonate early before he's left, and now he's going to have to escape the power plant as it's falling down. So if you were to set the last one like really far away, you'd have a long trek through all of this fire to have to deal with. So we try and make sure that we plant the C4 at the closest one to the exit, so we have the least amount of fire.
But there is a silver lining to all this. You won't have any guards to worry about. It's just the rumble and the fire.
I did try to take a route through those two fires. There is a diagonal route that you can take. Oh, and Tony just did it. There we go. So
second time Tony's done that.
That is a very, very precise line, and you saw Ply would not make it, so he just damage boosted over the top fire instead. Tony just was like, nope, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to find the right line. So a 344 for Ply, but it's going to be a much longer time for Tony here.
But it got closer. It got
521.
I mean, it's a race again now.
Certainly is.
I'd be interested to see what happens with Havoc, because Havoc can play nice, and Havoc can play nasty. What you really want from Havoc, because now we'll be revisiting Stage 7 and Stage 10, after of course Jimmy gets his arm blown off. Sorry, spoilers, Jimmy dies here. But once Jimmy dies and we go up to Stage to Havoc, to the boss fight, Havoc can either do a front-face attack, which you want him to do, and you want him to stay there. That way he doesn't transition from left to right, because that really slows down the boss fight in itself. So a good fight with Havoc would be just a front attack by it, and you just keep throwing grenades at it. Nikita's work too, but with Nikita's you're stationary and you're open to attacks.
Go, Jimmy's handcuffs just blew up, killing him instantly.
Courtesy of Blackheart's Viper, whose main gimmick is explosives and booby traps. In the script, Snake is holding Jimmy's armless body, and very sad. But of course, we don't see that because this is a game rated for everyone, even though people are smoking and there's some
well, you say that there's no cigarettes in the game. They had to replace it with the fogger because Nintendo wouldn't let them put cigarettes in the game. So that's why we have the fogger, and it's completely the same use as cigarettes would be in MGS1.
I think it's fogger in the English translation, but it's like flare for the Japanese. Also, if you look, the box art for the English, the North American copy, of course, Babel, has Snake holding the gun. That same piece of art is used for the title screen. Excuse me. The title screen of this game has Snake holding a gun. That same art is used for the box art for the North American release, sans the gun itself. So this game is censored, but yet still has some weird things to it, which I can't believe, like kids' arms being blown off and... Snake smoking in the what kind of plane is that? Well, in the beginning of the game, he's taking a drag.
You can see they've just run through the same minefield that they ran through in stage 7, but the backup forces sent some bombers in to take out the artillery, so we can now just run up here and into the next boss fights. This is the Havoc.
If you played this stage on special missions, I think it's special missions 3, you get a nice little Donkey Kong tribute with Snake going up the mountain while avoiding barrels. So this is what I meant by front attack here on Ply screen. You want Havoc to stay here and not transition to profiles.
And he's got 2 attacks from the front. He's got these missiles and he's got the machine gun. It is random which one he uses. It's if you can, it's nice RNG if he just stays with the missiles, because he just stays in one place and it's a bit easier to hit. But Ply's finishing in stage 2. Tony's having a bit of a time with this. I think we might see Tony's Havoc go into his 3rd phase, which unfortunately you can't hit him whilst he's in the 3rd phase.
And he can do this for a very long time. Oh, okay, so he only did it once. But Havoc, if Havoc wants to play nasty, will go back and forth from the left screen to the right screen about 7 times, worst case scenario. And you don't really want that. Tony's done. Fortunately, he only went to left and right once. Here we get a cutscene with Snake and Sophie, which is the general's right-hand agent or soldier. Shout out to C-Dawes, who loves the line, "My father was French," which you can't read here because it's Japanese.
Some of the backstory that's been going on is that the backup team are now starting to convince Snake that Chris might actually be the enemy. Because if you saw as we first approached, we saw Sophie get into the Havoc and then fly away. And Snake mistook that for Chris originally, because just before Jimmy got blown up, he was saying that Chris left him behind, and now they're all starting to question whether Chris is like a double agent, or she said she was part of Delta Force, but maybe she's not part of Delta Force. And so Snake's trying to get to the bottom of it.
And here, Ply will pick up the Nikita for the first time in the game. He's gonna damage boost himself in a little bit. Go ahead, Nick, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, it's quite fortunate that even though we should have picked the Nikita up, there's nothing... The game still gives us the Nikita in this stage, and we think it's because one of this... if you did the IL for this, where you just pick the stage, you still have to go and grab the Nikita because you don't start with it. So it's nice that it gives it as in the full game, because otherwise the Nikita skip would be completely useless and we'd softlock the game. Here's a nice damage boost that helps with the backtracking. A very simple one, anyone can do. But also, if you'd noticed before Ply entered the Nikita room, he threw a grenade. He set off an alert. He did this to despawn some guards. When you force alerts sometimes, depending on how you enter the screen, you can despawn all the soldiers, thus making your trip safer. I picked up the key card, Ply did, and now he's going to go back around after blowing up a generator, or a panel, I should say, blowing up an electrical panel. There he goes, and now Ply is going to get to a very long elevator. Tony is doing some damage boosting with C4. He's not too far behind. See the panel that Ply broke earlier. He's nearly at the end of the first floor. The base, Galloway, that these guys have infiltrated, in the story, this base is built on the remains of Outer Heaven. So the location of the first Metal Gear game, this is the same location. It's just a new build. It's just a new base built on top of the remains of the old one. So we're now, like we did in the first one, we're going to go all the way down to the underground base. It's on floor 100. But we're going to go first down to floor 50, then sort of move across floor 50, and then go down another couple of floors in some individual elevators.
I believe the next elevator after that is floor 98, and if you want to take it for one more floor, there's a hidden ration that you can pick up. Also, to what Nick said, because the story takes a lot from MSX2's Metal Gear 1, this is an alternate sequel to that game. So in this world, MG2, Solid Snake, and MGS1 does not occur.
We're not going to see it from the runners, but there is a door that goes into a room where you see the original Metal Gear model from Metal Gear 1 destroyed as Snake left it at that point in that game.
That pixel art, if you get to it, was done by GNT Head, otherwise known as Shitaro Saito, another pixel artist from Kojima Productions. I forget which one he left on, but he's freelances now and he does a lot of work, a lot of good work. A very good artist. Ply's entering one of the worst rooms in the game, because if you get caught, it's an automatic death due to the fact that if you trigger the lasers, gas will come out, will be emitted, and there's nothing for you to do but die. And higher difficulties, there's a camera there too, which makes it tougher. And now Ply is entering the C4 maze, where you blow up some walls. Well, after he gets through this laser room, he'll be entering the maze-like structure of where he has to use C4 to blow through and get to the goal. The goal being the next key card, that is, which will allow you to open the door that's all the way to the far west, that takes you to what I've said a little bit earlier. The elevator takes you to the 98th floor, or 99, depending if you want that ration or not. Right, Ply's gonna take that damage because it's faster, and because it's on easy, you can take that. On big boss, and maybe even just very hard to hard, you don't want to take that damage. So Ply's out of the C4 maze room. He's gonna use this Nikita here to blow up the panel and get the next key card. He's caused an alert, but that's not gonna be a problem, because he'll be entering a door to the left that resets the alert and thus allowing him to exit through the southern door right here.
Again, just like the first time in this room, cannot get caught by the lasers. Just have to wait it out. And this is RNG with the lasers as well. You just there's no method or anything. It is just walk up to them, wait. Slightly different route there because we don't need to get the item that was in the top right hand corner.
Tony getting the key card now. Ply killed that guard, so that way he doesn't have to wait for that guard. Because if you get an alert by that guard, that door won't open and you're sitting there. Or you can go up to the door on the right side to reset the alert as well. That's another way of getting past that section.
Alright, so now Ply has the long elevator ride down to the 98th floor. Nothing to do but sit and wait.
Or sing Snake Eater if you're a big fan of climbing up ladders or taking elevators that take a very long time to do so. Ply also practicing his dancing moves. So that was the door I was talking about. Tony used it to clear the alert. And now that door will be open to him and he can take the elevator as well to the 98th floor. So we're basically one elevator away. The race is one elevator away. Coming up is the boss fight for Blackheart Viper, which has specific rules that you probably won't get to see because it'll be a fast fight, I'm imagining. The thing about the Blackheart's Viper room is that, as I said, his gimmick is booby traps and wires. You'll see wires in this boss room. When you see wires, know you can cross them. It goes against video game logic. You can cross the wires when you see them. When they're invisible, do not cross them. They will cause you damage. And Ply's in that room where Mr. Green, Nick Green, has said that if you go left, you'll see that little Easter egg of the, what is it, TX55 Metal Gear from MSX2? Is that what it's called? TX55?
I think that's right.
It's been such a long time. And you'll see the broken down Metal Gear in that room. But we are heading to the right side, because this is a speed run. No time for that. No time for nostalgia.
And Ply now enters Blackheart's Viper's boss room.
Blackheart Viper, who also has a prosthetic arm, and his crane is a little smashed up, is fighting for his comrades, and his only motivation is vengeance. Vengeance against Solid Snake and Foxhound.
We right up to the top left.
I think Ply expect him to go down there. And you can crawl underneath the wires, which is great. See, that's what I mean by saying when I said when the lines are invisible, you can't pass them, you get damaged. So Ply's going to go underneath them, shoot, cross them when they're visible, wait for Viper, and do the same thing. Rinse and repeat.
There we go. He's got him in a really nice loop now. Viper will always run to the diagonal corner that you are furthest away from. So it's really easy to get him into this loop where he just crosses the entire room. That was a really nice fight.
Yeah.
6:58.
Under 7 minutes. Now, what Tony can pray for is for Ply to get some really bad RNG during second phase Gander, or body Gander. Leg Gander. See, Gander is separated into sections. The first part is it tries to step on you while you use C4 mines to blow up the legs. Then after that, you'll have to worry about shoulder turrets, machine guns, and missile launchers. If Ply gets some really bad RNG with the missiles, gives Tony a chance to come back into this.
See, Tony's got him into that loop really, really nicely there. This is looking good.
If you wanted to... Oh, go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
No, I was just looking at Tony's fight. He's very low on health. Tony, don't get... He's fine. He's fine.
If you
go for
wanted
it.
to, and if you had health to spare, you can tank one of the hits, the last hit. That way, Viper does not run all the way diagonal. He'll stop short to where you got hit, thus making it a faster fight. If you have the health and the ammo.
So running up, grabbing the last few supplies. He's now going to go into the penultimate fight against Metal Gear Gander. Who's that on the top? It's a general! Right, the fight against the legs. So it's simply go, put down some C4, stand still, in order to make Gander drop its leg, and then blow it up.
I expect Ply to do really well in this section, since he's been practicing it quite a bit on one of the streams. I think even achieving world record on one of the ILs. He's running a C4, so he'll use mines or claymores instead. And boom.
Very nice.
Very
really
good.
Clean.
Very good fight.
All right, now into phase 2. So in phase 2, you're going to be doing chip damage to Gander by shooting the machine guns that are they get circled first, and then there's some little cannon turrets. They get circled second. They'll open up, and then there is the missile dock at the back where you can fire a Nikita back to. So you're just going to see him swap to grenades, go and stand in one position so that he can throw grenades and just chip down the machine gun. Every time the little cannon opens at the top, he'll shoot that as well. And Gander will take a huge chunk of damage when that cannon at the top is destroyed. So you'll see his health like take a hit. There he goes.
You could go through the whole fight without encountering the missile section. It's rare, but it does happen. I don't think we'll see any of the ciphers, otherwise known as wisps, in this game. I don't even know if they're in this difficulty, to be quite honest.
You don't get them in easy, thankfully. Oh, Tony's just struggling a little bit. I think he hit that. I think he's all right.
Yeah, he's all right. The C4s are great in that they have a big blast radius, and also you can set them as soon as the legs go down. You don't have to set them immediately. You can set them a little sometime afterwards. Okay, Ply's at the flamethrowing stage. This is the last phase for Gander. If he runs out of grenades, which I'm sure he won't, he has enough here, he can do a little manip on the left side to have the grenade spawn to where he would like. But it's over. He just made it. He changed his gun because he'll be encountering Viper 2 next, which you can take out with your firearms or grenades.
2 minutes, bang on. Right, so we see Tony start his phase 2. Ply's got a reasonably long cutscene here with the general, who just sort of gives his final. Here's why I did what I did, and you beat me.
Coming up on stage 13 on Ply's screen, you'll see what I was talking about earlier about how the in-game dialogue boxes will eat up the time, unlike the real-time codecs and the cutscenes. And again, this is why the Japanese version is faster than any other version. Less characters on the screen to go through. You can also hold B, by the way, if you want to skip the cutscenes and all that shindig.
Yeah, another nice thing about Ghost Babel, no mashing required.
Okay, here we get the big reveal that McBride is a terrible person. That's the guy with the plain face on the codec screen.
That's nice. Tony got 2 Nikita shots off on the missile dock before he got shot.
If you shot
Okay.
Go ahead, Nick, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say just going into the final flamethrower bit.
If you go on the right side, although sometimes because of the RNG you might have to wait, you could sneak about 4 Nikita missiles within one missile launch phase by Gander, but not the first one. The first time he attacks you with the missiles, not enough time.
On Plywood screen here, you can see him fighting Viper 2. Plywood's been doing a lot of work on this fight recently. He's been trying to manipulate where Viper will spawn, because basically you can shoot him, he'll then teleport away. Oh, look at that! Oh, the timing on that spawn for him to just run straight into him. This is looking really clean.
Yeah, Plywood's been doing a lot of work in this game just in general over the last couple of weeks, and it's because of Tony's really, because Tony really wanted to learn this game, and I think that Tony and Ply did the.
And that's
I know rookie. Yes, and that's it.
that's time for plywood.
Good job by Ply. It was a little rocky towards the middle section. I'd say about the thermal goggle skip coming back was a little rough, but otherwise some pretty good fights in there. Tony also did an excellent job. He's only one boss fight away, and it's a short boss fight too.
Much as a lot of that came down to the bad luck for Tony, I think can't understate that. There's some very, very good boss execution from Plywood. Particularly that last fight against Viper was really good, knowing his positioning so that he can get Viper to spawn in the exact locations he wanted. We're going to see Tony now take on that fight as well.
If you did not have any ammo, there's some firearm item boxes on the top right screen. But then again, you can use grenades, and I think you can use claymores as well on Viper too. These portraits, especially the Colonels and Solid Snakes here are reused again for Metal Gear 2 when they did ports for mobile, and those mobile ports eventually became the assistance ports. Those are some Shikawa portraits. Only I think these were done by Nakamura-san, and the ones from and that's it for Solid, by the way. And the ones for Metal Gear 2 were done by Juntaro Saito. Now we're just waiting for the game results screen to tell us what we already know.
Alright, congratulations to the two runners. We are going to the final IGT screen at the end to see side by side who has won this game, because it is being decided by IGT, but congratulations at least for Team Sears for getting the RTA win here.
Yo. Hello, Plywood. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
How are you feeling after that run?
Quite the play for me on stage 5. I was like losing it there for a minute. Oh my word.
Yeah, you really look like you were struggling with that laser skip.
GG Tony.
GG. I had the worst pillar RNG ever.
You did.
I know. You literally got like the shebang of vent to bottom. So, did you crawl through the vent once or twice?
For
did you like go to the west part of the first floor and then crawl to the vent pillar from there?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
That's what if you get the worst RNG, folks, that is what you want to do. Or you reset, but if you do get that particular seed, you go all the way around and crawl from the west part, but it was just awful.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've ever raced this game, and the reason why it's been so long is like I knew this kind of thing could happen. But it's the first time. But a way to alleviate this is just freeze the values in Emulator and just have a fixed seed run. There's still going to be RNG in the run, but at least pillars would be set.
I just reset it. I hate that pillar every time. But yeah, it was a fun race nonetheless.
I had a really rough, like my first 6 stages were pretty rough. Well, stage 1 was fine, but 2
Well,
through 5 was rough. I lost a minute on 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what happened with 5?
I just started screwing up lasers a bunch. Part of it is I get confused about. I should always have my notes up for that because I sometimes get the percussion thing mixed up in my head. But then I was using the CRT, and the sound's a bit different, so I wasn't super used to that either.
Ply, there was a section where you were just looking at the game over screen for a few seconds. Were you trying to grab your notes then?
Yeah, I was pulling up my notes because the IGT is paused there. I'm like, I should have just done this from the get-go because it was what's happening right now.
It got really close on stage 9 between the two of you. It got really close because of all the pillar RNG and stuff. I'm
Yeah, it
sorry,
was-
Tony. You got some really bad luck on that on those.
Yeah, it happens. I still had fun.
It was a good race.
Yeah, it was-
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you. Play Ghost Babel, everyone.
Play Ghost Babel. And just to clarify, I did find like a decent manip seed from just raw trying to do the manip, but it's not like perfect and it's still not ideal. So it does exist.
I'm gonna have to look into it.
Yeah, I haven't even tried to replicate that seed yet, but if you can, you get like a 230 every time, which is decent. It's not like sub 2. I think you could get a sub 2 on stage 9. If you had like literally the perfect luck and you do it. But
Oh yeah. But I just really need to work on that. Figuring out that I didn't even know about that. If you get the worst pillar, you can go to the west side. I had no idea, but it is what it is.
if you get both of those pillars specifically, because then you go from that top left pillar, the one you see at the start of stage 9, and then crawl through the vent to get to, you just like crawl back basically.
Gotcha.
But again, it's like the worst luck possible, so
I
planning
know.
on that is awful. It's like, but this is a thing that would save you a little bit of time when you get absolutely destroyed by the game.
Yeah, it happens. I still enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was intense.
We were pretty neck and neck.
Yeah.
It was fun though.
GG, Tony.
GG. I guess my 1,000 points were good for something.
You bet against yourself?
Yes, I did. I knew I was gonna lose.
I was like, oh man, I'm really banking on bad luck now, huh? That was my thought. I mean, I knew I could make up time because I did a lot of work on 12 and 13 in the past like week or so to make those fights faster or more consistently faster. So like I got a gold on Metal Gear. I got a 2-minute. So that's nice.
Yeah.
And still could be faster. I think that stage could be like a 152 or something. Anyways, I'm gonna stop because I'll just keep on talking about this game.
It's a good game. Play Ghost Babel. # play Ghost Babel.
Yeah.
Indeed. All right, folks, let's pack it up here and get ready for the third race of many more to come. Team Sears currently in the lead with 2 points already. Maybe the next one will already bring half the points possible. So let's see what Metal Gear Solid will do next. We're going to see SoapySam and El Paso. So good luck, and we'll be right back.
Alright. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Metal Gear Speedrunners. We have with us Metal Gear Solid 1 Extreme Any Percent, going to be ran by Il Pazzo and SoapySam for you guys today. I hope you all enjoy. It's going to be a great race. They have a couple commentators with us. I will let them introduce themselves, and we will start when the racers are confirmed ready.
Hello, I'm Maxifier. I recently started getting into speedrunning this game, and I've only so far speedrun this very category. I'm looking forward to do my very first commentary. Thank you.
What's up? I'm King of the Bees, and I have not ran much of MGS1, but I have watched quite a bit of it, so I'm pretty excited for this. This will be a no boba run too, and so that means it's going to come down to more of an exhibition of skill than RNG. The only RNG they have to worry about now is the PAL key. So right now they're just gonna, I assume, rack up the alerts unless someone's gonna do, big boss strat.
So the reason they're farming alerts now is because near the end of the game, they have to pick up a key that has fallen down a drench, and depending on how many alerts you have, it's either gonna get eaten by a rat, which you have to kill, or it's gonna fall straight into the ditch and you have to pick it up. Where the rat is, or where the key falls into the ditch, is random. And someone has calculated that on average, it is faster when the key is in the ditch rather than it being eaten by the rat, so you have to kill it. So that's why they're farming alerts now for the end of the game, so that it gets faster. I don't know why SoapySam did that thing. The water. I guess that's just a tactic to do evasion.
And so when playing on Extreme compared to other difficulties, there's going to be no HP refills when defeating a boss. There's not going to be many boss fights compared to when all bosses run on any percent. But the bosses they do fight, they're mostly going to GME through typically. And so most boss fights become pretty easy. The only one that stands as the most hardest challenge would probably be the liquid boss.
So, for those of you who don't know, GME is a bug in this game. It stands for God Mode Exploit. It's when you switch to your sniper rifle with your hotkeys, and then quickly switch to your grenade, stun grenade, or chaff grenade. And for some reason, depending on how you time it, you cannot be harmed in that state, unless you fall into a trapdoor or something, but generally most things cannot harm you in that state. And also
it's also used... Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, also you can open doors without entering the loading zones. So you can walk right through the loading zones of doors and therefore go out of bounds, and then you can enter... You can go behind other doors, and then you can crouch to exit GME, and therefore enter the loading zone of a door that's actually locked. That way you can skip large parts of the game.
But here on the helipad, they'll be grabbing the stun grenades real quickly as a little detour. This will enable them to do a glitch that is referred to by a lot of creative names, but we'll just call it the swappy glitch. They'll be able to mash in between stun grenades and chaff grenade hotkeys, which is, I believe, 8 and 9 on the keyboard, which will allow them to walk directly through a number of cutscene triggers that are in the game, such as the one when you pick up your equipment in the torture room. The Volcanic Shuffle, that's a good name for it.
And what you're about to see is not really a glitch, but a strat with a chaff grenade to distract the guard and get to the elevator quickly. This can be inconsistent though, so let's hope they both get it right. There are a few different variations of this strat.
What was that noise?
Pazzo looks like he's having some kind of trouble in the tank hangar. Losing a little bit of time there, which is going to be really important to save time wherever he can because there is no Boba RNG.
And what you just saw SoapySam do is called a vent glitch. By halfway proning into the vent backwards, and looking up and then standing up, you can go out of bounds, and then you can go behind a door that you're not supposed to enter this early. And that skips like half the game to the point where Snake gets captured. And yeah, you're not even supposed to be able to have that chaff grenade in that cell, but no, they do.
Skipping all of this gameplay by using GME breaks a number of things further in the game that are going to happen, and so picking up the PSG-1 later in the game, there will be no ammo for it. Same thing will happen with the Stinger missile launcher, I believe. And so there's like a number of strange issues that occur whenever you break the game like this, and so you're going to notice he'll get under the bed right here. This is in order to spook the guard when he walks back in the room when Johnny comes in. By spooking the guard like that, you save 40 seconds in the room.
Yeah, because otherwise the guard's gonna sleep for a few seconds. Or for a rather long time actually. That takes time. But because you just alerted the guard there by sneaking under bed, he's not gonna sleep.
So there's not many ways to save time in this room, but there is a lot of ways to lose time here, such as not going under the bed. And later they're going to be using a knocking technique, I guess you'd call it, in order to also speed up the area.
Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
So now comes the first torture scene. Normally when you run this game, or normally when you play this game casually, you want to get through this torture scene without skipping it, because then you're gonna get the good ending. But in a speedrun or a race like this, you don't care about that. You just wanna beat the game as quickly as possible, so here they just submit.
But I'll take the woman in return. I'll have my fun with her if I kill her. Meryl, I hope you can still look at yourself in the mirror, my friend.
So, submitting to the torture here, both of them are going to go back to the cell for the time being. Right now, there's not much to do but just wait around on Otacon to come and get you, or give you the tools to escape, essentially. A lot of downtime in the beginning of the any percent run. Right now, they're just gonna mess around. You can see Pazzo's memeing around on the bed. Sam's just throwing some PPKs out every now and then. Not much to do but kill time. So while this guard goes to the bathroom, Otacon's going to come in and hand over the ketchup in order for you to escape the cell. And so they're going to use the ketchup, and they're going to take care of Johnny, and then they're going to use this, what's called the volcanic shuffle, what we were talking about earlier, in order to just pick up their equipment and exit the room swiftly. It saves a lot of time, so it's going to be nice to see how well it's executed here. Because it can give you trouble, but it is one of the easier glitches to perform.
Wait.
Some people confuse it with the swim glitch. Swim glitch is a Metal Gear Solid 2 glitch. check it out sometimes.
So normally you have to wait for an animation there, or a cutscene, where Snake goes behind the torture machine and gets stressed. But by holding 8 and mashing 9, you can skip that cutscene. But as you can see, it's not always consistent.
That's what I was talking about. It's one of the difficulties you can have with the glitch. Despite it being one of the easier ones to perform, nothing is guaranteed in a game like this, where, especially without Boba, there's going to be all coming down to execution. So Pazzo bleeding a lot of time just from missing that. Because missing it's actually worse than not doing it at all. When you get halfway to the door and then turned back around, you're losing more time. That's quite unfortunate. Looks like his exit to Armory is going well, though. Oh, some kind of issue with the elevator.
Also, in this snowfield, there are claymore mines, so you have to walk a very specific path. Which speedrunners have memorized, but it's not very hard to memorize it.
I am picking up the grenades to be used later in the Raven fight.
Yep.
Here your weapon becomes unequipped, but as you can see, he already equipped it instantly using the hotkeys. You need to have a weapon equipped at all times when moving in order to get the maximum movement speed. SoapySam getting straight through the nuke building, heading into B1. So normally here you'd come up and you'd fight Mantis, but on any percent there is no Mantis fight. There's just a haunted bookshelf that you have to get the guts to walk straight through.
Yeah, so normally, when you play the game normally, you have to fight Mantis, and then there's a cutscene place where he moves.
Also having more trouble in the nuke building.
Yeah. But because we skip Mantis here, that cutscene never plays, and so the bookshelf stays in place, but you can still walk right through it.
So what happened there is I didn't see if he went for the flip and didn't get it, but you need to flip the guard over the railing there typically in order to avoid what just happened to Pazzo. He may have missed the flip. I'm not sure what exactly happened, or if he just didn't go for it entirely. So Sam's gonna throw a grenade here in order to trigger the alert early, and then come up into where we normally do Boba skip, but not today.
Yeah, and the reason they're skipping Boba skip this time is because it's basically a coin flip whether or not it works. And because this is a race and we don't want anything to fail, they're just gonna do it the old way by doing the rappel. And then I assume they're going to just GME into Wolf.
In order to get Boba skipped, there's 2 animations that happen to Snake when damaged, and so they use a grenade in order to damage Snake, and depending on the animation you get, he may or may not clip through the door and skip the rappel sequence. And so, by just skipping Boba entirely, they're eliminating all the RNG that could occur there with if you're going to get the big knockback or the small knockback. The big knockback being the one that triggers the Boba skip.
And as I said earlier,
went ahead and is about to enter the ascension sequence.
As I said earlier, also the guards cannot hurt Snake now because he's in GME mode.
You're gonna see a lot of GMEing through this, that being the God mode exploit. There's 2 phases to it. One allows you to essentially skip loading triggers. The other one allows you to not take damage, I believe is how it works. I could be wrong though.
Both sequences stop you from taking damage.
Oh, okay.
But one of them allows you to open doors, one of them does not allow you to open doors.
So SoapySam using the GME to instantly trigger the repel sequence rather than going through all the cutscenes that happen there. Although still doing the Ascension, as there once again is no Boba Skip. It's crazy
Also-
seeing a race without Boba Skip now.
Yeah. Also, the God Mode exploit is only a thing on the PC version of this game. The PC port, this game is original from PS1. The PC port is very broken. There's a lot of bugs that speedrunners use that aren't available on console.
A very good repel sequence from SoapySam. He took damage, and they towards the end lost a tad momentum from it, but overall he was able to hit both girders and go down, which is very important.
Yep. And so normally there are going to be guards here. Oh wait, I forgot that Boba Skip. Never mind. Because when you do Boba Skip, those 3 guards are not there. Because the repel is the trigger for spawning those guards.
So there's
Oh, yes.
touching the Stinger missile launcher. They're not able to pick it up due to the glitch they did earlier in the armory. Not in the armory, in the cell.
SoapySam did a bit of a mistake there. He did GME while the doors closed, losing him some time, but it's still in the lead. So hopefully it's not gonna be too bad. Now you also
SoapySam getting the lean technique.
Yep, he'll lean in there because that's faster than waiting for the cutscene where Snake gets shot. So he quickly leans into the trigger, and that skips the cutscene.
So as you probably saw, he just instantly exited the sniper wolf fight like there wasn't even a boss there. Essentially, he used the glitch we talked about earlier, the volcanic shuffle, the swappy, whatever you want to call it, really. But holding 8 and mashing 9, allowing you to instantly cross where the line on the ground that basically ends the fight. Now heading into the guard fight on the elevator.
He missed the first guard there. He's still in the lead. So he might still
Losing some time here to that, but nothing. Ooh. Definitely still in the lead, but that was quite a bit of time lost to that last guard.
Yep. Let's see if Paso also gets the lean technique right.
Oh,
Nope.
missing the lean.
Yeah.
Only adding on to the deficit that Pazzo has to overcome at this point too. Not very good.
And the reason that Paso just exited the door and then went back in is because otherwise you have to wait for that elevator. And that is slower.
Obligatory shout out once again to the Kevin that didn't know about that. Gotta bring it up. Using a claymore on the last guard, that was kind of funny. I like that, the way it just blew him completely off the elevator.
Yeah.
Adding a little bit of swag into it.
Also, you'll see Paso's gonna run past the camera. He might GME, but yeah, he did. Because that camera is pretty much RNG based. Sometimes it hits you, sometimes it doesn't.
The
And
Sam heading into the Raven fight, basically just GME and throw grenades. Due to using GME, he's not going to take any damage, so it's just about timing the grenade throws.
Yeah. And as you can see, he doesn't have that many grenades left, so you have to make sure you get most of the timing right.
Perfectly executed.
soon we're gonna get to the part I was talking about at the beginning of the game.
The PAL key.
Yep.
So heading into Rex's lair here, there's going to be a number of calls from Otacon. They're going to have to answer as quick as they can in order to lose the least amount of time from them, because they do stop Snake from moving.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you can also use the volcanic shuffle to get through them, apparently. I did not know that until right now.
Really? I had no idea about that.
I just saw SoapySam do that. I didn't know anything about that. That's crazy.
Yeah. I also know that if you press select right at the first frame of the coda call, you can skip it entirely. But that is very difficult to do.
So Pazzo getting through the Raven fight right now, just timing those grenade throws. Really becomes a joke, honestly, in any percent when you can use GME.
Yeah.
The timing is not a joke, though. It is very difficult to execute at times. You can mess it up easily, and one missed throw, if you don't have enough grenades, can cost you a lot of time.
Yeah. So let's see here, Paso actually threw the shaft grenades despite being able to GME. And that's because the GME loses like a fraction of a second of time.
A very
But when you
small
throw a shaft,
time, but he needs it.
Yeah, and when you throw a shaft grenade, you can run at the same time. Whereas when you GME, you have to crouch for a small portion of time. So, yeah, that's why he threw that shaft grenade.
So, right now, SoapySam's heading out of Rex's lair, while Pazzo's heading into Rex's lair.
Now we're gonna see where the key landed. Does not look like a god key.
Not looking good. Oh, Andy picked up the bomb. Not looking good at all.
Not looking good at all.
He needs to throw that bomb soon.
Yeah, it looks like he actually got the worst key in the game.
Yep, looking like a PAL 7. This is good for Pazzo.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna help him climb back some of this deficit he's in.
Unless Paso also gets the key 7.
Unless Pazzo gets the key 7, anything can happen.
Yeah.
That would actually be insane if he got a key 7 also. 2 key 7s in the same race.
Yeah.
Especially with the luck he's been having during this.
Yep.
So Sam heading to go put the PAL key in the computer. Pazzo heading to go retrieve the PAL key. After Sam puts the PAL key in the computer, he's going to have to heat the PAL key and cool the PAL key in order to progress the game through the next 2 sequences. And then
Yeah.
we'll be on to the Rex fight.
It's gonna first cool it down and then it's gonna heat it up. Using the runes, so as you saw earlier, there's a like
Also not
furnace
getting a
room.
good key either.
No. There's like a furnace room and a very cold room where you fight Raven. And that is where you're
It
going
happened 2 PAL 7s. No
Yeah.
way.
Yeah. I bet Paso is heartbroken right now.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah.
Wow, that is so unlucky.
It is.
I jinxed it, man, by saying there's no way there'd be commentator's curse. I jinxed it.
Yeah.
Pazzo now going to do what SoapySam just finished doing, put the PAL key in the computer.
Yeah. And then SoapySam's gonna cool down the key.
Sadly, this is not TTS where you can go and slide along the pipes and jump up and then shoot the little cool in the heating pipe or whatever on the wall, the nitrogen and the hot boiling stuff. A lot of people think you can do that, but you can't, sadly. It'd be great if you could, though. multi-$1,000 bounty is available for discovering a PAL skip, according to Volcanic Akuma. I don't know if it's that much, but...
Yeah.
And so right now, SoapySam just kind of messing around in the cold room, cooling the key. Pazzo heading his way down to go do exactly that. So in order to cool the key and heat the key, you gotta stay in there for exactly 1 minute and 1 second, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And so if you notice, I believe he did the technique where you GME and you stand inside the door without triggering the load zone, and then you just prone in order to trigger the load zone for the next thing as quick as possible.
Yes. And there are 2 ways of timing when the 61 seconds has passed. One way is by listening to the music of the room, and depending on where in the song you are, you know exactly if the key has been frozen or not yet. And the other way is if you're speedrunning this game, you're using an auto splitter, you can look at a light split timer, and you can see from there if it's been 61 seconds or not.
So SoapySam getting the key cooled and not messing that up, because you can mess that up. It actually happened to me in a race on the channel.
Ouch.
And so the key is cool, and he has put it in the laptop, and he's heading down to go heat the key. And this will be the end of the tedious PAL section, and we'll be heading down to the Rex fight. Yep, not much going on in this section, sadly, but at least there is good music. Let's see if Pazzo managed to cool the key properly. That way he doesn't have to do the walk of shame back. And it looks like he got it.
Yeah.
Now, SoapySam is gonna head into the boiler room, I think it's called, or the furnace. Blast furnace, that's what it is, and he's gonna heat the key up in there. Pazzo doing the GME when exiting Rex's lair in order to avoid taking damage from the multiple gun turrets that they place on the wall there. Really not wanting you to get in there. He's now heading down to the blast furnace as well. Blast furnace backtrack being one of the longest ones in the game. So after they get the key heated up, they're going to go back to the control room to insert the key. That'll start the beginning of the Rex fight. In the Rex fight, there's going to be 2 phases, one before Grey Fox destroys the Ray Dome, and one after the Ray Dome is destroyed, and you have to shoot Liquid directly. Most of it will be pretty easy due to the existence of GME. They're basically just going to God mode exploit through it, so they can just stand in one place and fire the missiles. And so there is skill involved still, though, even with the GME exploits, that they need to time the shots for the missiles. As timing them too early and messing them up can involve in hitting it while there's still iframes. And if you shoot and you shoot the missile when there's still iframes, it's going to lead to you possibly running out of ammo before the fight's over, which means you lose time to having to run around the arena and pick up ammo boxes. Pow key now hot, and SoapySam's heading back to go put it in the computer.
Yeah, things are not looking good for Pasto. I don't know if that alert was intentional or not, but yeah. Doesn't look like he lost anything from it though.
Trying to get alerts for PAL key number 2 whenever it spawns. And Pazzo is now leaving the blast furnace and heading back to the control room as well. SoapySam on a 1 elevator trip lead.
One thing that could save Pasto is potentially if SoapySam screws up at the Rex fight or at Liquid, but other than that, things are not looking good for Pasto.
SoapySam did say that they were having trouble with Liquid before while practicing for the race, and so there is a chance he can mess something up there. And depending on what exactly he misses and how long it takes to recover, because Liquid can do a lot of crazy things once you lose the loop, Pazzo could recover some of this time lost there.
Yeah, absolutely.
SoapySam now entering Rex's lair. Close to ending the tediousness of the PAL key and starting the next boss fight.
Who's that?
Alright, so here he's gonna pop the PAL key in, which is gonna cause Master Miller to call and reveal his true identity. And then he's gonna lock Snake in there with the gas in the room. And so you're gonna have to call Otacon, and Otacon's gonna open the door for you. And using a trick recently discovered by Apache Smash, you should check him out on Twitter, we'll be saving a small amount of time here by going into first person view and waiting for the codec.
Really? I didn't know. Yeah, I did not know that. We're here by walking to a very specific spot in the Rex fight. Liquid is gonna do the very same
Missing
action.
the first shot, not good.
Not good.
Ammo
As
is
you
very
can
critical for this.
As you can see, because of where Snake's standing, Rex just keeps using laser and then shooting and using laser and not moving at all. That makes it very easy to the radar. However, you have to time it though, because if you hit it too often, it's not going to take damage. That's iframes. And now I can see that SoapySam is messing around with a glitch that's only doable on PC. Basically doing a GME on a scene we're not supposed to be able to.
Pazzo exiting the control room early.
Yeah. I didn't even know you could do that. Yeah, that
Teleporting back into it. I've never seen that.
Me neither.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pazzo now beginning the first phase of the Rex fight, while SoapySam is a little bit about halfway through his.
If you win, you might still be able to.
Alright, so if SoapySam screws up here, that's gonna be real good for Pazzo. Might even cause Pazzo to win the run. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Liquid's a very tricky boss.
Yes.
Essentially,
because,
you're going to be trying to trap him in a combo that never ends. It's just like a double punch combo that goes on forever, essentially.
Yes.
And
in
you
order
want to
to
have him lined up to be kicked off the ledge at the end of the combo.
Not only that, but you cannot even do the infinite punch combo in every area of the map. You have to place him in certain spots of the map. As you can see there, SoapySam didn't have the right area, so we could just slide it away.
Losing some time to that, but losing some more now that he has to play the peekaboo game with Liquid as they both run around the ring to try to find the spot.
It looks like SoapySam's got a pretty good area there. And then,
He seems to have recovered the loop. It looks like he's having a little bit of trouble with it at times. Some of the punches coming a little late, but none of them losing the loop, which is what's the most important part.
Yeah, looks like SoapySam's gonna nail this, and he did.
Boom.
Yeah.
I'll drive.
Not as clean of a fight as it could have been, but still not losing a terrible chunk of time. And so let's see what Pazzo gets. This is his opportunity to make up a fair bit of time.
I got him. Let's go. I got it.
Going for the double throw and setting it up. Looks like he has it going. Will it be enough to kick him off the ledge though? No, he lost the loop.
This might cost some time. Unfortunate for
It's
Pazzo.
definitely a tricky fight, especially on PC. To me, at least, it feels like on PC the timing seems to be a lot tighter almost.
Good job, Snake. Let's go.
Maybe.
Also getting through the Liquid fight, not recovering as much time as he could have, but I believe he still saved some over Sam. And so this escape sequence that Sam's doing here isn't an auto-scroller. You do need to kill these guards in order to progress every sequence of it. Since this is PC, you cannot use the controller trick to line up the guards. But recently discovered, you can plug in a second controller on console to move the guards during the sequence, which is pretty cool. I believe Platonic Guy found that. But that will not be happening on PC.
Yeah, the
And so
only
in
thing
this
that
sec-
can, the
Go
only
ahead.
thing that can save Pazzo at this point is if SoapySam dies, but that is quite unlikely.
Extremely unlikely to die during escape. Escape is pretty well mapped out. It can get away from you, but essentially you'll be aiming to do certain amounts of damage through differing phases of the fight. And so I believe there's a swerve phase, and then a bumper phase, and then another swerve phase, and then they go to the columns, and there's a side-by-side drive phase. Each one of them, you need to land a specific amount of shots in order to progress to the next sequence, so you can lose time here. But like I said, speedrunners have it mapped out pretty well and know how to handle the fight, but it can still get away from you. Also now heading into the Liquid Jeep section of the escape. As you can see, SoapySam has his gun lined up perfectly in order to inflict damage on Liquid as soon as he possibly can, essentially, when he recovers from the damage animation. Here it's just a side-by-side section. This is about the very end of the escape section almost. You just have to land shots as he rams you, and that is time for SoapySam. Just in a second. He has like 2 cutscenes. There is no credits on PC, so...
Correction, there's no score screen on very easy. Or did you mean something else?
No, there is no credits on PC, is what I was saying.
Oh, credits, right.
Yeah. And so you just go straight to the score screen, and that's time for him. With his in-game time only being 1 second off of the RTA, that's really nice.
Yeah, let's see what time Paso gets. However, if I remember correctly, they didn't quite start the game at the exact same time, so I don't know if that's gonna do anything. But yeah.
Also finishing up the Liquid fight here. He's in the side-by-side ram phase. Or Liquid escape fight, I guess you'd say. And that's it for him. So, GG to both runners.
GG.
That was a great race. It was a lot of fun to commentate, honestly. This is my first time doing commentary on the channel, so it was a lot of fun for me. Glad to have been able to been a part of this.
Yep. And yeah, 1 point for Team Armstrong.
Team Armstrong with the comeback.
Alright then. That was the race of Metal Gear Solid 1 PC 100% Extreme. I am Maxifier. You can check me out on Twitch if you want. And yeah. That is
I
the
believe
end of the
Pazzo's about to come say a few words in a moment here.
Alright.
What can I say? that nuke building. I mean, I saw he had the PAL 7, and I was like, okay, I can catch up. But then I had the PAL 7 as well. So
That was insane.
and yeah, and I missed my infinite punch, but not that much. I think I lost 15 seconds on that. That's not a big deal. But the big deal is the nuke building. I died, and that was over. Like you lose more than a minute on the nuke building if you die. So that was really hard to recover. But that was fun.
Yeah.
And I can say I'm sorry for Team Sears. I didn't win.
Yeah. You're still in the lead anyway, so I don't think they're mad at you.
It happens, you know. It was a great race for sure. That nuke building really did get you, and then when you both got the PAL 7s, that was insanely bad luck. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about it, like, what if Paso also gets Key 7? Because that's what SoapySam got.
Did Paso get 7 as well?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes.
I was
Oh
like
my
1
God.
minute behind you on the PAL key, and then you had 7, and I was like, okay, if I can have the God key, I would be like, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds behind, and then I got the PAL key 7 as well. So
Oh, that's so unlucky. The end section of the game is the roughest section for me by far. Like I'm not good at Rex, I'm not good at Liquid, I'm not good at Escape. So I knew I had to stand a chance. I probably had to build up a bit of a lead early. So it was just about getting things right early and not dying. You caught up so well though.
yeah, GG.
Like you were on Escape with me. GG, man.
Well, it was a lot of fun being here for this. It's GG to both the runners and good luck to all the future runners. I'm going to go ahead and hop out of here and let everyone, move on with the event. But I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Yep. Thank you, everyone here. Oh.
See you next time.
Yep.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone who's here. Have a good one. We will be right back with some more Metal Gear MSX. Stay tuned for that. Gonna be a very exciting race. We have 2 very good runners coming up. And yeah, we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to this winter relay hosted by Metal Gear Speedrunners. Hope you're having a very enjoyable afternoon with our races, and we've got another fantastic race coming up for you now. This is Metal Gear MSX being ran by Joseph Joestar 316 for Team Armstrong and a House Test for Team Sears. And here on the commentary couch, we've got Erafram and Sergeant Silent. Take it away, gentlemen.
Hello, hello. Glad to
Howdy,
be here.
howdy.
How are you doing, Airframe?
I am doing all right. It's glad to be out of the crypt, as it seems like, or pulled me out of retirement for this.
Yeah, it's been a while since you've been active on the MSX scene, so I'm super happy to see you doing this, and I look forward to seeing some runs from you in the near future. But right now, we're getting two great runners showcasing what this rat has become. It's actually changed quite a bit since Airfram's time, so they'll be off very soon here. I'm super excited. First thing you're going to notice is they are playing on easy. That is because this game is hard, and it's much easier and faster to play on easy. I believe originally they did play on original. Is that correct, Airfram?
Yeah, I can confirm that because I actually started off with the original category because that's what the leaderboards were set up as. And then one day, as I was playing, I had a particularly terrible run, and I found about the death abuse, and that led into experimentation from there, which eventually led to easy and some heated discussions.
Yeah. The game and the board have changed quite a bit, but I think it's in a pretty good space right now between difficulties being shown and what categories are and stuff. So particularly right now we're running a category which is any percent RTA, which means that time is real time, which is the timer you can see on the bottom, as opposed to IGT, which uses the internal clock. IGT would just death abuse a couple times to get these rations, but this is RTA. That's really slow, so it's actually faster for us to get 6 rations, which you can see we have a rank, which is called class at the bottom. That dictates the maximum amount of ammo we can hold. So right now we can hold 6 rations, and we want all 6 of those because we're going to carry those for as long as we can get them. This run is pretty notorious for its RNG. If you'd like to speak to that, Airfram, considering what floor we are currently on.
Yeah, I'll refer back to in the old days, this was a very stressful area because in the original difficulty, you can only have 3 rations and you're going through the gas area. You had to go pick up the gas mask, which was an additional minute because you're backtracking. With moving to easy, you can use the 6 rations to just take advantage of your health bar and the fact that the gas affects you much slower. You can use the rations to power through any type of damage that you're gonna get.
Yeah, so the room in particular, both runners just passed through. If you're going for world record level runs with the current strats, essentially runs are decided here. The runners want to use no more than 1 non-scripted ration burn, which means enemies shooting them or contacting them. Otherwise, they will have to go out of their way to get some backup rations for safety, especially in a marathon setting. It looks like both of them were able to get through safely. Right at the end, they both popped the ration. That's a pretty normal spot for this, so most likely both of them will have to be getting backup rations. But yeah, this part of the run is pretty scary. This is our second forced ration use. The gas room, as Airfram mentioned. Now we're moving into this electric floor. The intended mechanic is to go backtrack and get a missile and take it out, but that's slow, and again, we're on easy. We have 6 rations. We're also rescuing a lot of POWs here. Would you like to explain what exactly is happening with POWs? Because this is a fast-paced game.
Well, with the Prisoner Wars, it's basically you get 5, you get an extra star, and you're trying to collect as many stars as possible to get a certain item, and then we take care of that later. 5 Prisoners of Wars per star, and that it affects your save points and the amount of health and the amount of items you can carry, some of which you need to increase much later on. But that has been canceled out by the death abuse to instantly refill it later on. We'll go into more description of that later.
It actually, so, that, I heard you mention that it affects your save points. That's actually exclusive to the NES version. The US version, if the runner does, or sorry, the NTSC PAL version, the PS2, if the runner does die, they will actually respawn at the last elevator. With a few exceptions, they'll respawn at the last elevator room that they entered here. Yeah, NES and MSX are two very different versions of this game, so it is worth clarifying. This is the MSX version, which has been re-released on PC, PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 3. The runners are running that version, not the original MSX, not the NES. It's real nitty-gritty, but...
And unfortunately, I'm going to have a little bit of bleed over because I've been verifying so many NES runs, and that's why Sergeant's here to keep me in line as the old retiree.
Don't say that, you're coming back, we all know it.
Eventually, once the monster hits daycare.
True. Yeah, I imagine that takes a large chunk of your time. So, right now, we are getting captured. It's required to get captured to progress the game. In order to get captured, though, you have to reach rank 2, which is why we were collecting all those POWs. We got the 5 fastest POWs, and I think you get +1 off the top of my head, but essentially, this game's routing is how do we get 20 POWs, the amount we need to hit 4, as quickly as possible, and that's something you have to consider through the whole route. So, this is Shotmaker. He's technically our second boss, but we don't care about 4 Horsemen. Shotmaker is a terrible boss, and no one has ever escaped Shotmaker. Not once. Trust me. But
we used to have to shoot him dead. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, we used to kill Shotmaker, but House, where you going? Wait, no, Joe. Well, yeah.
See, this is where the NES bleeds over because we just skip like that, like in the NES version.
Yep, so as Airframe said, before me and another runner, Puzon, came and started looking at rerouting this game, and another runner, Alien Hybrid, we actually used to grab the SMG, which is a weapon we skip entirely now. We used to kill him, a couple other bosses, and then we found out why. You don't have to.
But I like to shoot. That's why I picked it up. That's why I kept it in.
Don't worry, we still get to shoot a couple bosses here. There's a few we can't skip. Speaking of unskippable, Bomb Blast Suit. If you've ever played this game casually, welcome to the area where almost everyone quits or looks up a guide. I don't, like, the way they expected you to solve this back when this game came out in, what, 87? Basically, yes, you did have to punch every wall you see here until Snake went, huh?
Or call 1-800-GAME GUIDE for your $3 an hour, or per minute, or whatever it was.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that. There's also dogs here. The dogs are in this category. They're at best a nuisance. We pretty much ignore them. If we were running any percent IGT, you would actually take a death to these dogs in order to save IGT. But we're not, so don't worry about it. The dogs are slow.
I like to say this category is like the casual chill run where you just sit there, crack a beer, and run this run, compared to the IGT where you're resetting for perfection.
It really is, yeah. Like, you just, if you don't care about world record, or at least don't care about the RNG the game dealt you, because all these guards, like how they move, how they shoot, is pretty much, to the human, or to us, a player, it's essentially random. If you don't care about that and how that's going to affect your run, yeah, you really could do that. You just sit down, boom, 3 runs in an hour. It's just such a quick run, too.
Yeah, it really is.
So this is Machine Gun Kid. He's another boss. Well, that was Machine Gun Kid.
He's just another speed bump.
He's back. You'll... No, House. Joe, come... Guys.
Drive forward, drive back. That's all it is. Shifting gears.
Well, that was Machine Gun Kid. That's another boss we used to take out with the SMG, because we like to shoot, but no, not worth it anymore. So, in general, when we're taking lines in this game, the goal is just, like, while rotating loses essentially no time, you do always want to take the fastest line from point A to point B in any 2D game like this. Joe having a little trouble with the menu there. That's unfortunate. But yeah, you want to take lines as quickly as possible, so you're going to see the players taking very particular lines so that they have to do the minimal amount of movement that is excessive out of the way. Like, for example, this bridge, it's possible to do this bridge in only 2 turns, which both runners did, but trust me, that bridge is very scary. So we're coming up on the Hind. It's our first mandatory boss. This one hasn't changed. Would you like to explain it, Airframe?
You line up where they are. Basically, you take a look at the box lines there. You line up in the crack, and you fire about 20 grenades, I think it is.
Yeah, that was Hind D. I don't think we can oversell the bosses here, guys. This is, you pay for what you get. Alright, so we are at the parachute. This is the point where the runners have to decide how much HP do they have, what can they do. They can turn into this truck with keycard 4 without triggering that bomb. It looks like, oh no! Okay, Joe has a backup ration.
Yeah, he does.
That could have been very bad. Both runners hit the bomb going in and then hit the bomb coming out. Because they have rations, that's not a big deal. It is possible to end up there with no rations, but we're good, we're safe, so we're getting another POW. If your route's been correct, you'll hit rank 3 with that POW, which is good because increasing rank increases your ammo, it increases your health, and we really want that because the next building we're heading into is scary. We have to cross the desert first to get there, and on the way, there's a particular lineup we take because of the boss that's coming. So if you
That shoots you from for 3 screens off. Something to note that is it's more than just adding health, it's refilling health, and as you already saw, House has just walked basically right through the boss. As long as you move through the screen fast enough, you can just take damage abuse instead of instantly dying to it.
Yep. So there was actually a new setup found for that by Joe, who is running right now. If you punch on that screen, it is perfectly lined up to get through the tank as fast as possible. So we're moving on to a next boss. This is the IKEA bulldozer. How did Big Boss get it in here? We will never know, but it's here. So yeah, your grenade...
Union builders.
Yeah. Your grenade routing is really important. You only have 2 to spare, so if you mash too quick and you blow both of those spare grenades, that boss is physically impossible to beat. The only way to damage it is the grenades we have. So we're gonna run around and grab a key item here. This is the antenna. You need to get the antenna in order to make radio communications in this building, which are required to beat the game. Unfortunately, no way around that. And after that, we have House here. He's moving into what is known as Hell Roof. Now, I believe it's mostly called that because of Big Boss, but any percent RTA does not make it any easier. There are some flying guards on this roof that will show up in about 2-3 screens, and the House can end up with anywhere from I got hit twice to I got hit, I'm not making it through the basement alive.
And this is where the disadvantage of dropping the SMG is, because now you have to be a little more cautious. You could just blast your way through it previously, but now you kind of gotta pay attention a little more, even though you get refill on rations afterwards. You just gotta make sure you don't become Swiss cheese.
Yep. I missed how many backup rations they both picked up. I think they both got 2, so they should be good. I see Joe has 2 there. I think House also has 2. So most likely they will be A-okay on this run. Because the basement is filled with gas, and you need to, as we did the first gas room, you need to put the rations on, which thankfully in this version of the game are used automatically. The original MSX and the NES version, they are not used automatically. Well, I think they're used... No, that's the water skip. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, not automatically on the NES. It's all manual, and you're fearing double inputs there.
Yeah, that's the fact. So like this room is why both runners opted to go get some safety rations, because as you can see, the gas does tick quite fiercely. Another thing to point out is the runners picked up 5 explosive satchels. They need to use all 5 of them, so if they had mashed and accidentally dropped one, they would be getting here an explosive satchel short, and they would have had to somehow find a backup for that. So Joe is opting to use the ration there so that he can get the rest of the way. That was Madnar, that is Fire Trooper. I think you guys get the gist of what happens with most of the bosses in this game. No. It's not worth Snake's time to do anything with bosses.
I have to admit, this is a little new for me. This is cutting out one of the death abuses I originally put into this route.
Yes, I remember that we, the reroute that me and Puzon and Alien worked on, we actually found out it is possible with good RNG to make it all the way to the second, second death abuse. So that first death abuse is no longer even needed, as long as you get good RNG.
Dude, making me work when I eventually come out of retirement. Maybe, maybe not.
The run's come a long way. It'll be exciting. So, both runners are now getting their final POW. The reason for that is because we need to contact Jennifer. Now, Jennifer is a bit snobby. She will not talk to you unless you are a primo soldier. She is why we needed rank 4. You straight up can't call her well, you can, but she'll just be like, I'm not gonna talk to you. So, you have to talk to her. She gives you 2 things, a compass and a rocket launcher. Both of which we need here.
She likes classy people, and you gotta be classy.
Yeah. I wonder if that's why they called it class. What came first, classy or class? So, Arifram, would you like to talk about what House is going to do here? Well...
Navigate the game. Other than sarcasm, House is going to start the death abuse. So this started on a particularly bad run of mine. I was in Building 3 towards the end of the game, and found out that if you die 5 times in a row, all your health and items get refilled instantly, no matter where they're at. So then I took it to this rolling pin here, because this was the very quick room to do it. Die 5 times in a row, you get a special sound, and then you can keep moving forward with an instant refill, and it was quicker than moving all the ways to the traditional ammo refill.
Yeah, so there is a route for, if you wanted to do Big Boss, you cannot take any deaths, so there is a route for that, but it's very far out of the way. It should be noted, if the players touch any pits or roller traps, it's an instant death, regardless, just end of story. And depending on where their last checkpoint is, that could be a bit of a problem. But yeah, as Airframe said, there'll be a chime. So you probably heard it on House when he got it, and you'll see that ammo has essentially just jumped up to like 60. And because this is any %, the runners don't care what they're doing. They're just gonna run through, and so then I started blasting.
Something special to note is, we'll probably talk right over it, because we don't care a lot in this round. This is so chill. Coming up is the Scorpions, which will venom you. If you are playing this on other versions, aka the original version, either on emulation or original gear, the venom does not reset and will screw you over if you're trying to death abuse or reset. You're gonna die.
Yes, the venom. So this game, it's actually worth distincting. There is a death abuse, which is dying to remove conditions like venom, and then there is actually a death farm, which is essentially 5 death abuses in a row. We did get into the nitty-gritty on that. That's a bit of a heated discussion, and that's how we decided on the current categories, was basically whether you did that or not because of how it affects the IGT. So this skip that House is doing here, this was found by Puzon. Originally, we knew it was doable on NES because you could pop rations in that game while swimming for some reason, but we figured, well, you can't use rations while underwater, so it's not possible, and in reality that translated to nobody had tried it. So Puzon just put his game in, was at full health, and swam across the river and was like, guys, you can just swim.
partially incorrect. It was tried because I did a lot of laboratory work when it was, but the key distinction was I never popped a ration before going in fully into here. So I always had that 3 hits of health before going across and never survived with the 1 bar of health that we have.
I see. I apologize for misquoting that information then, but at the end of the day, this is now a 2.5 minute time save.
It's huge.
Yeah, this was massive. It brought sorry, not 2.5. It's like 5. It brought the game from a 25 average to a 21 minute average. So yeah, it's like 4 minutes of time save. Just knowing you could do that. Also, they fought Dirty Duck. That was an actual boss that they have to kill. If you shoot one of the POWs in that room, you lose a rank. But it doesn't matter. This is any percent. You don't lose ammo when you lose a rank. So like, okay. You still have enough C4 to beat the game, because C4 is the required amount. You need 16. So House did a pretty cool movement here. This room actually has a couple pits in it. You see Joe going through it now. You can just barely make it around these pits. That looks terrifying. As long as you know your movement, it's pretty good. Or it's pretty easy to do, thankfully. But there is another pit coming up, which if either of these runners have forgotten or are not paying attention, they will run into. Commentator's blessing, they will not run into it.
Trying to cover yourself, I see.
It's there.
Protect yourself from the rude awakening of getting too comfortable in the comfortable run.
Yes, that is a fact. The amount of times I have just into that pit is a non-zero. So this final hurdle is meant to be incredibly challenging, but again, we death farmed, so we have just rations and keys, and we don't care. None of this is scary to us at all, except for the pit. House casually walked around that pit. Perfect walk. Electric floor to the final gauntlet, and here we are coming up on MSX, or Metal Gear TX55. Would you like to explain this boss for us?
Not really, but I will. It's basically follow the pattern. There is a guide for it. I always look at it every time, even though it's like left, right, 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 left, right, left, right.
Yeah, that's close enough.
That's close. It's been about 2 years since I've actually done a run, but place this C4 in the right sequence on the legs, have the rations equipped, ignore the lasers, go left, face big boss, shoot him in the head about 4 times because 10 is NES, so 4 is MSX, and get out.
Yep, so this is the final boss for a house. We're just gonna run on up and fire 4 rockets and take out a big boss. We're in the ladder. The game gives you an illusion of choice, but in reality, 2 ladders are dead ends. It's only the 3rd ladder that you can take, so time is gonna be coming up for House here. It's gonna be as soon as he crests this top ladder. Joe is hot on his heels. Let us see. And that's time for Hal. Woo! GG,
This
Hal.
was a good race. This was a good one.
Man.
Oh god, is Nick here? Yes, okay. And that is time for Joe. GG.
GG's.
Congratulations, House. You was
Thank you.
hot on your heels.
And I was doing so many mistakes, like gosh.
Dude, MSX in a RTA, like, I can't reset marathon environment, very scary.
It's scary. That's why I went for 3 rations as well later. It's like, security,
Yeah.
security.
And it's hard to imagine so much stress in a chill run like this.
Honestly, I was very cool before we started. As soon as we hit go, I was like, oh shit, it's on. There's no reset. You have to do this now.
Can't fall back on my GT anymore.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Yeah. Now, like, I now that you've done this in a relay setting, you should go back and watch me and Puzon's marathon or relay run and just see like the kind of stuff we tried to pull off in that run. You'll just be like, I can't believe they did that.
Yeah, I remember that still vividly because I believe you two were also in the same situation. Like, oh god, what do I do? Oh no. The
Yeah,
small
yeah.
mistakes. What really bothered me was the small mismenus to be like, oh no, I held a little bit too long. I went one too far. I was like, I was really keen on practicing great menus, and in the end, the menus were my biggest enemy so far.
Yeah. Menus are can be pretty devastating in this game,
Yeah.
but you have 20 minutes to explain this game, so that was not our focus.
Yeah, just to draw attention to that, unfortunately, that's really one of the few areas that you can lose significant time on. If you don't know where your items are landing, you're losing time to those menus, just like any other Metal Gear game.
Yeah, I can vouch for that.
GG, Joe.
You know, yeah, GG's, man. You came prepared. My menus were shaky today, and what really threw me off was I tripped a mine trying to get the level 4 card, and my ration was in a different spot than what I was used to.
Yeah.
So I had to kind of, adjust to that.
Yeah,
But,
you both hit the mine going in.
Oh, really?
So
but for me, the ration was like intended to be this way. I was like, I cannot make it anyway down there, so I just use it whenever I see fit.
How many rations did you farm in the desert before you went into the building 2 house? Because I went for 2.
I definitely grabbed like 2 extra. I had 1 when I left building 1. This is what I kind of practiced for, sort of an ideal case for me. So yeah.
I was really hoping to grab just 1 to total up to 2, but that truck thing really screwed it up for me.
Yeah.
But I was happy my right side punch buffer worked though with the tank again.
I can, by the way, confirm for IGT I have a PB by 17 seconds here.
Nice.
21:30.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Sergeant, let me verify that. Let me do some work.
All yours. Yeah, GG.
Oh, yeah,
for
let me-
both of you. That was a crazy run.
Yeah, I did 1
Wow, look at
too
that.
many. I already heard the ring. I was like, okay, I'm done with death farming, and I did 1 extra.
Yeah, we saw you come out and hit it one more time, and it was
It's like,
Yeah, you guys are about 23 apart IGT, and you're 14 apart RTA. So yeah, that was close.
I gotta watch this back. This is hype.
It's a great showcase, let me tell you that.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, some days, it just happens, but it was a really competitive race. I encourage anyone that's interested in trying out Metal Gear. It's a really fast-paced run, as I'm sure Sarge and Aerofram did their absolute best to try to keep up with what was going on screen for both of us. But GG's house, and thank you, Sarge and Aerofram, for providing comms, and of course, thank you to our lovely host Nick for managing this race.
Thanks for racing, both of you.
No problem.
Yeah,
Thanks
one
for
quick
dragging me
shout
out of retirement.
Let's go. One quick shout out also to the wiki. I've been putting a lot of work into the wiki this week as well. If you learning this run now after seeing this race, I hope you've been impressed. It's very easy to learn. We make very many videos about it, but also there's now a full wiki tutorial, almost done like 95% with maps, so you can easily follow where everyone needs to go. And I hope it encourages more people to learn this game as well. It's very fun. It's very quick, and as you can see, can also be very competitive.
Fantastic. Well done, both of you. Fantastic run. Fantastic commentary as well. Really good show from all of you. Well, if you've been enjoying this, folks, stick around because we've still got more runs to go. Team Sears are in the lead 3-1. So we'll have to see if the next race upsets that at all. It is Twin Snakes being ran by Prufrock and NickRPGreen. Oh, wait, that's me!
I know that one.
Oh no!
back, everyone. My name is Tyler, and I'm being joined here today by Volcanic Akuma 55, and today we have Twin Snakes. It's been a while, and like usually we would have Blue and Alien, but this time around we have some new faces here.
Boys are stepping up.
Mm.
Nick is going to be representing Team Armstrong, Proof Rock for Team Sears.
Yep. And please bear with us, there's a slight technical difficulty. We're fixing that right away.
Please pay no attention to what's happening. Ah, see?
All right,
There's
there we
Twin
go.
Snakes.
Easy. Alright, cool. I think they just started, and now we're just going to do a slight restart, so again, bear in mind just some slight hiccups. But anyway, let's get going. It's it has been quite a while since I've actually watched an actual full-length run. To be completely honest with you, I've been busy with a lot of stuff, but I think it's pretty much about the same as we saw it last year for the Twin Snakes Very Easy League, is it not?
Yeah, I think so, thereabouts. I mean, I haven't been running this game myself or watching much.
Okay, so we're both in the same boat then.
I know, yeah, right. So yeah, obviously we're the two best people to commentate right now. Anyway,
Well, if
hey, you
nothing's
know
changed,
what?
then we're good to go.
That's true. I mean, the run has not changed too much, but good to see some new faces running, so we don't have just the same guys running all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're going to be starting momentarily.
And they're off. So one thing to kind of take note is that for like Twin Snakes and unlike MGS1, you don't really get to do anything here in the docks. You just kind of sit around and just kind of pass time. Whereas in like MGS1, you actually needed something to do. But here, just chill out with the M9. Maybe just screw around a little bit. But essentially, it's just a timer just ticking down until the elevator comes down.
Yep, that's right. 30. You need 30 alerts to get a ditch pal in this game, and that's just not.
No.
It's just not feasible, especially if you're doing a speed run.
Yeah. Maybe one day we can figure out some way to try to make it work, but as of now, it's not very feasible.
That would be convenient. But yeah, so what they're going to do, they're going to trank both these guards, and this right guard is the one we want, because he has 2 M9 packs on him, as well as a ration. Don't really need all of the rations. And you don't need every single M9 pack, but it's always nice to have.
Yeah,
it's better to have too much than too little. The timer is as reliable as ever. Very good.
Okay, we can have it once the elevator comes down. It'll be a true start now.
Yeah. So Nick has the slight edge in his personal best, 53.11, and Proof Rock just 3 days ago got his down to a 53.29. So both of these guys have been grinding this game quite a bit leading up to this race. And this has become one of Nick's, as he said himself, one of his main runs, having never really played much of Twin Snakes before the league. So that's always great to see. It's a really nice run, and it's very accessible on Emulator.
Yeah, for sure. And try to play this through like modern hardware. I mean, all you have really is the GameCube and the Wii, and as many of you know, that is skyrocketing in price, so a lot of people just choose to emulate, which is great because that means it's very accessible for a lot of people here.
Yeah, not just price, but it's overall becoming harder to come by, because don't you guys play this on CRT?
You don't necessarily have to now anymore, but that's additional
Really?
equipment that like you would need to actually make it feasible through like a flat panel, but nonetheless, it's still like a big money sink, and it's way better just to emulate this, to be honest, unless you have the funds necessary and you just really like the game that much.
Right. For anyone who is thinking of playing this is Dolphin 5.0. Not just straight up 5.0, not 5.0 dash anything. Because this version has been tested to be the most optimal. Anything else will actually get you a slower time. But enough about that. They've both got through the helipad, and both doing very clean. And what we're going to do here in the vents is we're going to be tapping the unequip button, because doing so will actually speed up. It cancels the animation of Snake crawling, and it overall speeds up our progress. It is actually possible to go too fast, and you'll be slower.
Yeah, but that's like 12 presses a second, and it's very excessive, and most likely you won't be hitting that ceiling.
Yeah, and that's like turbo, like kind of speeds. Close to it. Unfortunately, the beginning of this game is not quite as clenching as MGS1. You don't have to worry about flipping guards, getting caught in the tank hanger.
Yeah, I really like the first big thing coming up here would probably be for the SOCOM role. That's about it.
Yes,
It's like
right.
the first big exciting thing coming up here.
Yeah, that's one of the newer pieces of tech that was found, I believe, during the league.
Yeah, by
You can
Snake
actually,
SOCOM.
right? Oh, yeah, oh my god.
I think he like changed his name to Snake SOCOM because I think
Oh,
he
God.
used to be Solid Snake 16, but then after he found that, he was like, okay, let me just roll with this and then go with Snake SOCOM.
Oh, is that why? Oh my god.
I want to say so because it was like
I
very
hope
odd
so.
time. Yeah,
I
really
hope
so too.
you know, if he wants to clarify that and just say, yeah, that's the reason, I'd be okay with that. Oh god. Anyway, it is a very good skip. And we're just gonna get through these couple cutscenes here. So the theory behind this is after we wait for Meryl to open the door, and after we get that little mini scene of the door actually opening, the point is to roll out of the. We're going to run out of the cell, and we're going to roll at like the last possible moment. And if we do so at the right angle, then we will actually be able to pick up the SOCOM before the fight starts, as opposed to after the fight starts. And this does change it up a little bit. You go for ammo, the ammo in the locker, you get that later in the fight. Right around the time the guard with the grenade shows up. And you have to be more careful with your ammo. And don't know if either of them got it.
I'm not
Yep.
sure. It's
Is
really
that
like
set
an
up?
audio thing that you'll be able to hear it.
Right. And there's also one where you punch 5 times, and Proofrock has got it. Nick did not get it.
He looks like a bit of trouble
Oh,
here as
Nick.
well.
Nick having a bit of problems. Alright, so first clear cut lead. It's going to be with Proofrock for the time being. Proofrock got to be careful here with his ammo. And he's going for heart shots here. Heart shots produce the fastest death animation for guards, whereas headshots take the longest for them to die. And Oof did not get a lot of ammo drops. I don't think he got like any ammo drops. So
You
he's
might
gonna
need to
have
actually
to.
grab some extras, maybe.
Yeah, exactly, from the armory. But Proofrock's out, fairly clean. Nick making his way around. Oh, he doesn't have a lot of ammo either. And yeah, they're both gonna have to pick up ammo because they need them for the tank.
Yeah, for sure. May have
Tank
enough after the
and-
Ocelot fight, but yeah, and the Mantis as
Yeah.
well.
But fairly clean from both, no real problems. But Proof with the slight lead. So I am contradicting myself. Nick did have a bit of a problem with the first wave, getting those guys down.
Oh, okay, and doing so the yeah, okay, makes sense.
And Proof, I don't know why he does that roll there. If you're watching this back, stop rolling there. There is no point. Just menu
Maybe he
while
just
you're
likes
running.
the 0.3 time loss, maybe, and he just likes looking cool, and yeah, could be. Could be
Maybe.
that.
I guess. I mean, I hope that's it. And ooh, yep, Nick, a little more optimal on that second C4 placement, but now onto Ocelot, which is basically a joke on this version because of the first-person view.
Yeah, breaks this fight pretty heavily. And ooh, Nick missing the first shot, unfortunately. So he's gonna lose a little bit more time here, even so. So Prufrock's lead is gonna extend a little bit further now.
Roughly 3 seconds between the invincibility frames, and now they must both call Meryl.
Very important.
Yes.
And you can actually call
Yes, it
Meryl
is.
right here, because normally you wouldn't be able to actually call her here because of some interference, but for whatever reason, they let you do it here now. And you can actually walk north and just walk out that door right there rather than going all the way back around like you would in the original as well.
Kojima. Oh, whoa. Nick overshooting there for a bit. Kojima, obviously recognizing our plight. Everyone in chat, please applaud for Kojima.
He's just grabbing the 1 pack for now. I wonder if he's going to go for more.
Yeah,
So also that plates on
maybe.
maybe. So I forget. Oh, maybe it's
I
enough, I
think,
guess.
I
Like,
think
barely enough.
18. I want to say 18's enough.
Yeah, like 16
Just
to 18 is
barely.
probably like the magic number. Yeah, something around
Yeah.
there.
But basically, he needs to not, like, miss anything. Or else he's going to have to go out of his way to get more ammo. Ooh, Nick dropping a bit of frames there. Alright, so Prufrock.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go.
He has been going for the hard hard roll here. The harder roll, anyway. This is very risky, and he's got it. Gonna roll, shoot 2, roll again, and prone. There it is. Perfectly done. See if Nick can do the same. He's going for the harder roll, and got 1, got 2, and he's through. Wow. Well done. And proof, he did not get the chaff grenade on that roll.
Oh.
He let go
That's,
just before. It's gonna cost him like maybe, I don't know, half a second. So tank, tank is a funny duck. Now, Fly did find something for the second half of this fight to make it easier, but the tank does sometimes just have a mind of its own. So far, no problem really for a Prue. First gunner is down, no problem. Toss the chaff. And yep, this is Ply strat. Oh, okay. Because the first one down as well. Proof is out of the fight. Perfectly done.
See if they can follow through. Doing the same exact thing as well.
This does prevent the tank from turning. It does give you more leeway, but I don't like it because you have to readjust your aim. Whereupon, if you just stay there, with the gun trained on where the gunner was when you shoot him the first time, you don't have to adjust. And Proof is going to do wild stairs, or stair glide. Whereupon we unequip. You can only do it with if you're unequipped. But to tap the fire button as you're running upstairs, and you'll skip a couple of the steps. Not a huge time save, but it's something. Something else I'm going to mention, you can actually... Oh, okay. And Nick just did it. If you hold the menu on the elevator as it's like faded out, you will actually be able to open the menu on like the first frame, and that'll help. That can help you with your menuing a little bit. They've picked up the Nikita, blow up the generator, and this one is comparatively easier because we have no sentry guns. Not one.
Just on there easy. There's no sentry guns at all, so just pretty much a straight shot. And for that SOCOM pickup, I'm wondering if that's faster than the armory. That's probably pretty close, but interesting though.
That's true. Oh. That would be nice to see.
HP safety as well, because I think he's got plenty now for sure.
Should.
Like 20, yeah. Yeah, 20 is way more than enough. 11 might be cutting it kind of close.
True. We're definitely going to need it here for the ninja fight coming up. Want to maybe explain the ninja fight?
Yeah, so the main purpose of the ninja fight is we are trying to keep it in the first phase as much as possible. So you are going to see at the start of the fight, we are going to shoot to make him deflect one of our shots, and we're going to do a punch-punch kick, switching to the Nikita, and in doing so, they'll treat it kind of as a full Nikita swing, and then We're gonna do another cycle of punching twice and then repeating that over and over again until he's at about like, I don't know, maybe 10% health left, and then you want to bring him to the next phase, and then we can finish it off, because unfortunately you actually have to have him go to the very next phase if you want to finish the fight. And looks like Proof Rock is doing pretty good so far. He had a bit of a slight misstep in the beginning, but looks like he's gotten back into it. He's actually catching up in damage. Oh.
Yeah, Nick is starting to make this up a little bit.
Ooh,
Proof Rock. It's not.
There.
Yeah, but better than. No. Better than not enough. All of them should be able to get one punch. And actually, I saw this during one of Prue's things. You can he shot the ninja and then like ran through him, and that was enough to finish the fight without actually punching him.
Maybe one of them was thinking about going for that, and then they just decided not to, because apparently it's not 100% consistent, because that's also pretty new, because I think that they came up like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, that was like 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was fairly recent.
Yeah, that's something that's going to need more investigation. But then again, I mean, optimally done, the ninja, you're going to end phase 1 with the ninja on a little bit of health.
Mm-hmm.
So you shouldn't really be aiming to go for this strat anyway.
Yeah, because, back in the past, before a lot of people ran this game, the ninja was pretty terrible in, terms of, how, random that it could be. So, where it's at now is a pretty good place, so I think a lot of people are just leave the ninja alone. It's fine. We don't need to optimize it further. It's perfectly fine where it's at. Oop. Nick getting caught on the wall there a little bit.
Nick, I think he's made up a little bit of time here, I want to say. They're off to fight
Mantis.
Yep. Time for Mantis. After we get Meryl.
And that'll be the next turning point of the run right there, because a lot can go wrong there as well.
Yeah.
Especially if you get chairless.
Yeah, these guys, from what I've seen in their runs, they've been struggling a little bit with Mantis. So definitely a place where this race could take a turn. Oh, and Nick is out of ammo.
Oh.
I don't think that's really a problem, because you don't need SOCOM to fight Mantis. I don't think you need it anywhere else.
I guess the only thing would be you have to menu for the Meryl shot later on, unless you just first-person train her. Going towards Wolf, that's the only thing, because usually I use the SOCOM.
True.
Maybe.
Yeah, I know Prue has been doing the M9 one shot from Meryl.
Okay.
Both of them been doing they've been doing couch strats. Prue does not crouch when he does the couch strat. The point of crouching there is to ensure that your first shot strikes Mantis in the leg, because Mantis's leg is the same as shooting him in the head. It will do increased damage, or well, stamina damage. We want here, and yep, he's gonna wait for it. And punch him. He got it. Okay, he got bumped by Mantis, so Mantis is not gonna spawn in center of the room. Ah, he tried to dodge, but no go.
And Nick with the non-crit shot, unfortunately, so he's gonna have to try and salvage this by doing 2 more non-crit shots.
I believe you need 3.
Oh, okay. Well,
I believe you need 3.
They're all together, yeah.
Yeah, if you shoot him once, then you need another 3 body shots to get him to the proper array. And Nick getting the longer dialogue, fortunately. And they've both done it properly, so they've got the face skip down.
Very nice, yeah. So for that, if you do a particular amount of damage, then you can skip the very first possession phase for whatever reason. No one really knows why, but yeah, just if you do a certain amount of damage, it'll just skip it and then headshot after he's done talking, and then 2 more crit shots after that, and then it's over.
Yeah, and it has to be precisely that amount of damage. Ooh, boy.
No.
Wow. I
Oh,
don't
when he
know
got the
how
crit.
What the hell? How are these missing? You're right on them.
Ooh, that's not
Okay,
good.
I'm gonna call shenanigans on that.
So Proof
Wolf
extending
out.
his lead now.
Yep. Unfortunately, it's the dogs, and they don't care what your lead is. Dogs are gonna dog. First one. It's that one. Hitbox on these dogs is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fairly wider than their actual model. Like, it feels like it's just like, 20 feet wide. And
They can
they
just.
kind of like ragdoll.
Oh no, he was too wide.
The slap.
Slap and.
Oh,
Oh,
and the
he wasn't
cutscene.
able to. Oh, this is a huge, huge opportunity for Nick. I think that's like. I think if you get the Meryl dialogue there, I think that's like 6 seconds. Thereabouts.
Okay. Third person
Just
M9,
through.
interesting.
Don't want to get hit by the C4s here, because you're going to get, at least when Meryl's is still there, because you'll get a small mini scene with her.
Yeah.
Like 10 seconds.
Don't think I've seen that in quite a while, though.
Prue, I forget who it was, Nick or Prue, that I was watching like yesterday. Watching their past runs. One of them got it. You don't actually have to run down to the bottom wall there. You can actually, when Snake hits the top of the weapon box, where the M9 is, once you reach the top of that box, you can start running left, and then run diagonal down, a little bit faster. Oh,
that was close.
Nick, late shot, very late shot. So he was very lucky that he was able to roll, because I believe dogs take priority over your roll.
I believe so as well. Sounds right.
Now we're on our way to get the PSG-1. Wait, where's Prue going? This isn't the PSG-1T, but that's in Metal Gear Solid 2. What's it doing here? It's almost like Kojima knew.
Yeah, so even on the lowest difficulties, it's still faster to just go here, because this is in the same location in every difficulty, so non-lethal here is faster no matter what, just because of the amount of time just to travel.
Granted, you are more than welcome to go back to the armory, get the PSG-1. You
It
will
is still
never get a
there.
world record doing it, but, I mean, you are welcome to do so. Do I smell a new category coming?
The only thing I can think of is like
PSG
MGS 1%. Yeah, where like you like play Twin Snakes, but only with like MGS 1 mechanics. Like you can't roll. You have
Oh
to
my God.
not use
Actually,
the M9. Oh, God.
that sounds like a viable category, man. I mean, we've got the MGS1 mostly glitchless now.
Yeah. I remember I was like gaming one day and I was like trying to like route it out, and it was just a mess.
Nick having problems with dogs. Again. Prue is now into Sniper Wolf. Oh, she's being very nice to him.
Wow.
Oh, very nice to him. No way.
What the hell?
Wow. That could be an IL. That might be an IL.
She really just parked it right there and just didn't care. She's just like, okay, I'll take all these hits to the face. What the hell? I've never seen that.
Neither have I. Every single second that Wolf is not dead for Nick is just adding to Prue's lead. Oh, nice shot on the move, and okay, that was slow because Wolf hit on Nick at the beginning, so but he did the most with what he could. What that fight was, he did very well. Now both of them are. You might have noticed that both of them are switching to the PSG-1T. Now the reason we're doing this is so that after we are done here in the prison, we will have nothing equipped, and we will have the M9 as our previous. so we can just tap the weapon button and we'll have the M9 equipped straight away. Now, if you run into that little mini scene with the M9 equipped, you'll then have to menu after the prison. So that just saves us a little bit of time there. Speaking of prison, it is now time for prison. It is time for the prison roll.
Now, both of these racers won't be going for the insane prison roll, at least I don't think they will, so the only thing is that, are you going to go for bonks, or are you going to go just straight for it, pretty much? Or, sorry, toss.
Right.
Toss or
Toss,
bonk,
yeah.
essentially.
Prue has been doing the toss, from what I've seen. So I would expect that from him. Nick has been doing a slightly modified version of the bonk. Plywood. I'm going to give Plywood the credit for this one, because he really tried to dive into it a little bit. So the principle of this is, after the door opens, we're going to run out of the room, bonk Johnny, run into the torture room. Now, Nick is then going to stand in a very specific spot. He's going to bonk Johnny again, and he's going to stand he's going to end up behind Johnny. And he's just close enough to him that Johnny's going to throw an uppercut, and after he throws the uppercut, Nick is going to bonk him again, and then roll into his gear. So, the reason we're doing all of this, now what Prue's going to do if he flips, Prue is going to flip him, run out of the room, and then run back into the room and collect his gear. The reason we're doing all this is because we are going to use this to trick the game and make it think that we are still in the torture room when we get back to the underground passage where we fought Wolf. Now, if they mess this up, or if we just do this the regular way, we have to deal with like 30 seconds worth of a cutscene and a codec call. Doing this fools the game's story flag into thinking that Snake is still in the torture room when we're in the underground passage, so we don't have to deal with that cutscene and codec. 30 seconds, especially in a race environment, that's pretty big. There's bonked. So here, he's going to flip. Oh, no. Open once, run out, and if he does this correctly, he will appear with his gear on. And he has done it correctly.
That's better.
Yes, now Nick pretty much has to go for the bonk if he wants to save some time here, which sounds like he'll be pretty much going for that. Let's see.
He will be. Bonk once. No, he didn't get the second one, so this is good.
Oh.
Oh, no, no.
I think that rolls a little bit too late.
He rolled too late on that one.
Oh, no.
That's more time gain for Prue. It's 30 seconds worth straight up.
Yeah, not only does it screw up, leaving the room, but now we have to skip a cutscene and then go through an entire codec sequence, which will eat up about 30 seconds altogether, so not good for Nick.
Snake, in this instance, Snake is essentially tethered to Johnny, so that's why in the middle, if you do this and you go for the roll, that's why Snake will sometimes just roll like doing 180 mid-roll, because for some reason, and I have not, I can't confirm this 100% because I haven't looked at the data, the code, or whatever, but Snake is essentially tethered to Johnny. So if you not fast enough, he'll just turn away from the gear.
Yeah, he has to look at what Johnny's doing, essentially. He's kind of hey,
Yeah.
what's that guy doing?
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to backtrack a little bit here. Back through the canyon, back to the nuke building, through the caves. We're going to get into Tower A. Prue is on, now that I think about it, Prue's on a nice pace. Hasn't
Not sure it's
actually...
TV pace, but...
Could be.
No major mistakes so far, though. It's been fairly
True.
clean. About to check his PB right now, see what it is.
329.
Yep. and Nick actually has a better PB at 53.11. So this is technically Nick favored if we're looking at it like, you know, kind of in a vacuum.
Oh, it certainly was.
Yep.
So far. But there's still game left. There's still a good amount of game left to play.
Still have the Hind, which is another
Oh, God.
point of just stuff can just go crazy there. Like I've seen people just have the most amazing Hind ever that pulls them out of some really badly paced runs. So it's definitely not over yet.
Fogless.
Fogless.
Oh no, Nick got a dead zone right there.
Mm.
That and dead zones are it's not just emulator. Correct me if I'm wrong. Dead zones are prevalent on the actual hardware as well, right?
It's more just like software related. So as far as I know, and you know, Blue, my wall guy can like confirm this for me, but as far as I know, the like game has a built-in dead zone to like how the like software handles it, to where like even if you have like a perfectly brand new controller, for whatever reason, sometimes you'll still get those slight dead zones here and there.
Ah, okay.
So I think it's a game issue.
Yeah. And Prue, he got the disc change right. Didn't do it too slow. If you see the disc change text come up, you did it too slow. A tip for anyone who might be running this game and having problems with their disc swap, just open the disc swap menu before you start the run, and then you can just click onto it at this point.
Oh wow, you do it at the start? Because I do it whenever I'm just like running straight here.
Yeah, you can do it before you start the run.
That makes sense.
Who looks like he's going to do all stun grenade strat, which is the more optimal strat, because if you can do this either with all stun grenades or you can do it with M9. M9 brings you closer to the guards and gives you a better chance of getting hit. Some people still prefer to do it M9. You know, that's my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're all fairly close, but stun grenade is probably the most optimal way to do it if we're looking at it just best case scenario, but they're all fairly close in terms of where they are, but you will need to use stun grenades, you know, regardless. So even if you're like trying to do M9, you will still need to use stun grenades at some point to make it through here quickly. It's not like you're just doing like just straight M9, like you'll be doing some sort of combination of it. Ooh, Nick getting hit twice there, unfortunately.
You can stair glide in the towers, right? Or can you not do that? I know it's not optimal to do.
I haven't looked at it, to be completely honest with you, so.
The last I saw anyone talk about it, it was possible, but it wasn't really optimal, like due to the angles at which you're running.
Mm.
You have to be running like fairly straight on when you do it. These angles are
very awkward, especially with like that camera angle. Just makes it very awkward to go into.
Yeah.
And
it's not really prevalent until you're done with like all the guards.
Yeah.
Because before that, you're just gonna be doing like M9 or stuns. Wait. Both of them, Nick about to finish up. Prue is down to the repel. And I know people give me the credit, but I actually saw you do this first. The optimal way to do this, after you get this codec call, down, left, down, down.
yes, I believe I got that from Blue, or that was just some. No. No, he was mashing B too much.
Yep.
So.
Hopefully, we'll see Nick do it.
Yeah, correctly. Yeah. So normally you would actually just kind of get caught underneath the like girder there, and then you kind of just slide down. And as you saw, that the like cutscene trigger is pretty forgiving, and it's way higher up than the original as well. So.
And Prue going with the PSG-1T strat for walkway. You can also do a SOCOM strat where you shoot one guy dead, and then you can either SOCOM the rest of them or throw a stun. We're just gonna run down and say damn. Gonna try. All right, he's gonna do the other way, and he's got it.
Nice,
Yep, there it is. Yep.
That's the repel right glitch. Down the little corner, and you just go down to that little railing there, and then just ends it immediately.
Perfectly placed. Gonna go with the SOCOM strat.
It's like it's having some issues though.
A little bit slow on the shots, but you should be all right here. And yes, he is. So now running up Tower B, stair gliding is definitely going to help you here.
Yeah, there's a lot of stairs to go through, so whatever little bit you can get, especially because you're going to one of the more random fights in the game. So.
And the camera angles can mess with you a little bit here. You'll be trying to run properly, but due to the camera angles, you'll start like running up against the railing, and you'll be slowed down. Another reason we use chaff grenades here to obviously prevent us from getting hit and having to deal with the stun animation and do a face plant. We do this because on Dolphin, at least, there is massive lag if you get hit by the triple guns and the quadruple guns. Your FPS is just gonna chug.
Same with console.
Doesn't actually
as well.
Oh, it is the same with console. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't actually
I think it's
mess.
more
I think.
severe.
It doesn't actually mess with your IGT, but it's jarring. It's an
Yeah,
inconvenience.
For sure.
And speaking of inconveniences, mind. I hate this fight so much.
Yeah, this is the one really bad part. Probably very easy because, like, you know, most other bosses, they have major upside to where, like, you know, they're faster, they have less health to work with, they're much easier, but behind, for whatever reason, you know, and I believe it's like this in the original, is that the lower the difficulty during the high NC phase, he will stay down for what seems like an eternity.
Yeah, he stays at least on extreme. Which
Yeah,
is why
but he'll
everyone
just-
loves this on extreme.
Yeah, exactly, because he'll just kind of just bounce down, and then like 1 second later, then he'll be right back up, and it's like, oh, perfect, this is great. I don't even gotta worry about this, but it's very easy. You have to, unfortunately, either get very lucky with some of your shots, or you just have to hope that he doesn't stay down for too long.
Also, you have to be very cautious about firing and then locking on, because we'll call it the lifespan of an unaimed stinger is very short. It's shorter than you think. So if you shoot and then lock on, you'll see it like explode right next to the hind, but it won't damage it.
All right, Proof has it in a pretty good spot.
Did. Oh wow, yeah, that's very good.
That's good damage. I think if he gets 2 hits here and then 2 hits on the next one, he can get a really easy 2 cycle. Oh.
The hind shoots in there. Yeah, we aim to get 2 shots every time the hind pops up, and there's about 4 seconds, maybe like 4 1/10 worth of invincibility between shots. So once my missile hits, I start counting 1 1000, 2 1000, and then 4 1000, I fire. This is a tough shot. This is tough. Yeah. If he's behind that little bunker type thing, it's very, very difficult to get the second shot. Where'd you go? So another thing you might have noticed, when you run out of missiles here, 10 Stinger missiles will spawn right around where Prue was standing, and where Nick is standing right now.
Wow, that was a second 2 cycle. Unfortunately, he did not get a good enough phase 2 start to where he'll still be quite far behind, and of course he's staying down low, and that'll be the last one. So better phase 2 overall, but the start of phase 2 was just way better on a Proof Rock, so even with those mistakes, it only maybe cut his lead down just a little bit, but he still has a pretty commanding lead at this point.
Exactly. He's gonna have to dig deep here because he is starting to run out of. He's running out of places to catch Prue.
Yeah, it's about Wolf 2, and then Liquid getting, you know, the lottery roll is about the 2 biggest places. Or hoping for a like rope death.
Yes, I was about to say, like, let's not forget what the rope drops.
Exactly. That's one thing that has plagued many runners, so very possible that could happen.
about 30, 40 seconds worth of death.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
And that's if you do it like when you're dropping down to the rat. Oh, Prue did not get the grenade. He threw it at the wall.
Oh no. Guess I'll have one extra.
That's
I'll
fine.
use
We
that
need
for the rat.
That's fine. He needs one extra for the rat.
Yep.
Oh, no, we missed the last gun.
So Nick gonna be able to edge a little bit closer here, and also just keep in mind that there's been some slight stuttering, so Nick might be closer than we actually think, but you know, due to connection issues, might be a little bit closer. But you know, we'll just have to wait and see till afterwards.
Something else I want to call attention to is all the menuing in Twin Snakes. It seems like, to me at least, it seems like there's more. It's more menu intensive than MGS2.
For sure. And I know Blue was like one to say that at least he feels it's like way more like responsive and like MGS2 that there's a slight delay that he gets very annoyed with.
Exactly.
For whatever reason, it's just present there, but not in Twin Snakes.
Yep. And it's very important to learn your menuing. The fastest way to get to whatever is the next item you need. It's also another thing about Twin Snakes. Twin Snakes is quite punishing mistakes. We saw it in the guard rush. Nick had some trouble with the first wave, and that slowed him down. And Ocelot 2 can be a little punishing if you start missing shots. Tank is infamously punishing if you screw that up. Ninja, that also, he'll go into the early phase 2, and you'll have to chase him all around. But we're going to stop talking about that because it's time for Wolf 2. And it's much, much better on Twin Snakes. He isn't quite as annoying. This Wolf proving me a liar. Approach here. Oh, did get the shot off. He's got a good line here. Could kill her before she goes by the snow. No,
too high.
Damn, too high.
Oh, and the collar shot.
Body shot.
Wow, I'm surprised that one hit.
And Nick getting the same exact starting. Same start.
See if Nick can improve it a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. The thing about this fight is...
No!
Oh, no.
He's not on the ammo!
He's not on the ammo! Oh!
Oh, no.
He's gotta do something with this. Switch to the stinger!
He
Switch to the
lost
stinger!
her. Oh, no.
Oh, he switched to the grenade! Oh, no.
Oh, man. Right as he was about to end it, and... Oh,
damn. Yep, that's something else about this fight. We stand directly on top of the PSG-1T ammo, so that when we run out, we will be standing on top of it as it respawns. It'll automatically fill up the rifle. And you just see the consequences of not standing in the right place.
Well, like we were saying before, it's pretty much down to the rope and lottery roll. And after that, there's not a whole lot of time saved left after lottery roll. So.
Yep. Ooh, nice heart shot. All right, not a terrible cargo.
Thankfully, coming here towards Raven, it's gonna be very straightforward. Just gonna pretty much run up to him and just shoot a bunch of stingers right in his face and call it a day there. It's pretty straightforward compared to the other difficulties. For like example, for extreme, it's a bit more convoluted. You have to actually use the like PSG-1T and then go all the way to the end and lay it down, and it's a bit more convoluted. But at least for very easy, it's very easy.
And Nick not going to waste any time going for any kind of tricky shots. He's going to third person all those guys.
Makes sense given, you know, where he's at.
Yep. Gun cameras here, very much more lenient than an MGS1. It's nearly impossible to get hit by those.
Yeah, as long as you have a decent line, it's pretty much not going to hit you.
Prue is going to roll through the door, and we're going to be on to Raven. Like Tyler said, nothing too complicated. Time out your stinger shots, and you want to be really, really optimal. You shoot him in the head once with the SOCOM for the final hit. And that is what Prue's going to do. Yep, got it. And that's optimal because we need the SOCOM out.
Mhm.
We have a guard here that we need to kill. Onto Raven as well.
Oh, having a little bit of trouble.
Oh,
Oh, no, you
he
get the
shot.
shoulder shot.
Body
Oh.
shot, yeah. But he's through, and as is Prue. Now, Rex's lair. There's two ways to go about this. You can actually stand right here, and you're going to see Prue do all of Otacon's codec calls at one time. This is actually, I believe, like maybe a second faster than doing just waiting for them to show up manually.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
I want to think it was faster. And Prue going to shoot a shot here to stop the guard in his tracks, so he's better able to roll into him and knock him over the ledge. Don't want any guards in our path. Because then Snake has to do a very slow stepping over animation.
Yeah, he's like gotta be like polite and like carefully step
Yeah.
around the dead body for whatever reason, rather than just
Exactly.
stomp on through it.
Yeah, and Nick not going to do the. He's not going to call Ocelot early. He's going to take them as it comes. Nope, I'm wrong. Anyway, here comes a point where Nick can make a bit of room. Time to drop down for the rat.
Oh,
He's got it. He can still mess up. He can still mess up. Oh, he's not going to mess this up. No way.
Yeah,
He's not taking any chances. He's just going to shoot him.
Yeah, if you oh, well, that's pretty far bounds. Holy crap.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to really... It's not going to matter too much for him.
Yeah, I just haven't
He's
seen
got
him really
it.
bounce that far out. That's pretty interesting.
Doing the grenade for the rat, like, sometimes it just disappears. Nothing happens. Or it'll explode and the rat won't, like... The rat won't be killed. Nick dropping, got it.
The grenade,
He's gonna go for the
maybe he's-
grenade here.
Maybe
He
even
needs-
the roll. Oh,
He got the roll.
Hey, look
Oh,
at
he
that.
got it? He got
Yeah,
it.
look at
Nice.
that. Some time save.
Definitely needed that. Actually be doing stair gliding here if he unequipped the SOCOM. Oh, he's got it. Yep.
That was the second time.
So now we're off to our second shot. Actually, no, sorry. Not our second shot.
First.
Great feature of Twin Snakes. We don't have to run back to the warehouse and to the furnace in order to change the key. We can just shoot this cold pipe and then this hot pipe. And just, you might have seen it. Yep. And I believe it was Blue who figured out that dropping down instead of grabbing that rope is actually like a hundredth, like 200ths of a second faster.
Yeah, it's like some small number of like frames faster to like just break your legs there and just go on rather than grab the rope.
Right. But hey, it's 3 frames, man.
Although on the higher difficulties, depending on your ration situation, you may want to grab the rope anyway. Like on extreme, if you're going for like big boss, especially, I think you can only take one of those falls before you have to start whipping out the ration. But yeah, very easy. It's no big deal just because we have such a big health bar.
I thought Nick might have been a goner right there.
I'm not seeing anyone die to that drop as of late.
No.
I have died to that one time, long time ago. It was pretty funny.
I know I died to that. Cost me a PB, maybe a world record.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, if Nick gets perfect lottery roll, he might barely have enough to just get close. Although we have to. Well, if Proof keeps on messing up.
Proof having some problems here. A
Oh,
little too close.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I don't know why he has his ration equipped.
Maybe it's on his previous. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
I hope so.
I'd assume so because he had it before. So. Yeah, it's on previous.
That's a little bit of time. That might be all Nick could need. That could be the difference.
Yeah, you know, Nick plays clean from here on out, and then he gets pretty much the God Liquid. Maybe he can make a slight comeback here. I'll have to wait and see, though.
So, rope deaths are now out of the picture. So now it's just time for Rex. Rex is fairly simple. There is a spot in which you can stand in which he will not be able to hit you. And there is a slightly closer spot to him. He can hit you, but basically he'll just be shooting the laser at you. You'll just have to move forward a little bit in order to get out of the way. Which is, I believe, slightly faster.
Yeah, it's slightly faster, and personally, like, I don't do that, but that's just because I'm lazy, and I just keep the same strat from extreme, which is, like, sit in the same spot, which even then it's still, like, not as fast, but it's a bit safer just to sit in the spot, if you know where it's at, that is, but yeah, it's no big deal. Fighting Rex is fairly straightforward.
So, Liquid just got done playing us like a fiddle, and we're going to call Otakon. Open the door, and Prue is through to Rex.
Assuming he has enough stingers as well. I think you need like 8 or 10, something like that. It's some very small amount.
Well, let's see if I can count.
14, you've got more.
Stand right in the good spot. 1, 2, yeah, I think it's 5 and 5. Yep, 3 shots, 4. Yep, 10 stingers minimum. Oh, missed one. So that's Rex 1. Rex 2, you actually do not move, not one bit. Don't even touch the direction or the stick until you're aiming with the stinger. Ooh, Nick on the ball. As soon as he was able to, already had the missile in the air. Oh wow, he got lucky. Oh no, he tried to go for too much there.
So about the same as Proof Rock.
I think just about the same.
One. Yeah, they both missed
possibly just minuscule faster. And oh, missed one. Now this one can get out of hand a little bit if you end up missing your shots, or if the singer decides to lock onto something besides Liquid.
For whatever reason, like,
yeah.
Yeah. Like, for a reason, like, the singer sometimes likes to just lock on to one of the eyes or the gun underneath Liquid. It's just really weird, and there's no consistent way to go about it. You just kind of have to hope that it doesn't happen.
The stinger overall was tremendously nerfed from MGS2.
Yeah, it's very
This
weird.
stinger is horrible. This is a terrible stinger. But anyway, Prue is now about to fight Liquid, going for the JM Chunk. That's a JMC. We'll be racing in MGS2 later. And get another one, and lure him up to the corner. No, oh, this feeds him in the corner for the lottery roll. Oh,
maybe one.
I'd say that's more of a medium-sized one.
Yeah.
We got him straight into it, and yep, this is looking like a pretty good liquid.
He's on 2.5 though, so he's having to run around a little bit. So
Yeah.
let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick didn't get it.
Not a. Oh, wait a minute. Proof Rock is out of liquid. Nick having a very solid liquid fight. He's got him in strictly in phase 2. Phase 3 or whatever it is.
Some number of phase.
Yeah.
And
that's it.
Yep. So essentially, Proof has to do the bare minimum here, and then he will be crowned the winner here.
The only thing that can really save, I mean, if you can shoot barrels like on the checkpoints to instantly kill the guards, but sometimes it's actually faster to shoot the guards instead, because the guards take 3 bullets and the barrels take 6. But if you shoot the guards, you could get the headshot death animation, which is slower. So there's that could save Nick. And overall, just bad aiming by Prue. But if nothing goes horribly wrong, this is Prue's to lose right now.
The only thing of major contention is that some of these stutters may be, Nick could be further ahead than we were led on to believe, but I would still imagine, even with that he would unfortunately still lose out to Proof Rock just due to the fact of messing up the prison roll. So we will wait and see till the end, because thankfully, even in Emulator, we can kind of skip the credits in a way. We can fast forward through the credits, making it pretty much like half as long, so we'll be able to know the full story here pretty soon.
It's the credits down from 8 minutes to about 3 minutes. And no, credits, for those wondering, credits are not part of the IGT, unlike MGS2.
Yeah, and I think it's whenever the stats come up is whenever it stops ticking, essentially.
Yeah, yep, that's what and Nick got a headshot death on one of those guards, so that's going to slow him down even more. Prue having a bit of problems here with liquid.
And speaking of liquid, this is pretty much exactly just like MGS1, except for you have a bit more range of motion. But, the fight is pretty much laid out the exact same way. There's essentially a big invisible health bar for each of the phases. And you just gotta hit him. Missing one right there.
It's going, I think, better for Nick. His escape.
Alright. With that, Proof Rock is now done. He's got to mash a little bit more and fast forward through the credits. I will ping them to make sure that they know, but I'm sure both of these guys know to fast forward through credits.
If they don't, they will be fired.
Wait until Nick's done to ping him. Hold on, final cutscene and codec says Proof. Oh wait, he has splits up. I wonder if that was a PB from him then. Guess he'll be able to tell us here in a second. Yeah, GG. It seems like Team Sears will take the dub here over Team Armstrong, but we're gonna just make sure.
GG, dudes. Well played.
GG. Well done.
Now, there was some stuttering due to, connection issues, as there will be, because, long distance connection, so gonna just make sure here, but I think it'd still be in Proof Rock's favor, unfortunately, Nick, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't have any, in-game issues or anything, I don't think.
Yeah, it was just some slight hiccups from, just server, but yeah, very unfortunate for the Wolf too. I think that was kind of the beginning of the end, and it was just, very unfortunate that like you weren't exactly placed right on the ammo because you were actually kind of gonna have a like better fight than Proofrock, but then you had to miss that last shot, and then unfortunately weren't on the ammo box. So a bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, I lost quite a lot of time just like really little things like that. Obviously the missing the prison roll was a
That
big
might have
one.
made
I think.
a difference.
Yeah, I knew the moment I walked into the room and the guy and Johnny wasn't quite in the right place. I knew I was going to mess it up, and I should have just like reverted to the normal flip. But it's like I need something to pull this back, so I got to go for it. And yeah, just completely failed it.
Yeah, because you were waiting for him to do the uppercut, and he didn't do it.
Yeah.
Little did you know, I would lose 8 seconds trying to shoot the cold pipe or the hot pipe.
Oh, yeah, that was
Oh my
pretty
God.
funny.
Jesus.
I was a bit worried that I'm like,
Snake was like, "No, I'm too close. No, too close."
Is that what the oops in chat was for?
Yes,
Yes,
I
that's
saw
what
that.
that
I was like, what's he done? He's still like massively ahead of me. Like,
Right? Like, I've definitely fallen too far before in that during runs, and it's killed PBs, so that could have been it. I just like, fell too far and grabbed the rope instead. But yeah, no, what was that Wolf one? She was
I don't
Oh
know.
my
That
God.
was
she was just
That
like,
was
"No, I'm good.
ridiculous.
I'm good right here."
You should check to see if that's the IL. Is that
I even was slow because I was just like, okay, like I couldn't line up that first shot, and I'm like, "Okay, you're gonna move now, right? You're
Oh,
gonna
you
move
actually
now,
lost
right?"
time on that. Actually
I
lost
was
time.
trying to line up a body shot.
Wow.
I can say I've never seen that before. That's the first, so very weird.
That's the god RNG for that fight for sure.
Now I just need to manipulate that every time, and we're good to go.
Anybody want to make a bounty for that?
Dude, I guess maybe. Man, last time that bounty was made has been a long time, and it's currently the only bounty we have right now for Twin Snakes is to skip the tank in any way, shape, or form, which I'm actually leading that bounty with 300 into that pod with a total of $400 between myself, D-Lams, and Vermilion to just skip the tank in some way, shape, or form, including creating 80% like MGS1. That would count as well. And 54-24.
Oh wow.
54-49.
That's the right difference.
25. Wow.
Which I think is about the difference between missing prison roll and getting throw. Well, no, it might be a little less.
Like 30-ish seconds or so if I had to
That's like the prison
guesstimate.
roll.
Yeah.
It's essentially the prison roll.
That's end up being the difference.
Also, you didn't go for the grenade on the rat crew.
No, I've since switched to doing SOCOM. It's one less menu, and I feel like there's a little bit more of a likelihood of it falling in the drainage ditch. But yeah, I don't know. I like not having to do that extra menu for the grenade and getting like one extra stair glide, I think. So
Yeah, true.
but I know if I have never gotten the roll for it. If I can get the grenade roll, that's obviously optimal. But since I haven't been getting that, I'm just like, yeah, let's just do SOCOM.
Ah, all right.
All right, but with that will conclude the Twin Snakes race. But please don't go anywhere because coming up next we have Metal Gear Solid 2 with Theory and JMC.
Massive thank you to both Nick and Prue for giving their time and their efforts running for us today. Do you guys have anything else to say before we take it away?
No,
good.
Just appreciate the opportunity to run.
Play Twin Snakes. It's a fun speedrun.
Indeed. So with that, I think we're going to go to a short break, and then we're going to be back with our next race, which is something I definitely know. Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance. Any percent, very easy PC version. JMC for Team Armstrong, and Theory for Team Sears. Also, yes, follow those guys.
Welcome back, everybody. We have our last race of the day. Appreciate you being here with us. We have Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance on PC, 80%, quote unquote, very easy. Ladies, the mic is all yours.
Thanks, Glenn. It's good to be here after our ESA adventure.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Mocking Jay.
Yeah, and I'm the Lightning Strikes, or the Jinx
I was waiting
Strikes.
for you. Yeah, I was waiting for you to
Yeah.
introduce yourself.
Yeah. People know me by various ways right now, but Fury is introducing me with the flashes on the screen, so...
Oh, right, okay.
Thanks for that, Fury.
I think
So-
both runners are ready to go, right? So I think we're
Yeah.
gonna have a countdown.
Countdown is starting in Discord, waiting on the runners, and 5, 4,
Here it goes.
3, 2, 1...
And they're
off. Yeah,
Are they
they're
off?
off, but there is a little bit of delay, of course, between Discord and the screen.
There we go.
Happens. All right.
So yeah, MGS2. Let's do it. Let's.
What is this game?
What is this game?
Well, it's certainly a very interesting game, as there's a lot of, well, I would say there's not a lot of RNG in this game, and there's a lot of skill involved, especially when it comes to movement.
Yeah, with VE specifically, which both runners are on today, the majority of this run is based on your movement alone. Like, bosses can help, but movement is key, pretty much. So both of these runners have very close times to each other. So you'll see this is probably gonna be a very close race for the pair of them. They're just making their way through the tanker at the minute, and they're gonna get to the first boss, which is Olga, which you will see the first part of a bit of RNG, as Lightning was saying.
Yeah, she can either go left or right side, and depending on the strat that the runners use, if she goes left side, not light side, wow. If she goes left side, then yeah, it's just light mode, I'm sorry. If she goes left side, then there's a possibility that she hits a cutscene that will cost them 7 seconds, so it's favorable
JMC's
in
got-
races to do right.
They've both got left, right? Oh no,
Yeah.
Theory got an early shot, I think, but
Oh.
yeah, I think
Oh, look
Theory
at
got an
that.
early shot and JMC got left.
They both have the cutscene running right now.
JMC is going for the loop, did a brilliant job, I think, and then both out. There you go.
Wow. Basically the same kind of speed. Yeah, as you'll be noticing that there's a timer running at both their screens in the top, like outside of our RTA timer, that's the in-game timer. and that's literally the timer that someone in the community made for us. Thanks to BMN for that. And
Shout out BMN.
yeah, shout out MVP, and so you can see how well they are doing technically by just watching that timer.
God,
but
this
in
is
the end,
like frame perfect here. That's mad. Look at that.
yeah, they're doing amazing. But yeah, we'll still be, looking at the IGT from the results screen. Though I don't think we'll be airing the credits. But
Are we not listening to the 9.5 minutes of jazz?
9.5 minutes of jazz.
Everyone loves the jazz, Lightning. What are you on about? We love it.
I mute the jazz. I have had enough of the jazz.
Both going for the other strat, which causes an alert, which means they can literally they're basically not having to skip a tiny little cutscene, which is like 2 seconds save. All this for 2 seconds of time save.
I think it's less. I think it's like 1 second. It depends on how you execute it.
I'm saying 2 to make myself feel better. Yeah.
Well, the thing is with the tanker leaderboard, we have a tanker leaderboard just for this level, and it's so incredibly close that if you like save 1 second, you can potentially go up by 5 places. So it does really matter. But of course, for in this big race, it's just preference for the runners.
We're next going to see what we call the guard rush, where they have to shoot numerous amounts of guards coming at you, which is hence the name. One being the box guy, or D Cheetos 13, we like to call him. He is an absolute nightmare. So just wait for this, because it can go either way, whether you hit him or not. That's RNG as well, like depending on where he wants to be. Sometimes he can be a little bit lower, sometimes he can be a bit higher. I tend to find the lower ones are easier for me, but that's just preference on my aiming skills, I guess.
Yeah, it's really tough because it goes by so fast, and if you don't react fast enough, then you will auto aim to the soldier in front. So you have like a 2-3 second window to hit him.
Look at that, they both got the exact same. Oh no, Theory had a bit of trouble with one of the guards that didn't.
Yeah. That's our other RNG guard that there is. He can just stay by the doorpost. He's very annoying.
And that is literally how guard rush goes. If you get bad RNG, you can just be a couple seconds behind somebody. It's that easy.
Yeah. Okay.
I think they're both going with the normal ladder glitch.
Yeah.
There's no mag ladders going on here.
Ooh. Very good ladder glitches. Yeah, very good.
Nice. Halt is probably one of the hardest parts of the tanker, in my opinion, because it's game over if discovered. So the point is to get through these rooms without having a single guard spot you, which, as you can see, you're cutting it fine with how close you want to be with them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, Theory.
Brilliant. Yeah, I was gonna say, how did you do that? I don't know, but there we go.
I had to clench my ass cheeks there for a bit, but we're fine. Nothing's happening. Yeah, it's just really scary in the holes, as you can easily rack up 20 seconds. Like, tanker is not that important for the entirety of the game, because you'll mostly be playing plan, of course, and if you just lose a few seconds here, you can
make it up, but
you can easily catch up if you have a better Harrier or whatever, if you have good movement in plant. But game overs in this part are very hard.
Right, well, they're both out, so we can all breathe now, because tanker is horrendous. Let's move on. We are on to the plan. Let's move on.
Right, so we're in the plan now, and like we started this marathon with Raiden in Metal Gear Rising. We're ending the marathon with Raiden, and yeah, first we're going to go to the node.
The node.
and we're going to register ourselves. This is all scripted, and you can't really lose time here as long as you initiate the cutscenes and initiate with the codec. So you got a little bit of chill time for the runners here after that very, very accelerating tank curve. It's
I
always
think both of them will go for the M9 though, so
yeah.
they've got a little bit of movement to do quite well. Because if they mess it up slightly, you can lose time by getting kicked by a guard or anything else. So you'll see in a second they have to do a route to the other room that we've just come from to get the M9, and then come back through the room to shoot the guard, and then leave on the elevator.
Yeah, you can choose to skip the M9, but you have a lot of time here. So both runners, especially because they're seasoned runners, so both runners will be getting that M9 for sure.
Yeah, I tend to just leave it because I'm lazy and I like to just give myself a minute after that tanker. But these guys know what they're doing, so they don't need to do that.
It's very, very understandable, honestly. I've reset on the tanker many
Crazy
times.
how frame perfect they both are. This is mad to watch. Oh, I knew this would be a close race, but man. Oh, do you know what? I think it's going to come down to the big bosses like Harrier, Swim Glitch, stuff like that,
Yep.
because that can be a run killer. So for now, I think they'll probably be tight for quite a while, unless someone makes quite a drastic mistake, but I really don't see that happening.
There's also going to be Ames RNG still that can possibly be 10 seconds.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
And of course the Fabman spread. They can either go lethal or non-lethal.
I was speaking to JMC, and I think he is just going to go with lethal. I don't think he's going to mess about with non-lethal. Like, it is quite tricky, and if it messes up, it does lose you more time than you're saving. So, really not worth it unless you're really trying to squeeze them times out.
Yeah, so the funny thing is about these runners, like, they've been in many, many races together. They would literally race each other each day, like at least 3 times sometimes, you know. They literally could not get enough of each other. I think they are like 6 seconds apart on the leaderboard. It's incredibly close with them.
Ridiculous, yeah.
And they haven't done a race in a while, so... it's going to be interesting what's going to be the outcome of this race. So knowing them, they're going to be safe in certain parts, like really risky stuff, but they're also going to take very, very big risks because they know the other runner is so close to them. So we're going to bomb disposal right now. And I'm pretty sure they're going to do the conveyor belt bomb disposal, which is a little bit different because we're going to use a glitch where we teleport right around the struts. There's a belt, a conveyor belt in strut E, and we're going to use that to teleport ourselves to another strut by using boxes.
But first, we've got to make sure that they're not on New Game.
Yeah.
Which I think they're both okay.
Yeah. You could see in the starting screen that they were both on New Game. If you don't, then you get that 69-minute cutscene.
Yeah, so as we can see, Theory started already. He's gone. Is it anti-clockwise you go for conveyor?
I think it's called clockwise.
Oh, is it clockwise? Are you
Yeah.
sure? That feels like
No,
anti-clockwise.
it's anti-clockwise. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say because he's like going backwards on himself.
It's sorry. Clocks are
Whereas
hard.
the other strat is to go clockwise, where you go the opposite way. So the first room is what's it called now? They all sound very similar to me. But to me, I do the regular one, so I'm gonna leave this to Lightning to explain to you how to do this version.
Yeah, we'll get there when we're in strat E, of course. But the most important strat, I would say, when it comes to Fury having a little bit of trouble with the bomb there, and James C having a little bit of a slow bomb. Oh wow! So there's multiple ways you can defuse the bombs, as in you have a fast bomb or a slow bomb. If you get in a certain position, so in a certain distance and also in a certain angle, you can like freeze the bomb very, very fast. Of course, you can't always do that because you can't always get into that position, but it saves a lot of time. It saves about like 3 seconds or so.
Yeah, they do add up if you get them on pretty much every single one.
Yeah, but I would say this is the most important strat. Why don't you tell me about those coolant rises?
Alright, okay, yeah, those coolant rises that I can't do. It's just an input with the swapping from weapons. So when you're on the coolant and you're rising, you want to put the coolant on as you're rising, and it just changes his animations that he comes up faster, basically. It saves fractions of time, but you know, it all adds up. We're speedrunning here, like... I think JMC's going for the box second, whereas Theory went for the box first. I don't know, what's better, the box first or second?
It doesn't really matter. It's just a preference for people,
Yeah.
because of the way you have to line yourself up. So it's seeing as a little bit of a weird aerial from JMC there. So seeing that you can screw up your movement in various ways. So it doesn't really matter, I would say.
Yeah.
So on this bridge, it's very important to stay on the lower part of the bridge, or like not the lower, but like more to the right side.
Is it not the left-hand side?
No, you have to be like right-ish, you know. Otherwise, the guard will see you.
Yeah, don't you have to stick to the left-hand railing and then the guard won't see you? Have you mixed your left and right up again?
What? No, not again. You move right into right.
All right, I'll take your word for it on that one then, I guess.
We're going to go to this very important mine that we're going to pick up because they didn't go for the stun grenade. So this is a pickup that we're going to use later. First, they have to skip a few codecs, and then they're going to actually do an aerial and crawl to get a mine that they can use later to cause an alert intentionally.
Yeah, see, when I'm going the other way, I have a fancy pickup strap for that claymore, so that looks quite easier compared to mine. But there we go, I guess.
So we're almost at that conveyor belt. So I'll briefly explain what's going to happen. The runners are going to like put their backs against like a part of the conveyor belt, and then they're going to aim themselves in a certain way by using first-person view or by using the M9 or SOCOM, and then they are trying to like get up on the conveyor belt as if they are a box, like one of the transport boxes. Then they switch to one of the boxes that they want to be in, and that's how they teleport to a certain strat. Normally, this would take like a lot of time. It would take, I think, like at least 30 seconds. I have never timed that, but it's normally a very tedious section in the game. But because we can basically position ourselves that way that we can enter the conveyor belt without cutscenes and whatever, it's a very fast strat and can save up to like 7 seconds in very easy, but on like higher difficulties, it's going to be a lot better. James C opting for the safe strat here, immediately putting that box on, so you can choose whether you want to put the box on or not. Box makes you go a little bit slower. But if you're just walking without box, then you can possibly soft lock yourself, or get off the conveyor belt. Yeah, so that's scary. Yeah. Fiery showing balls here.
I think safety's always better in a race, you know, because you can do everything right and still make a mistake. Whereas if you're doing safety things, you know you can't fail, type of thing. You know?
Yeah.
Well, Theory missed that slight jump up, so that now he's got to lift himself up, take his turbo off. Yeah, a little bit trickier with the turbo and whatnot, because if you're on turbo and you crouch, it's quite difficult to get up, so you just got to remember it's on.
Yeah, short D is called the sediment pool because I'm going to swear it's literally shit.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah, no, it's just it's very tight when you are there. You have to do the codec, the bomb defusing. You have to put your turbo on and off, and then you have to stand up and you have to shoot the guard and do an aerial through him. And it's a lot of inputs in such a very short time.
I mean, that's why I just shoot the guard first now, so I don't have to do all that anymore. And
Yeah.
Very, very nicely done. And very nicely done by JMC as well. Look at this,
Very
they're like neck
nice.
and neck again. Oh, bad aerial by JMC though.
Yeah.
That'll cost him a couple seconds.
Yeah, those aerials are very, important, but at the same time they can cost you a lot. I mean, they can save you up to like 0.2 seconds if you do it correctly, because Raiden's a little bit faster, just like rolling in the Legend of Zelda.
But if you do it incorrectly, you're losing time. You're losing at least like three seconds ish.
Well, it depends on how bad it is, of course. But yeah, you can generally say like 2 seconds at least.
Say like you hit a wall rather than like going straight. You're gonna lose time doing that.
Yeah.
And then this is the final bomb. Sort of. There's more, but this is the final one we're told to do.
But wait, there's more.
Oh
But
wait,
first,
there's more.
yeah, first we're going to head into the fortune fight. So there's a particular way you want to do the fortune fight so that she follows a certain script, and I think you have like had a lot of fun with her, Mockingjay.
What do you mean I had a lot of fun with?
Oh,
What do you mean?
She's one of your favorite bosses, isn't she?
Well, to be honest, she is one of the easiest because it's kind of like just do the right movements, don't mess it up, make sure you're in the right spot when she shoots things, make sure she's hitting the right things. She can cost you a little bit of time with the RNG, but not much unless you're really messing it up. So actually, yeah, I'd probably say she is one of my favourites because she's not that difficult. She can't cause me that much hassle in a run. Although I have once before messed up my first few inputs and then I've had to do the whole fight like a proper fight, and that was just a pain. And she has killed me before, actually. No, yeah, now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I don't like it.
I had a feeling.
I went back on myself there. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you have to follow a certain script here, and you have to make sure that she's not talking in between her shots. And if she does, then that's just timeless. It's as simple as it is.
They found, so they both did it well and they didn't mess it up. Well done, boys.
Yeah, they're still crazy close to each other. Ooh, Tiri setting off that
Going
claimer.
chaffless.
Chaffless.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and
they're
that's
going chaffless. Wow, this is gonna be interesting.
a little bit of an early aerial from JMC there. Well, I wonder what they're going to do. Are they going to do lethal or non-lethal Flatman? Non-lethal is, of course...
Yeah, I
Yeah.
reckon they'll both do lethal, to be honest, but that's just my
Yeah,
guessing.
it's a little bit easier and safer because you have to do a certain rhythm for non-lethal Flatman, but it is faster, and you know how these guys are.
It's crazy that, like, Theory's just saying the lead by about maybe 5 seconds, if that. Like, and I think that's just based on a few aerials that JMC's done, but, you know, I think it's nerves a little bit, and it can't be helped. Sometimes, you know, it just happens. You can practice and practice, but at the end of the day, it's when you're actually there that's what counts, I guess. But this race is not over. We have got a lot to go. Yeah, we've got bosses and other
Oh yeah.
whatnot that can all go very wrong.
Yeah, like, especially when we are going to face Harrier, that's going to be a very pivotal point.
Yeah, I reckon they'll both try and do 5+1.
Oh, 3!
Oh, I've done that! I've done that myself! It's an absolute nightmare, you just do one too many.
Oh no, they're neck and neck again!
See, that's all it takes, is one tiny mistake.
Oh, you can't do this to me! Okay, they're both pretty
What is
lethal.
going on with this strat?
Oh, very nice from Fury there.
This is a weird strat.
Getting a slow
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Oh no, JMC! Get him!
JMC, what are you doing, boy? What are you doing to me? Oh my god.
Oh, they're out.
Wow, that was stressful. I think that was more stressful than when House got non-lethal Fat Man and shouted in my ear. It's like, swear. But it's
Oh, that was
alright, they're out, I guess. And Theory
you.
has taken the lead again with that because of what was JMC doing? I don't know. But there we go, it's done now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No deafening screams. Just I am.
No, definitely scream.
Very
Oh,
good.
man.
So, JMC already equipping that claymore that we picked up earlier, if you remember,
Yeah, so
because he's going to set up that alert.
Are they both going to do Claymore, do you reckon? I think they will.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
oh,
not going to do the, is it chat? What is
no,
it? Is it?
stun.
No, stun,
Yeah.
yeah.
So there's like 2 ways to do this. I mean, of course there are more ways, but the 2 fastest ways. If they had picked up stuns, either somewhere around the map or in Strat F, which they didn't, then they could have just used the stun to create an alert. But
I think it's
Claymore
a
is
little
fine.
bit, it's a bit trickier to do the stun, because if it bounces out the elevator, there was no point in doing it at all, because the whole point is to keep the elevator doors open while you're running around getting the D-mic from the computer room. That's basically why we do it, is just to save a little bit of time with that elevator.
Yeah, we just want to keep that elevator door open.
Oh, that was a bit of
Oh.
a dodgy roll from Theory.
Not too bad though.
No. It's crazy just what movement can do in this game.
Yeah, it can easily cost you
Yeah.
a ton of seconds.
And that's why the board is so tight how it is, because that's all it takes. Oh, Theory's going a different way. Interesting. Oh. I don't normally go this way. Oh, this is very interesting.
No.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. What is going on?
You're
I'm
both going
learning
right
new
side.
things right now. Well, yeah, I normally go the other way, and you don't have to, like, you only have to cartwheel into one guard. It's a little bit easier, but no, they both did that quite well. That's very nice. Don't
Yeah.
think it makes much of a difference. I think you're a little bit closer to the buttons, but apart from that,
Oh, no, if you go right side, you'll save like 2 seconds if you execute it perfectly, of course.
oh, okay.
So now they're going to set up to choke this card, so that we can instantly use the retinal scanner, and then we're going to Ames. That's our other favorite guy in this game, because he can literally spawn everywhere. If we are using like a new game, then he would be always be in the same spot. But as we're on New Game Plus, Fear's using some
What's going
doing
on?
some pulse buffering there to find Ames very quickly.
Oh,
Wow.
and James
Very
got
good
bodies.
Ames for James C. That
Nice,
brings him back into the race.
That will give him a little bit of help there. He needed that.
Oh man.
I think Theory, if Theory hadn't paused, that would have made it even. But it is what it is.
No. Oh yeah, the pausing does help. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
you're
'cause
right.
it does pause the timer. So
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
that's why you do it. But I think it depends on who you are. I just go for it, and I'll just find him eventually.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, of course, because it's a bit skewed now because he pulse buffered, so
Yeah,
we'll still have to
yeah.
go by IGT. Very good aims for both, though. Aims can be in various spots, and the lower he goes, the worse it is.
I think they both had Jennifer spawns, right? So it's a little bit easier to spot him as well when they both got that, because obviously you're spotting a man out of women, so it's a little bit easier. Whereas if you get the like old man spawn, I find that quite difficult. Even though they're all bald, I still find it hard. I'm like, where is he?
Yeah, he can be a little bit tricky sometimes, and he can also be hiding behind certain tables. Some people don't like the pause thread that Fury used, but I don't really think it's that big of a deal. We don't ban it.
It's not against the rules or anything, but
No.
it's just, I think it's preference on how you want to play the game. And
Yeah.
you know, it's viable, you know, it's there for a reason. You can use it if you want. It's just whether or not you want to do that. So Now they're both moving. They're probably both like sweating their faces off because they're about to hit the first hardest boss, which is the Harrier.
Yeah, this is the big reset point, I would say, because a Harrier you can easily lose like 40 to 50 seconds if it all goes wrong. So,
It's in the middle of the run, I don't know. That's probably the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
But
and
yeah, let's.
before that, we have to destroy all the sensors.
Which is also just as like heart palpitating, because if they blow up the bridge, that's also time off because that's continue. The sensor moves itself because it's on a cipher.
Oh, they're both going for that sensor.
Well, yeah, they both. I usually go sensor first and then
Yeah.
the other one.
Yeah, but they're just keeping it safe now. I understand that.
Right, let's deep breaths here. Let's see what happens. Oh my gosh, even my heart's going now.
Oh man, okay, so it's 5+1 Harrier time. Oh, and Fury gets it.
Theory gets it. Does he get the +1? Does he get the +1?
Looks like it.
JMC gets it as well.
Yes, he gets the +1, so now it's dice shots time. Let's see if they...
JMC, get that +1, boy.
Oh, yeah, this is entirely skill-based. Oh yes, very good from Fury. Last shot for JMC, and it's exactly the same.
Nice. Very nice by both of them, boys. That was incredible. That is not easy to do.
No, this is entirely skill based, and you have to press everything exactly at the right moment. It's almost frame perfect, I would say.
And to top it off, you've got to then do multiple leaps of faith over all these little jumps where you could just die, and then this is the worst place to get a continue because it takes you all the way to the start again, and you got to do them all again, which I have done, by the way. It's not fun for anyone.
Oh, I think every runner has died here somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
At some time, at least.
I think they are both over. Yeah, they're both over. Good.
Yeah.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah, very good. And then they're going to use that chaff that they picked up later to to make sure that the cipher can't hurt them. JMC, ooh, cheeky there, because he got very close to the ledge.
Say that again for me, like cheeky.
Yeah, make that your new turbo sound, please.
Yeah, let's get rid of Chick Micken, please.
The Chicky Micken.
Oh my gosh, that meme needs to die.
If you guys don't know about the Chick Micken memes,
No, let's not tell them. Let's just keep that a secret. Let's keep this about the race. Let's keep it.
Okay.
And they're both pretty much out of this section, which is probably a big relief because honestly, that whole section, even after Harriet, is just difficult.
Yeah.
So we got a little break now with a little bit of a codec.
And as you saw, they were like facing to the left because they were holding left D-pad. Shout out to Apache Smash for finding that.
Yeah. Nice.
So in that cutscene, they can actually move around and already direct themselves into the right direction.
Oh, bad cartwheel from Theory, which gives JMC a little bit of a head start now. See, that's all it takes. These cartwheels, guys. These cartwheels. Just don't do cartwheels. Just don't do any cartwheels whatsoever.
Cartwheel less.
Now we're just going to pick up the Nikita to save the president. Yay.
Yeah, not blow him up like some people have done before. It's all a possibility here. Basically, MGS2 is just a minefield, guys. You're constantly on edge until you're at the sniper section, then you're just chilling for 5 minutes, and then you're on edge again. But we're having fun while we do this, I'll assure you.
Oh, they both just done that menu in. That was so fast.
Yeah,
Wow.
really fast menuing to already prep the stinger for the later fight with Fam, which will blink. You can't blink because it will disappear before you even see it.
That menu is very hard to do, by the way. I've tried to do it, and I'm slow doing it, but that's because I'm not very good. But they're having trouble getting up there. Again, movement. That's all it takes. Giving JMC that little bit more time to
Yeah,
a buffer of time.
get more of a lead.
Yeah, which he might need because swim glitch is coming up, and say it takes a couple cycles, that's all he needs to like stay ahead. But he's got that breathing room now. Because I know Theory's very good at swim glitch. It's probably one of his best hands that he plays in a race. Because I'm pretty sure he does it with the analog stick as well, which is so hard to do. I
took these photos.
Yeah. If you slightly like go up on your analog stick, that's going to cause a problem. Because then you will surface. And
yeah,
essentially,
basically, swim glitch is multiple inputs with the is it the left?
Yeah.
Yeah. While swimming.
I'm not screwing up this time.
Yeah. And well, I am obviously. And then you have to guide yourself into a corner of the area. I mean, you'll see it in a minute when they do it.
Yeah, like an outer corner.
Yeah, and it raises you out of bounds so that you can swim past the whole of the swimming section that you're supposed to do and a codec, and it just takes you to the first Babel fight. It's a great skip, but it's so hard to do, and if you do mess it up, it can cost more time than it's gaining you. But again, that's just what comes with these glitches, you know, whether you want to take the risk, which JMC is doing. He's doing the side setup.
But that's first try, first cycle. Wow, very good.
First
And
cycle,
Fury the same. He's getting a little
bit trouble, but he's out.
Yeah. He needed a little bit more height, but he got it.
See, Theory has the same setup I have, where you do it from the corner, you go at an angle, whereas JMC was going straight
and it's
ahead.
ramp fight, and it's done.
And it's over.
We just turned this fight.
He's not dead.
What?
Spoilers.
Damn.
My bad. And now we're off to go find Emma. Yay. Right?
Yeah, we're now going to get our lovely girlfriend Emma.
Our girlfriend.
Yeah, that we love to shove out of bounds.
We love to just abuse Emma, really. Like, we try and do everything we can to save time, because she is so slow.
Oh, wow.
She's so slow. Because she's been injected in her leg. She can't help it. But she's a nightmare, and she makes me hate her. Like, you know? I'm all for girls and games, but she just drives me insane.
Well, she is the only hacker here that can save the world, so we do have to save her. We can just nudge and bump her a little bit and make sure that she's a little bit faster.
Let's just kill her. Let's just kill her off.
Oh, you killed her once in the fire, so...
Yeah, it happens. I mean, you don't want to do it, but I'll do it again, you know? Maybe not on PB pace, though, because that is fun for no one.
she ruined that many PBs for you.
Oh, yeah. She's ruined many a PBs of anyone, I'm pretty sure. That's why we don't like her.
Yeah. We have to swim her around, because, of course, you can't use her legs. She already can't walk that well, so, of course, she can't swim, and that, like, plus the trauma that she has regarding swimming.
She's scared of bugs, and she's scared of this, and she's scared
Yes.
of that.
So
Honestly, nightmare.
We're going to lose a little bit of time regarding that swing glitch that we did earlier, because normally you would be opening this door already, but we didn't because we went out of bounds. So this is going to cost us a little bit of time, not that much. And then we're just going to swim with Emma, and Emma's going to ask us to go up to get some air, but we're going to ignore that, because that's not fast. So...
And really kill her, because why not?
Oh, no, just hold it a little bit longer, Emma. You don't have to do anything. We're doing the swimming.
As long as her health doesn't go past the A, you're fine. She's not going to be a pain and like try and sit down every 2 minutes. Which you do have time to do if you know the route and you swim at a good way.
And she's afraid of the box too.
Yeah, I said this. She's afraid of everything.
Yeah.
She's a nightmare. The question is, though, are we going to see some zips now? JMC is slightly ahead, so I don't know if he knows if he's ahead. And he's
I don't
handling
think
it
so.
well. His swim glitch went well, so I don't think he will do it. But I think Theory
No,
might.
he's not going for it.
Yeah, I think Theory might do it because I think he probably is watching the race.
No, he's
No!
not doing it.
Wow.
That's surprising.
That's
No
surprising.
balls.
I thought he would do it, because I thought he'd be watching the race and he'd want that time save.
No balls, guys.
No, to be honest, the Emazips, as great as they are for time saving, they can be a pain because they're not 100%. And so if it doesn't go right, you can lose time because again, you have to do all this as well as wasting time of trying to zip her in the first place. I wonder if they're going to do the other one then. Is it the KL?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah.
possibility they do the other one, so they can Emma bump her here through the door, which James C does.
Yeah,
Let's
James
see
is
what
not going
Fury
for it.
does.
Let's see. Maybe they agreed not to do
Same.
it then.
No.
No?
No. Fury said he would just let it depend on the run, and the same for
Yeah.
GMC. So, I
That
think
is
they're just
interesting.
playing it safe because they're so close together, and that's totally understandable for sure.
True. Yeah.
I mean,
it only takes something like her falling at the bridge for one of them to be more in hand.
Yeah, we love bumping her out of bounds and not having to carry her around. But alright, James C got the fire out. Yeah, this fire is a little bit of a pain sometimes because it can't go back on, but if you see the black smoke rise, then you're good.
I've noticed though, if you stand over that line, it is a little bit harder to put that fire out. Whereas
You
if
shouldn't stand too close.
Yeah, if you stand on the line or before the line, you're more likely to get the fire out first try.
Yeah.
Whereas not doing what I did, not putting the fire out and then putting Emma in the fire.
Yeah, no, the
It can
closer you
happen.
are, the worse it actually is, even though technically, of course, you're applying the spray very closely.
Very nice little maneuver there by JMC using the D-pad to pull Emma through.
Yeah.
And again with Theory, very nice, both of them.
They're still neck and neck. I think they're like 7 seconds apart, maybe. But that's still very, very close for a 1-hour game.
Yeah, exactly right.
That's insane, to be honest. So they're going to stand on a specific space here because they don't want to stand too close. They risk that Emma falls if they look at her. Because she's camera
There's
shy.
a set of rules here. You can't look at Emma, you can't zoom in, you can't move. Like, it's ridiculous how many rules you have to stand by just so that this woman doesn't fall. Like, really? Really?
Who's this camera shy?
Did she not just do her job and walk normally? Like,
She's been ejected with stuff. What do you mean?
yeah, but she only falls if, like, you're looking at her. Why? What? Sorry, are you self-conscious? What? Just walk. What? What's your issue?
How would you be doing?
I'd be like, I'll kill them all. Don't you worry. I'll do it. Give me the guns. I'll save the day.
Well, we know who to send next time.
Yeah, exactly. Like, let's get rid of her. Let's put me in there.
We don't want you to die, though. Spoilers!
Spoilers. I mean, you've not really given anything away there. You just hinted that someone's gonna die. We don't know who's gonna die.
Oh, I did just compare you to Emma, so...
Oh, well, now you've definitely given it away. Well done.
Oh. Fury doing the little R1 spam.
I think JMC's just doing the call Snake and let him do everything jobby, and Theory's doing a smiley face.
Yeah, the JoJo Star smiley face.
Okay.
Long name Joe.
There is quite a long wait in this section, so we are going to be here for a while.
Yeah, this is the easy part for the runners. I mean, you still have to... Oh, wow, Fury... That's animal abuse. You can't do that.
Did he just shoot at a seagull?
Yeah, he's just shot a seagull!
Oh my god.
So that's the one rule we have, don't shoot the seagulls, and, Fury, you're banned.
I mean, is it really a rule? Is it really?
Well, if you can't shoot Emma, then you can't shoot the seagulls either. That's the rule.
But, yeah, we've still got a few other things that can go wrong for this race to change, like judging them if they fall down the gap. You know, that can give one of them a lead. There's also the Tangies. Tangy 1 skip and Tangy 2 getting that right position with the stinger so that you're hitting all the Tangies and not missing any. That can also give you a little bit more of a lead. Like, you know, this race isn't over. Like, I know the bigger things have been done, but at this point of the race, this is where you're like, this could PB or this could not PB, and you're kind of like, it's such a long section, and you're just like, will it end already? Just
Well,
give me that time.
Yeah, it's certainly not over. They're just 7 seconds apart, but in the next few areas, you can possibly lose a lot of time. It's mostly about making mistakes. It's just very tight. There are a few things that can happen, and it's very hard to get everything right. So if you do something wrong,
I think for the most part, both of these players have played extremely well so far. Neither have made any kind of mistake. Like, if anything, it's tiny little movement mistakes, but they've both done it, so that's why they're so even. You know, the big stuff, they both did extremely well. Swim glitch and 5+1 Harriers back to back. Like, that was just incredible to watch. Like,
yeah, that was insane. Of course, JMC having that little like trouble with Fat Man, but he got back into the race because Fury had some weird aerials. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just really close overall. Excited to see what's going to happen because even at Solidus they can easily lose like 6 seconds or more there.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's certainly a lot. We're just waiting right now. We're just chilling.
Yeah, we're waiting for her. She takes forever to move down a bridge.
Yeah, well, she's going to die soon. Don't worry about it.
You still like her? What?
I never said I like her. I think she's a respectable hacker, though.
Oh god. I think is he trying to get 60 and he just keeps blowing out too many bullets? I don't know. But VAM 2 is coming up, and if you're not paying attention, you will miss it.
Yeah, don't blink, you will miss it. So, because we use turbo in this game, we can just spam, like in the first fight. And we just spam the sniper, and then he's dead.
Just like that, it's done. He's gone.
Yeah. It's very easy. Oh, Fury having a little bit of a slower one.
yeah.
JMC actually had a headshot, which was insane.
I thought he did. Did he just move slightly over to get
Yeah,
that headshot?
you saw him move slightly over to the top left to get that headshot. Very nice from him.
I heard that he did a run the other day, and he ended up getting a continue there because he ended up hitting Emma. So that must be very tight gap of like where to hit Vamp then. That looks incredibly difficult. I mean, I can't say I've tried it myself, so I can't really comment on it, but it looks difficult.
It's not easy for sure because it's such a short time span that you have to react as well.
You
So
want to
this-
shoot this first cipher so that we don't get a continue, because not continue, an alert even, so that we can get past this bridge without falling down, because you don't want to do that. You just don't want to do that. Just listen to me.
Yeah. No, it's always scary here because if whenever a timer runs in this game, like you can see right now beneath the radar, whenever a timer runs and you die, that means that you're going to be reset to where the timer started. So they would reset to all the way down to the hatch where they came out after the sniper section.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
But they didn't, so we're okay, and we're out, and we're getting tortured now. So it's
Yeah,
just...
but these two these two are just pros. These are such fun to watch, to be honest. Like it's there's so much skill involved in this game, and
Crazy how back and forth this whole race has been, and how close it is right now. Like, it's what, 5 seconds, 6 seconds? That is mad.
yeah, I think it's still like 6 or something. So, fun fact, you don't really have to do the torture scene here because it's actually like a practice session. Because there will be a torture scene later in the game, spoilers, where you will actually have to mesh, but we don't have to mesh because we use turbo. We like to save our fingers and hands.
You like to give the spoilers away, don't you? You just
Oh, I
like
love
to-
it.
Just telling everybody all the spoilers.
The spoiler strikes.
We want to put the codec on purposefully now so that we're just saving time. Because it turns out if you do it immediately, we don't have to wait for it, basically. It just saves a little bit more time. And then we're gonna make our way to Jejunum?
The Jejunum Gap,
Is
yeah.
that how you pronounce it? Jejunum?
Yeah, it's Jejunum. It's good enough.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, so we're going to do a set of codecs here that we have to prompt ourselves. The first one is immediately prompted, the second one you have to initiate yourself because you want to be very fast so you can slap a guard in the face and then aerial into him. It's very tight. Oh, yes.
Ooh, without the alert either, that was very nice by JMC.
Fury
And
losing
by
like a second
Theory,
there. Yeah, but
still
no alert.
Though. Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
really, really well done. Because when you get an alert, you get a bunch of guards and they start shooting at you, and it is harder to do that gap when they're shooting at you because you can lose the animation as you're jumping and just fall down, and you'll have to go back on yourself. And I don't know how much you lose, but it's a fair amount. It's not fun.
JMC now using the pulse buffer. They're both using the pulse buffer. just to get those codec calls as fast as possible. There are 4 scripted codec calls here, and then you go on with the story. And we're just waiting for them to happen. Every like 4 or 5 seconds, you'll get a codec call, and you just have to hit that button.
I can't believe they're both doing the pulse buffers.
What's actually funny is that Fury's done
Theory's
quicker.
just done that faster. Oh my
In
god.
RTA.
Wow.
Sears the better PC.
How?
So
you want to slash your sword immediately in this
Yeah.
room, so it starts a timer. Is it 45 seconds, like it? Is
yeah,
that right?
something like that.
Something along them lines.
Yeah,
so just,
it's more
you
of a
know,
wait.
If you want to grab a drink or you just want to give yourself a second, this is the time to do it. But just make sure you swipe that sword first.
What's interesting is that Fury switched to non-lethal, so that means he's going to attempt non-lethal sodas. It's not really like a difference, but it's not something we would do normally.
No, this is going to be interesting to watch. I don't know if I've seen a non-lethal.
Oh, me neither.
No, well, we're learning together then.
Alright, and we're moving on. Like, what I don't like about this section is that you have these pauses where you're just, like, picking your nose, and then suddenly it's, like, action-packed, and you have to do 6 actions at the same time, and run, and gun, and...
They're telling a story, okay? They want us to like know about everything, and the boss is telling him like, you know,
What story?
I don't know, but
I already spoiled everything.
It's like in a movie where you watch the boss like reveal his whole plan,
nice.
like, you know. Our first time skip there. Let's see if JMC can recreate it. Very nice, well done. I think they've switched to the SOCOM, which is a little bit easier to do that skip with than the AK. It is possible to do with the AK, but it is harder. I think just because of the animation.
The animation is different when you're using the AK.
Yeah.
And you basically try to move Raiden backwards, and all you have to do is wait for the spin, and then you stop using first-person view, and then Raiden goes backwards and out of bounds. So you trigger a load zone. It's a bit like Boba Skip.
I'm not sure if both of these are in the right place exactly, because I've seen some tangies fall down, but I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I always overthink this section. Am I in the right spot?
This is a hard section. I don't know what the exact spot is either, so you can stand in a certain spot.
It's like it's in the middle of that tiny square that they go over to, and you need to be like a slightly further in the middle than the outer edge.
Yeah.
And it does yeah, see that tiny little second is because he wasn't in the correct place exactly, so there was still a Tangy alive. that had to be shot. And it
James,
happens.
James, he's slapping Snake for that, but all he had to blame was himself. So now we're going to listen to this very interesting speech by Solidus that he's forcing upon us. Like, normally the game pauses when you're using your inventory or your weapons menu, but Solidus finds himself so important that the game is not even pausing itself anymore. Even when we're running around and gunning like Fury is doing right now.
Yeah, like this is again another time if you just want to have a drink, have a sit down, like, chill out, like you got time.
Yeah.
But like as Lightning was saying, this end part of the game is so fast and then so slow, and then so fast and then so slow. And
Yeah.
you're up and down with it, and all the while you're like, is this gonna PB? Is this gonna PB?
It's a mental game really, because in this downtime you're just constantly thinking of, okay, this fight is coming, and oh god, I have to do these things, and it's very clutch. It's all very, very clutch from here on. So
Clutch? I've not heard that phrase before.
Oh, okay, let's go for the raise. Nice. Here you're getting that first ray. Let's see if he gets the third.
Yeah, I think
very
he's-
nice raise
and
from
nice
Fury.
to win.
And no. Oh, he got the safe, boss!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Because of how fast the cutscenes are, you want to move as quickly over to that no, which JMC did perfectly, as you can see, and just like that, they are back at it. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, now they're like,
Down to
I think,
Solidus.
18 seconds apart, so it's really going to come down to Solidus. And Solidus, he has two phases. The first phase, he's just, we're just going to keep him in a way where he's shooting missiles at us, so that we can easily go over to him and then hit him. In the second phase, he's just going to hop around everywhere.
Up around. Just reminds me of that song. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, make fun of my accent. I'm just foreign.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of RNG, but there is a way to get around it. You have to do like a slight dance around him to then slash him with your sword. I mean, it is quicker for you to just get an elbow by him, but if he does want to be a nightmare, which he can be, there are ways around it to not waste as much time and waiting for him to do all of his inputs before you slash him back. But I'm really interested to see what this non-lethal Solidus is going to be like from Theory.
Could be essentially the same. So he's going to punch him first, and then he's going to hit him.
I mean, is there any difference? I don't know.
No, I don't think there is a difference really. I think both lethal and non-lethal do the same damage.
The point then, I don't get it.
I think that was their agreement.
Oh,
Fury already entering the second phase here. JMC having a little bit of trouble with Solidus, but not enough to throw its lead away, sure. So there are a couple of things that can happen in the second phase. The amount of hops that Solidus does is RNG, and the attack that he does is RNG, and we really want that elbow and not this.
Oh no, that's not what you want.
Oh no.
That's what I mean about
Oh
dancing
nice.
around him
That's
while
time
he-
for Fury.
And time for
For
JMC.
JMC.
Very nice race, guys. Very nice race.
Very, very good race.
As are we going to end screen, or is it just the timing on the expected timing?
Well, of course, if the runners want to come in and talk, they can have a talk here. If you've managed to fill those 9 minutes, then for sure. But we can already see like an estimate that BMN made, the MVP. So we can technically already know that JMC won.
With his 224, which is an incredible
Incredibly insane time. Very, very close to his
Again,
PB.
241 by Theory. That again, 102s, both of them in a race, is incredible. That is so well done by both of them. Like, but both of them races, you couldn't really falter. There wasn't any major faults. If anything, it was tiny little blips here, tiny little blips there, and that's what costs a race, a PB anyway, is just movement alone in VE. But yeah.
Hello?
Hey, Fury.
Hello!
Oh god.
Are you alright?
Yeah. That was bad. It went better than I was anticipating, to be honest.
Mate, you should be proud of that time. That's an incredible time in a race. That is so good. That Harrier, swim glitch, everything. It was just so good to watch.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm tired.
Oh, hard work all this racing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can't complain. 102.
Exactly, yeah, like the pair of you did incredibly well. Like it looked like you had the lead for the majority of it, and then because JMC messed up his fat man slightly, so you got a little bit of a lead for a little while, but movement just kind of wasn't on each of your like favors. You know, you'd do a roll here, he'd do a roll there, and it would just go back and forth slightly like that. But both were brilliant, to be honest.
Yeah, both like I think JMC had a little bit of problem with the aerials in the beginning of planned, and you had some weird aerials in like later in the middle section. But overall,
yeah,
it's been insane to watch you both. You were side to side doing that Harrier 5+1 Harrier, and you both got it.
It was so good.
I had a feeling we were close.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought you would do the zips. Like, were you watching the race or not?
No.
Oh, right. I thought you'd be watching, and because you'd be watching, you'd probably do the zips because you would know you're a little bit behind. But you didn't, and I was so surprised. And I was like, that's not like Theory, but maybe he's not watching then. I don't know.
That's a little bit of the problem. Like whenever I race JMC, because my loads are faster. So like
Yeah.
RTA wise, it gets like sometimes it looks a little off.
Yeah.
Because RTA-wise, JC totally has lost, but we don't use RTA for this game because, the IGT is a very good timer.
We are about 20 seconds apart. A little bit under that.
Yeah, it was insanely close, you two.
I had an idea what pace I was on when I got to Arsenal gear. Well, I had an idea what pace I was on from like show 1 onwards, but once I got to like Tengu's, I knew where I would end up for the most part. James, he ended 53.03. I think that's why I ended my PB on.
So what's your PB again? Because you guys are extremely close, right?
102.28.
28, so you're just 13 seconds off your PB. That's insane.
Yeah.
Really just depend on a few zips, I think. Because you saved like 8 seconds with the first M zip.
That's if it goes correctly, though. If it doesn't go correctly, that's...
No, of course, it's always a gamble. Yeah. Oh, that's
This was a good run.
insane.
It was a good run. We haven't raced in a while as well, and then with this coming up, we just decided not to race at all until this. So usually we race quite often though.
But yeah, it was such a great race by both of you. I know JMC doesn't want to join because of his computer being a potato.
But basically,
but he's happy with his race, I think.
Yeah, of course, he's 2 seconds behind his PB on the board. I think he PB'd this week with a few seconds, I believe, but the one on the board is just 2 seconds faster. So that's an insane race from him for sure. He pulled out everything on you, Fury.
To be honest, we said we were going to push for attempt PB paces, and to be honest, to get within like seconds of our PBs, can't complain.
I think it's only a matter of time till both of you get 101s, which is just madness. Like, incredibly, you can really tell how much work you both put into this game. It really shows in races like this as well, like how much you push each other. And I just think that's such a great thing to have someone like that to push you further than you thought you could go. Like, I remember JMC and you were saying like how you didn't even think you could get 102s, and now look at you getting them in races like no problem. Crazy.
That's the thing. Like when you pass the minute barrier, it's almost as if you go like, well, what was the problem before? It was almost like you're in your mind. You're just like, well, how can I not do it before when I can do it now all the time?
Yeah,
So-
it's really a mental game, and
Yeah.
I mean every room in this game is like an individual level that you have to race. There's a lot of tech that you can do. There's a lot of movement. So it's always very challenging, I would say.
Yeah.
We're going
this
to
one is all movement
go ahead.
for the most part, with a
Yeah.
little bit of execution on bosses, things like that.
Yeah, we're going to wait, by the way, till credits are over. That's just 2 minutes to go. But we're going to wait because we have an interesting announcement that we want to make right after this. So stay tuned. It's just a few minutes. And then we'll be dropping that announcement. One of our admins will be here to announce it. So, yeah. Surprise, surprise. Oh, I spoiled again. Oh, shit.
Also, we could say if anybody wants to learn how to run MGS2, you're more than welcome to. Like, there's plenty of us in the community that will gladly help, and there's a lot of resources for MGS2.
Yeah, I would say MGS2 is a very, well, it's not like easy to perfect it like you guys did, but it's a very forgiving game at first, and there's not that much to it because it's mostly movement. You can already get a very good time just by nailing the movement and just nailing a few boss fights. You don't have to be as good as like the top 10 in the leaderboard. You can already get a very, very decent time that's like top 50 if you just work on your movement, which I think everyone can do, unless you have like movement impairments or whatever. Then of course there might be a little bit of difficulty, but just saying, it's mostly about movement in this game. So it's very open to a lot of people. You don't have to be fast in certain ways. You don't have to do a lot of things. We use turbo, so you don't have to be good at meshing. We have a lot of help in the community as well. There are a lot of people that would love to show you stuff. So certainly take a look inside our Discord server, discord.gg/mgsr, and we'll help you further.
What you said.
What I said. So this is the last part that Fury now has to do. He has to skip a cutscene, and he has to skip a talk, and then we'll be seeing the IGT screen for Fury.
Save the second.
Yeah, could be saving a second sometimes. It depends on the loads.
Yeah, credits get really varying sometimes. If your computer does something in the
Wow.
background, it can cause...
102.40. That's a very respectable time. GG.
224.
Thank you.
Wow.
And the
Crazy.
224 for James C. Also GG, guys.
both of you.
Because
GG.
I mean, of course, GG's to James C, who is the winner, but I think we, the viewers and the commentators, are mostly the winners here because that was an insane race.
We're all winners here, really.
Yeah, for real. And with those times, you can't really be a loser, in my opinion. And Team Sears had already won, so JMC saving the honor here for Team Armstrong. Very good from him.